The air around Yuan shimmered like heat rising from a desert, though no sun blazed overhead. The broken sword, cradled in his grip, pulsed with the lighting from a desert, though no sun blades stole desert. The ground beneath them felt unnervingly cold, as though the earth itself had been hollowed out and left to rot. A faint metallic tang clung to the air, mingling with the scent of ozone and something older. 感到非常放松, Liuya's breath came shallow, her eyes darting to the sword, and back to Lin Yuan, her usual bravado wishy. Somewhere in the distance, a low resonant hum vibrated through the ground, like the groan of a door, creaking open after centuries of being sealed. It's waiting up. His voice was low, reverent, almost like he was speaking to a god. The sword spirit. It's been dormant for centuries, but now it's trying to reach us. Liuya crossed her arms. Lin Yuan turned to her, his expression unreadable. It's more than that. It's a test, a trial of will, of purpose. The sword spirit's voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk. Liuya's eyes narrowed. So what's the catch? Do we have to fight the sword spirit or something? Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. No, the real battle is way here, to fight the sword spirit, or some asterisk. Liuya frowned. So what's the deal with this sword? Why does it care about us? Lin Yuan's voice was quiet, but there was a weight to it. Because it's tied to the misquiet. But it's tied to the mysterious. White eyes widened. Wait, are you saying the sword was forged by the mysterious elixir sect? Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. Not forged. Bound the sword to speak. Not forged. So we're not just fighting for our lives, we're fighting for the sword's soul. Lin Yuan's grip on the sword tightened. And maybe for mine too. Somewhere in the distance, a low, guttural growl echoed through the valley, as though something ancient and hungry had just stirred. Lin Yuan's mind raced his thoughts, a chaotic storm, asked Yu. What if the sword spirit is lying? Asterisk. He had spent years chasing the truth about his sister, about the mysterious elixir sect, about the night his life had unraveled. And now, standing here with the broken sword pulsing in his hands, he felt the weight of every asterisk. He had always believed in vengeance, in fighting for what was right. But what if redemption was a lie? What if the sword spirit was just another trap, and the knighting for what was right? But what if the sword spirit 虚长的色? Asterisk. The sword's glow flared again, and for a moment he saw a Vishnu, shadowy figure standing at the edge of a burning city, a sword raised high. Was that what he would become if he chose the wrong path? Asterisk. The growl echoed again, closer this time, and Lin Yuan knew he had no more time for hesitation. The sword spirit's voice had borrowed them. The ground trembled as a massive clawed hand emerged from the earth, its fingers dripping with black ichor, the demon's eyes glowing with a sickly green light, locked onto Lin Yin. The demon-sealing abyss was a chasm of nightmares. Its depths cloaked in a suffocating darkness that seemed to pulse with malevolence. Jagged rocks jutted from the ground, like the broken teeth of some ancient slangoran. Shadows writhed along the walls, shifting unnaturally as if watching the intruders with silent malice. Faint glowing runes, etched into the stone, flickered interinquo. A low guttural hum emanated from the abyss, vibrating through the bones of anyone who dared to the abyss. A sound that felt less like a warning and more like a beckoning. The deeper they found, the more the air. It was a place where time felt irrelevant, where the line between reality and nightmare blurred, and where every step forward felt like a descent into the unknown. I mean, the air feels like it's trying to suffocate me, and the ground looks like it's being chewed up by a dragon. Real lit. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened as he scanned the abyss. Real lit. Every step we take here is a gamble. Lyoya rolled her eyes but didn't move. Yeah, well, I'd rather gamble than die, but seriously, Lin Yuan, what's the catch? Because it's not just a place, it's a prison, and prisons don't just exist. They're asterisk made asterisk by people who want to die isn't. We're just walking into a horror movie with no script. Lin Yan's grip on the sword tightened. No script, or maybe the script is written in blood. No script, or maybe the curse to seek the herd. Asterisk, a voice echoed, not from the direction of the abyss, but from within voice, Yuan's. It was neither male nor female, neither old nor young, just a presence ancient and knowing. Asterisk. But you may be the last. Asterisk clean Yuan's breast caught. Not exactly, said his voice barely above a whisper, but I asterisk felt asterisk, and I don't like what it's saying. The ground beneath them trembled, and from the depths of the abyss, a low growl rumbled like a beast. Asterisk, what if the herbs aren't just a resource? What if they're a key to what? Asterisk, he had no answers, only the knowledge. So what is the herbs to what? Asterisk, he had no answers. As to what? So what's the plan? We just stand here and wait for the demons to come out and play. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply. We move now. As they stepped forward, the shadows around them seemed to shift, as if the abyss is a sickly green light. Its form a grotesque fusion naive. It let out a guttural roar, and the air around it crackled with malevolent energy. Lyoya's sword was already in her hand, her stance fluid and ready. Well, looks like we're not the only ones who wanted a fight. Lei Yuan's grip on the broken sword tight. Then let's make sure they don't get a chance to mess with us. The battle began, and the abyss watched silent and waiting. The demon-sealing abyss was a wound in the world, a place where the air reeked of sulphur and the ground pulsed like a sick heart. Cracks in the earth glowed with an eerie blue light, and 下不美好的一天 as if light yetis vos fangs 个看我逃 ttas. Joya snorted, her voice brittle. Yeah, and I bet it's waiting for us to make a mistake. She glanced at him, her eyes flickering with something between fear and determination. You okay? Lin Yiwen, you've been quiet since we got here. He didn't answer, but the way his grip tightened on the broken sword said enough. The abyss was more than a trap-height gate was a mirror, and it was showing him everything he'd buried. Lin Yan, the talisman sect leader's voice was a mirror, like oil sliding over steel. You've been a thorn in our side for too long, but we'll see to fight. His gloved hand gestured to the abyss where shadows coiled like smoke. Nightshade's power is spreading. Nightshade's power is spreading. We can stop it, but only if you help us. She stepped closer to Lin Yan, her tone lowering. You think they're here to help. They're here to use us again. The leader's smirk didn't waver. Lin Yan's voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a storm. I don't need your help. I've survived this long without it. The air between them crackled. The abyss seemed to lean in, waiting. He saw his sister's face, young and unmarred, her laughter echoing through the halls of the sect before the war. He remembered the way she gripped his hand during the first battle. Her voice trembled as she gripped his hand during the first battle. Her voice trembled. Asterisk. That moment had been a promise, a vow. He'd carried like a stone in his chest. Now standing in the abyss, he felt the weight of it again. The talisman like a stone. He felt the weight of it again. The talent sacked up by the memory of his sister's final breath a whisper. He 感到非常放松. He cancelled the broken swords. Energy full, he answered. His words were followed by a deafening roar as the ground split open, revealing a writhing mass of demons. Their eyes glowed with malevolent light, and their claws scraped amazed the stone, sending shards glowed with malevolent light. Great, so we're just going to be the bait in your little game, she snapped, her voice laced with venom. The leader's smirk widened. You're not bait, you're the key. Lin Yuan's grip on his sword tightens. And what happens if I refuse? The leader's eyes gleam. Then you'll die, and the abuse will continue. Ya's voice cut through the chaos. You think this is a game? We're not playing your little chess match. Okay, we're fighting for our lives. She spun her blade slide through the chaos. You think this is a gaze? Or the talisman sect leader's expression darkened. You're wasting your breath. Roya, this isn't about you. It's about the world. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his voice low but unyielding. The air was thick with the scent of burnt earth and old regrets. The battlefield a graveyard of shattered stone and broken webs. Lin Yuan and a K-stun stood in the center, stoled and bold grads. Lin Yuan, the wind howled through the roofs, carrying the faint echoes of distant screams, memories of battles fought, and lost a single torch flicker beacons. Carrying the Phaetrax, Cap for his part, stood motionless, his cloak tattered, his face half lit by the torch's glow. The silence between them was heavier than any bait. Icart, porters, and now something in Bussy, Nanspe Icapate, brothers, and now something in Bussy. The air felt like a knife, sharp and unrelenting, cutting through the layers of their fractured bond. Lin Yuan, Xiang, said his voice low, almost a whisper. You don't understand. I didn't becall you to save myself. I did it because I thought I was saving us. His words hung in the air, trembling like the torchlight. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened, his knuckles white, shaven. He repointed to trace the sectile family. Xiang's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with something that looked almost like sorrow. You think I wanted that I was manipulating? Now you think I wanted that I was manipulated? Manipulated by who? She asked. Her tone soft. Adrian's jaw clenched. Nightshade. He twisted my mind, made me believe the sept was doomed. I thought I was protecting you. Lin Yuan, 你有 space hitch. Memories flooded back, gay killing smirk. The way he's once called him. Go, bro, the way he's once called him. Sparks the way and 去往考听引波 the way hit the subword sports 他后听 You're saying you were just a pawn? Lawyer asked, her arms crossed. Yuan's eyes met Lin Yuan's, and for the first time, there was no hatred, only the weight of a brother's guilt. How could he have done this? Li Yuan thought. Feng, random, all those years, the lies, the betray. But if Xiang was manipulated, does that mean he's not the enemy? The thought was a flicker of hope, and Siwa a fleece, but I, not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lei Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. And how do I know I can trust you? Tightens. And how do I know I can trust you? I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Ren Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not lying. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? Wright's going to take his word and run into other trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand that by not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Sambu Aichin. Because I suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? I too don't trust me. Then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you, not Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into us choice? You don't trust me, then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you, not Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into a trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We're just going to take his word and run into another trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's eyes tightened. And how do I help you stop Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. You don't trust me. Then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? That was Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? If you don't trust me, then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Then you see Astia. I want to help you stop Nightshade because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. You don't trust me? Then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how the Fei know you? Not Nightshade Chongqing. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And for the Fei know you. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. You don't trust me? Then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade, Ning Yong's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Nightshade, because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We're just going to take his word and run into another trap. You don't trust me. Then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yun's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Say because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? So you don't trust me? Then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Can't you? Nan Fang's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you, I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. My jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Some Lai said. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. You don't trust me. Then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yun's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. You don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nike. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Stop Nike told me, Kong. Because I suffered the same fate as you, I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrow. So what's the plan? See, right. You don't trust me? Then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yun jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Hu Hui. Because I've suffered the same fate as you, I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Kayo's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into us. I see quarter. You don't trust me? Then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. But you don't trust me, then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Xie. Xiang's eyes met his, and for the first time there was no hatred. Because I've suffered the same fate as you, I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into other track. Cheese. At you don't trust me, I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you, not I say? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into Ansei's swap. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I help you stop Nightshade? Because I suffered the same fate as you, I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. If you don't trust me, then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Ning Yuan's jaw tightened. And how to help you stop Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you, I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? They're just going to take his word and run into another trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how the Fae know you, not Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you, I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrow. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into a Steve's war city. You don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? That was no hatred. Because I've suffered the same fate as you, I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into other trap. You don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lan Yuan's jaw tightened. And how the help you stop Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you, I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. The Aya's eyes narrow. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into a third eyes chi. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you, not Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his aboard and Tranya's eyes fight. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you, not Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you, not Nightshade? Because I suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. Up to don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? Wicked does the why. I you don't trust me. Then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Jawad Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I lost everything. I just want to make it right. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Nen Yuan's jaw tightened. And how to help you stop Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Yu's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. Ko Xiang's gaze was steady. If you don't trust me, then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yi's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? You're not Nightshade. Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Gui Kong, Kyle's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Nightshade. Because I suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into the trance. Gus, Kanwas, the Summer Lake. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Nen Yu's jaw tightened. And how to help you stop Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into the trap. If you don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. The Newton's jaw tightened. And how to help you stop Nightshade? Because I've suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. Kisa wise says Xu Hai. You don't trust me, then I understand. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yun's jaw tightened. And how to help you to not Nightshade? Because I suffered the same fate as you. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. Up till don't trust me, then I understand, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Yan Yan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? The air was thick with the scent of burnt earth and old regrets. The battlefield a graveyard of shattered stone and broken weapons. Lin Yuan and a Kuang stood in the center of the way. A single torch flickered between them, its flame trembling as if unsure whether to illuminate the truth or hide it. Lin Yuan's fists were cliquered, jaw tight, but his eyes was a Prada flicker that flickered his jaw tight, but he yaps. Ku Xing, for his part, stood motionless, his cloak tattered, his face half-lit by the torch. Glow, the silence between them was his half-lit by the torch. Glow, the silence, and now something in the air felt like a knife, sharp and unrelenting. cutting through the layers of their fractured bond. Lin Yuan, aching, said, his voice low. I did it because I thought I was saving us. His words hung in the air, trembling like the torchlight. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened, his knuckles white. Saving us, he repeated, his voice, distinct. Our family, me. Xianxia's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with something that looked almost like sorrow. You think I wanted that I was manipulated by who? She asked, her tone sharp. Yuan's jaw clenched. Nightshade. He twisted my mind, made me believe the sect was doomed. I thought I was protecting. Ning You's breath hissed. Memories flooded back. Akio, Xin, Kao, Brand, the way he the once called him small, the way he the last eating boy, the way he the last with him in the house of the sect. Now that same voice was filled when Ning. You're saying you were just a pawn? Loi asked, her arms crossed. Qiu Fian's eyes met Lin You's, and for the first time, there was no hate on the weight. For the first time, there was no hate on the weight of a breastbone. How could he have done this? Li Yuan taught, 心脉噎死. All those years, the lies, the betray. But if Khan was manipulated, does that mean he's not the enemy? The thought was a flicker of hope. Ini, but I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Ning Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. And how do I know I can trust you? IQ exhaled, his shield sagging. 并且他们的心非疼惜. I've lost everything. I just want to make it right. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. So, what's the plan? We just going to take his word and run into another trap. Koyan's gaze was steady. But I'm not the enemy. I want to help you stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. And how do I know you? Not Nightshade. And Yuan's size met his. And how the first time there was no hate only cold. The ancient hall of the Starfall sect was a cathedral of stone and silence. Its vaulted ceiling, lost in Starfall sect, flickered through of stone and psychic light, was a gaudy. Ning Yan stood at the center, his posture rigid, the broken sword's hilt clenched in his palm. Yoya leaned against the wall, her arms crossed, her smart Ligo leaned against the wall, her arched soles the tongue. Yet, beneath the surface, something was of a flicker in the air, a whisper of unease that only the most attuned could sense. The pact they were about to make felt less like self-cavation than more like a game manway. We're just going to sit here and wait for Nightshade to show up, or are we going to actually do something besides play? Let's all pretend we're not about to die. Her tone was laced with sarcasm, but her eyes started to sing swan. Leaning on the way, his hands twitched slightly. Ning Yuan exhaled, his voice, low but steady. We're here to make a pact. To unite against Nightshade and his forces. His gaze swept over the ascent. Nightshade's power is too great for any one sect to handle alone. His words were a plea, a challenge, and something more, a warning. Liuya's smirk didn't waver, but holds this Alea, too. We're just going to be the glue that holds this Alari. So, we're just going to be the glue that holds this Alari. You know, I've seen a lot of dumb ideas in my time, but this one might just take the cake. Lin Yan's expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened around the broken sword. If that's what it takes, then yes. Lin Yan's mind raced as he watched the leaders murmur among themselves, their voices low and hesitant. He had spent years fighting Ophisis-type asterisks. They don't trust each other. Not really. Asterisk. He had seen the way Xianxia's eyes had darted toward the other leaders, the way their hands had lingered on their weapons. The pact was a fatherly thing. How to best it? Asterisk. What if they're all lying? Asterisk. The thought slithered through his mind, cold and insidious. Asterisk. What if this is another trap, another way for Nightshade to divide us, to weaken us? Behold, he had trusted too many people before, and it had cost him everything. But this time, he couldn't afford to be wrong. The air in the hall shifted. The silence grown heavier. Xianxia's door shifted. This isn't over. Not yet. Asterisk. The first sign of trouble came as a whisper, a flicker of movement in the periphery of Linyi's. The first sign of trouble came as a whisper, a flicker of movement in the periphery of Lin Yun. Lin Yun, you might want. Lin Yuan followed her gaze, his breath catching as a figure emerged from the shadows. A robed man, his face obscured by a mask of polished tajosa, robed mane, his face obscured by a mask, hinting to shudder. Xianxia's voice was low, almost imperceptible. You shouldn't be here. The man's head tilted, his voice a dry rasp. Neither Zhu Xianxia, but here we are. Asterisk. The hall had been sealed, its entrance guarded, and yet here the man stood, as if he had always been there. Yet here the man stood, as if he had always been there. The man's lips curled into a smile, slow and deliberate. I'm here to tell you that your alliance is already broken. The words hung in the air, heavy and final. Lin Yan's heart pounded. A pulse of energy rippled outward, and the lanterns flickered their flame scattering. The leaders gasped, their hands flying to their weapons. Liuya's eyes widened. You think you're uniting against the Nightshade, you're already his pawns. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened. Asterisk. No, that's not possible. Asterisk. But the truth was already witty. Asterisk. The hidden sage's abode was a place where time seemed to hold its breath. Mist curled around the ancient pillars, their surfaces. Time seemed to hold its breath. Mist hurts. At the center of the room stood the hidden sage, his robes flowing like liquid shadow, his eyes two pinpricks of light that seemed to see through the very fabric of reality. Lin Yuan and Ye. The sage's presence was overwhelming, a weight that pressed against their chests, as though the room itself was holding its breath. Liuya shifted uneasily, her fingers twitching toward the hilt. The silence was a blade sharp and unrelenting, carving into the air. Something about this place felt wrong too, still too expectant. Something about this place felt wrong too, still too expectant. You're just another old guy with a lot of secrets. Her voice echoed in the cavernous room, bouncing off the walls like a challenge. The hidden sage's eyes gleamed, unfazed. 我感到非常放松. Waya rolled her eyes, but her fingers twitched at her side, ready to draw her sword. Oh, come on. You're not going to tell us some vague prophecy about the end of the world, are you? The sage's lips curved into a feint. It is a choice. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened. What choice? The sage's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, a weight that pressed against Lin Yan's chest. Nightshade's plan is more than just a war. He seeks to open the gates of the demons, to uncan the day. Liuya's eyes widened. So, what he's just going to unleash hell on the world? The sage nodded. And if we don't stop him, there will be no word left to say. Liuya's mind raced, her usual sarcasm faltering as the weight of the sage's words settled over her like a leaden shroud. She had always thought of the hidden sage as a relic of the past, a figurehead whose wisdom was more myth than reality. But now, standing in this ancient abode, she felt something she couldn't 的一天。气受马营 asterisk She scanned the room, her eyes catching on the symbols etched into the pillars, their glow flickering like a heartbeat. Asterisk, there's something wrong here. The sage isn't just warning us. Asterisk, what if the sage isn't just the keeper of secrets? What if he's the one who opened the gates in the first place? Asterisk, the thought sent a shiver down her spine, but she forced hers to start sentient a chill. Nightshade's plan is more than just a war. He seeks to open the gates of the immortal realm, to unleash the true power of the demon. His words hung in the air, heavy with imputation. Ling is the true poison. His mind raced three-hole pystangboti. If Nightshade had found a way to open the gates, the consequences would be catastrophic. Asterisk. But why would the sage read the shades? Asterisk. His gaze flicked to the sage, searching for some sign of deception, but the old man's exposed. He's just going to unleash hell on the world. The sage's eyes gleamed with something that wasn't quite approval. And if we don't stop him, there will be no world left to save. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. Then we have no choice. The sage's eyes met Lin Yuan's, and for the first time there was a flicker of something hope. But as the words settled, a new unease crept into Lin Yuan's thoughts. Asterisk, what if stopping Nightsage 发是听听秋 10? Asterisks. The weight of the revelation pressed against his chest. A burden he wasn't sure he could carry. The hidden sage's words lingered in the air. A silence houses Mong. That's not just a worries than extinction level event. Asterisk. She glanced at Lin Yuan, who was still gripping the broken sword with a tightness that spoke of his own doubts. Asterisk. What if the sage is right? Asterisk. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden shift in the air. A low hum that vibrated through the floor. The cinders on the pillars flared brighter, their glow casting jagged shadow as the roof casts. Asterisk. She turned to the sage, her voice sharp with urgency. You said we have to stop Nightshade. Asterisk. He knows something. He's been hiding it. Asterisk. Her hand moved instinctively to her sword. Asterisk. Her hand moved instinctively. Her sword, her mind, her hand moved instinctively. He's been hiding. Asterisk. The air around them grew heavier, the weight of the revelation pressing down like a storm cloud. Asterisk. And the sage. Asterisk. She stared at him. Husses. The chamber where the hidden sage awaited was a cathedral of silence. The chamber where the hidden sea, a chamber where the hidden sage, a post-fatal tie lying embers stretched on top. At the center of the room, the hidden sage sat cross-legged on a dais of blackened marble. His robes was a map of wrinkles. Its robes was a map of wrinkles. Each crease a story, each life sign a sequel. You think this is about fighting? The sage's voice cut through the stillness, low and resonant. No, my boy, this is about asterisk seeing asterisk. He gestured, and the air around them rippled. Shadows peeled away from the walls. His set house, reduced to ash, Lingear's hollow eyes, her wrists bound in chains that glowed with 日常放松, her wrists bound in chains, 枪扛紧下. So what's the point of seeing all this? We already know the truth. So voice was steady, but there was a tremor beneath it, a flicker of doubt. The sage's smile was ablaze. He reached into his robes, withdrawing a crystal that looked like a shard of shattered starlight. It pulsed faintly, as if alive. Lin Yuan stared at the crystal, his mind a storm. What's the question? His voice was raw, the edges of his frustration fraying. The sage's eyes gleamed. I've spent years chasing answers, and now you're telling me I have to guess asterisk my way through this. His voice was a snarl, but there was something else beneath it. Desperation, a plea. What's the point of this game, if I can't even win asterisk? The sage tilted his head, his expression unreadable. You think this is a game? No, boy. This is an asterisk cast. Asterisk. It asterisk tons asterisk you, and it will not let you go until you face it. Li Youya's voice cut through the tension, sharp and unyielding. What is there's no answer? What is the truth is something where not even asterisk meant and. The sage's smile deepened, a slow, deliberate thing. Ah, but the truth is not a riddle. It is an asterisk mirror. Asterisk. Lin Yuan's fingers twitched at his sides. He could feel the weight of the crystal in his palm, its light flickering like a heartbeat. But the sage's words echoed. You think you're the only one who's lost someone. Asterisk Lyron's voice shifted through Lin Yuan's memory, soft but unyielding. He had been sitting on the edge of the cliff, the wind howling around him. The fragment sitting on the edge of the cliff, the wind howling around him. Asterisk. I've seen people lose everything. I've seen them try to save someone and fail, but I've also seen them. Asterisk. Change asterisk. The way Yi Kuang had laughed as the set's banners were torn down, his voice ablaze. The way Youya had stood beside him, her eyes blazing with something he couldn't name. He had been so light, the way Youya had stood beside him, was to destroy Nightshade. What if vengeance was just another prison, one that would consume him like it had consumed AQ? The fragment paused again, its light flickered to Shang. The fragment tossed again, its light flickering, cushing. The fragment forced Gumen. Ning Yuan's grip on the fragment tightened as the visions changed. This time it wasn't Ning Er's capture or Iqiang's betrayal. It was something else's something as capture or Iqiang's. As it is, it wasn't Nian's. A figure stood at the center of the city, their face obscured by a mask of shifting light. The asterisk city of echoes, asterisk, the sage murmured, his voice low. The sage's eyes gleamed. It means that the fragment of the void is not just a relic, a asterisk key asterisk, a key to a door that has been sealed for millennia, and that door leads to the asterisk heart of the void asterisk, the source of all power and all destruction. Liu Ya's eyes widened. You're telling me this thing is asterisk connected asterisk to the void? The sage nodded. Yes, but it's also a asterisk trap asterisk. The heart of the void does not grant power free. It demands a asterisk sacrifice asterisk. And the question is, who will be the one to pay the price? Lin Yuan's hands trembled, the weight of the crystal in his palms. 今天是美好的一天。A battlefield. Its ground scorched and blackened, the air thick with the stench of blood and ash. Dozens of warriors stood at the edge of a chasm. Their weapons of warriors stood at the edge of a chasm. The air surged with a test of strength, of will, of asterisk sacrifice. Asterisk, the blood blade is not just a warrior, it's an asterisk. Asterisk. The blood blade is not just a warrior, it's asterisk mirror, asterisk, herisk. It means that if you face the blood blade, you will not only fight for your life, you will fight for your asterisk soul asterisk. And the question is, are you ready to asterisk lose asterisk? The question is, are you ready to asterisk? The sage's gaze was unreadable. No, my dear. The plan is to asterisk choose asterisk, what you are willing to sacrifice. The sky above the formation T's domain shimmered like a fractured mirror, its surface woven with Fontet's domain. Shimmered like a fractured mirror, its surface woven with Fonti. 以生体泡考规子点子风等。The ground beneath them was a mosaic of cracked stone and ancient runes. each symbol glowing faintly, as if the earth itself were recent runes, each symbol glowing faintly at her side, her hand half-facing. This feels like a repeat. She rolled her eyes, her tone laced with dry humor. I swear if they try to trap us in another illusion, I'm just gonna scream and hope someone saves me. It pulsed faintly, its cracked surface reflecting the kaleidoscopic sky. This isn't a trap, he said, his voice low. It's a test. The hidden sage said the crystal would guide me. But I thinks the hidden sage said the crystal war. We're not just here to fight. We're here to see what they're hiding. Before Yuya could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. A low, resonant hum filled the air, and the runes on the ground flared to lyre, and the runes on the ground flared to lightfall. The air crackled with energy, and from within the shifting patterns, a dozen robed figures emerged. Their robes were woven from threads, a dozen sobbed. His voice was smooth as silk, each word laced with a quiet menace. Lin Yuan, the prodigal exile, you've come to play our game again. Boya's eyes narrowed, her hand finally resting on her sword. You're not even going to bother with a proper greeting, she snapped, her voice sharpening to bother with a proper greeting. We're not here to talk. We're here to test you. His hand lifted and the runes on the ground flared violently, forming a barrier of light that pulsed with asterisk. Show us what you're made of. Lin Yan's mind raced his thoughts, a storm of conflicting emotions. He remembered the night his sister had been taken, the way her eyes had gone hollow. Asterisk, this is about seeing. Asterisk, the old man had said. Asterisk, the truth is a web finds a thread that pulls it all together. Asterisk, but how could he see when the path that pulls it all together? Asterisk, but how could he see? Asterisk, he had asked asterisk, the leader's words. Asterisk, the leader's words. Asterisk had told his. We're not here to play games, she said, her tone resolute. So let's see what you've got. The runes flared again, and the air around them twisted into a vortex of light and shadow. The test had begun. The labyrinth of runes pulsed with a rhythmic energy, each symbol glowing. Yin Yuan and Loya moved cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the strange, spongy ground. The air was thick with tension, and every shadow seemed to shift when they weren't looking. The air was thick with tension. Are they just decoration, or do they asterisk? Do asterisk damson? Comes that Lin Yuan, her eyes stunning. Sunbeam piece casts something. She cast in their Ren Yuan. I'm asked on the runes. They're not just decorate, they're a test. The sex power is tied to this place. If we can decipher the pattern, we might be able to break the barrier. His voice was steady, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Liuya rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of admiration in her tone. Well, that's asterisk, great asterisk, so we're just supposed to guess what the runes mean. Because I'm asterisk, not asterisk, in the mood to play 20 questions with a bunch of magical pokes. If this is another one of their tricks, I swear I'm gonna punch someone. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. It's not a trick, it's a challenge. Yeah, well, if you're going to be all poetic and mysterious, at least make it worth it. The runes flared again, and the ground beneath them shifted, forming a new pattern that seemed to pulse with a different kind of energy. He could feel the weight of the past pressing down on him, the memories of his sister's suffering, the betrayal of Xianxia, the hidden sage's cryptic words. His hands trembled as he reached out the fragment of the boy, holding in his palm. Asterisk, what's the question? The leader of the sect stepped forward. He pressed. This is a test of asterisk. Will asterisk, and you're failing already. Lin Yan's grip tightened on his sword. Then let's see what you've got. The runes flared violently, and the air around them twisted into a vortex. The symbols on the ground began to glow, and suddenly Lin Yuan felt a strange pressure in his chest. Liu Ya's voice cut through the chaos. Looks like we've got new asterisk problem. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. The leader chuckled, his smirk widening. You're not even close to understanding what's at stake. The formation sect doesn't just test you with asterisk-shaped asterisk you. He could feel the weight of every failure, every loss, pressing down on him like a mountain. But then he heard Liuya's voice, cutting through the haze. We're not here to play games, she said, her tone resolute. The runes flared again, and the air around them twisted into a vortex of light and shadow. The test had begun. The air in the cavern was thick with the scent of damp earth and the acrid tang of crushed herbs. The dim glow of a lantern casting jagged shadows of damp char. Lai Rong's hands moved in a practiced rhythm, grinding. The flowers' petals, once vibrant with an eerie blue light, had dulled to a sickly hue, their edges curling as if recoiling from the act of being broken. Outside, the wind howled through the mountain pass, the act of being broken. The spiritual bloom was clutched in her fist, its glow pulsing like a heartbeat. We found it, she said, her voice sharp with exhaustion, but we had to fight a group of demon rampart. We found it, she said, her voice sharp with Li Rong's eyes widened as she reached for it. Bill asterisk, what asterisk? She asked, her voice laced with disbelief. You went up against demon hunters. You're lucky they didn't carve you into confetti. Liu rolled her eyes. But we're here now. She leaned against the table, her expression tight. So, what's next? You're going to tell me we need to do some kind of ritual to unlock the soul-locking pearl, right? Lai Rong exhaled slowly, her fingers right. It's a process that requires asterisk intent. Asterisk, and that's not something I can just teach you. Lazarus' eyes narrowed. So what? We just asterisk think. The spiritual bloom isn't just a Tulit's asterisk key, asterisk, but the key only works if you asterisk answer asterisk key, asterisk. But the key only works if you ask the asterisk feel asterisk it. That's asterisk, deep asterisk. She leaned forward, her voice lowering. Look, I get it. You're the healer, the expert. But I'm not here to sit around and meditate. I'm here because Linger's still in that cursed pearl. And I'm not here to let some miller. Lai Rong's expression softened, but her voice remained firm. Then you better figure out what asterisk you asterisk need to feel, because if you don't, this whole thing's going to end in disaster. Lai Yuan's eyes flashed. You think I don't know that? She turned sharply. Her voice's eyes flashed. I've seen what happens when people don't asterisk it. I've seen what happens when they try to save someone and fail. I'm not about to let that happen again. The caravan seemed to hold a upon adolescence get asked the eating them. What if I'm not strong enough? Asterisk, Liran's mind screamed as she watched. Loya's back, the weight of the spiritual bloom pressing against her palms. Asterisk, what if I'm the one who fails? Asterisk, the thought clawed at her. But this was different. This wasn't just about knowledge. It was about asterisk, that the girl had a fire in her that Lai Rang had never seen before, a determination that burned brighter than the lantern's glow, and yet beneath that fire was virile, unfiltered, and impossible war. Lai Rang took a sword. But you have to asterisk it, not just for linger, for asterisk you asterisk. Loya didn't respond immediately. Her asterisk you asterisk 看第一把题。很贴切美好的一天 Fine, but if this doesn't work, I'm blaming you. Lyra smirked. You do that. The cabin trembled as the speeding you. Lyra smirked. You do that. The cabin trembled as the speedy you. Lyra 和 Newer stood on 一点. The process had to be done in unison. Asterisk intent. Asterisk had to be shared, not just individuals' intent. Asterisk had to be shared, not just asterisk shuddered asterisk as if need. That too, the lantern's flame flickered violently, and then asterisk boom. Asterisk, the air around it was thick with the stench of decay, and its voice was a chorus of oval applinisters. You think you can asterisk unlock asterisk? What was asterisk? Sealed asterisk. Li Rong's heart pounded. Who the hell are you? The figure tilted its head, its face obscured by a mask. The figure tilted its head and its face obscured. The air around them twisted into a vortex of light and darkness, and suddenly Lai Rong and Loyoya were thrown backward, their bodies slamming against the walls. Lai Rong asterisk. Now asterisk. We asterisk need asterisk to focus. Asterisk together. Asterisk. The guardians' laughter echoed through the cavern, but Lai Rong and Loya's hands met over the powder. Their intense murmurs go as hands met over the powder. Their intent murmured. The chasm below them, sealed with the asterisk thud asterisk, the air growing still. Leoya staggered to her feet, her breath ragged. What the hell was that? That, she said, her voice quiet, was the asterisk veil asterisk itself. The guardian was a remnant of the seal, something that was asterisk never asterisk meant to be. 今天是美好的一条 South. It means we're not just unlocking the soul-locking pearl, we're asterisk, challenging asterisk, something that's been buried for centuries. And if we're not careful, we might not make it out alive. Leo let out a short but not make it out alive. Lyra met her gaze, her voice steady. Then we'd better asterisk get to work, asterisk. The wind screamed through the jagged cliffs of the blood-found mountains, a relentless force that clawed at Lin Yan's cloak and stung his eyes with grit. The sky above was a thick cloud that Lin Yan stood at the edge of a narrow ledge, his boots digging into the loose gravel as he gripped his sword with white-knuckled, determined edge. A coot digging into the lids. The air between them was charged thick with the scent of iron and something older, something primal. You've come far, Bloodblade said, his voice smooth as silk, though his eyes burned with the cold fire of a prancer. The Samza 美好舞。我感到非常放松。Bloodblade chuckled a sound, like the scrape of steel on bone. No, I know asterisk, you asterisk. You're the one who ran from the sect, the one who let your sister be taken. You're not here to save her, you were here to asterisk Dini. Lin Yan's grip on his sword tightened until his knuckles ached. You don't know what I've done. Bloodblade's smirk faded. Rippleblade's smirk faded. The heat was suffocating, the flames licking at the edges of the cliff like a living thing. Lin Yan barely had time to react before the attack struck, a searing wave of force, to vomiting. But you're still just a boy. Lin Yuan pushed himself up, his breath ragged, his vision swimming. His breath, you just a boy. Didn't you? Baby, I asterisk an asterisk, a boy. Lin Yin said, his voice steady despite the tremor. I think asterisk this asterisk will. The crash of steel rang out across the mountains as Lin Yan lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air, blood blade slicing through the air, ma blade 刺搜完眼. The ground beneath them trembled, dust and debris raining down as the battle raged on. Why do you fight? Bloodblade demanded, his voice rising above the din of clashing steel. For your sister, for revenge, or for something asterisk? For every person who's ever been broken by this world, for every soul that's been lost to greed and power. I'm not fighting just for me. I'm fighting for asterisk. F1 afting just for me. I'm fighting for asterisk. Then let's see if you're strong enough to carry that burden. The two warriors clashed again, their swords locking in a furious dance of steel and fire. The wind howled around them, the mounts then strikes seeming to hold their breaths as the battle reached its peak. Every step I take feels like it's leading me deeper into a pit. But I can't stop now. Linger's counting on me. I can't let her down. Even if I have to tear this world apart to save her, I'll do it. I'll fight until my last breath. Because if I don't, who will? The ground beneath them cracked as the battle intensified, the sheer force of their clash sending fissures racing through the cliffside. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the mountains, and the air grew heavy with the scent of odor. Lin Yunyu had Buga. Blood, Lin Yan said, his voice tight. What did you do? Bloodblade's smirk widened. You're not the only one who's been hiding things. Lin Yan displaces this asterisk teal. But test to see if you're worthy of the power you seek. Lin Yan's grip on his sword tightened. What power? Bloodblade stepped back, his crimson armor gleaming as he raised his hand. The power to asterisk break asterisk. Not just to me, but to the asterisk forces, asterisk that have been watching you all along. Before Lin Yingwan could respond, the ground. Before Lin Ying could respond, the ground beneath them exploded out to what needs them wonder whirling engine. Welcome to the asterisk true trial, asterisk, Bloodblade said, his voice echoing with a strange. Aster Bloodblade said, his voice echoing was a strange. Breast test, Bloodblade said, his voice echoing was a strange. Rest. Then let's see what you've got, Lin Yun said, his voice steady despite the storm raging around them. The sigil flared to life. The talisman set's domain was a labyrinth of 15 symbols, then glowing sigils, each one pulsing with a different kind of power. The air was thick with an unmastering kind of power. The air was thick with eternal. The sigils on the ground were not static. They writhed, changing patterns with each step, as if the floor itself were alive and watching. A faint metallic scent hung in the rigid, mingling with the echo of moon. Somewhere in the distance, a low resonant hum vibrated through the storm, a sound that felt less like music and more like a warning. The deeper they ventured, the more the labyrinth. It was as if the talisman sect had not merely built a trap. They had crafted a living, breathing enigma, one that would test not just their strength. You've come to test our power, I assume. His words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Leoya crossed her arms, her tone sharp with sarcasm. Yeah, because we asterisk Golf asterisk being trapped in a cursed like half. She took a step forward, her eyes scanning the sigils on the ground. But hey, if you're trying to impress us with your mystical gear, you're doing a asterisk, great asterisk job. Her voice carried a hint of mockery, but there was something else beneath it, a flicker of unease that she was quick to mask. Lin Yue Ka to mask the We're here because we've got a problem, and I don't think it's going to be solved by a bunch of fancy symbols." His words were meant to be a challenge, but there was a crack in Singobel. His words were meant to be a challenge, but there was a crack in his tone. Asterisk, the leader of the sect, smiled, his expression unreadable. "Then you must be asterisk, very asterisk foolish." His eyes gleamed with something, the outcome of this encounter, as if eyes gleamed with something, the outcome of this encounter. Asterisk. What if the talisman isn't just a trap? What if it's a test of something deeper, something we're not ready for? Asterisk. He remembered the hidden sage's words. Asterisk. The truth is a web, and you must find the thread that pulls it all together. Asterisk. But the thread felt elusive, now tangled in the labyrinth of his own fears. He had spent so long chasing Bat. As the seagulls on the ground pulsed with a sudden violent energy, the air around them seemed to shift. The labyrinth was no longer just it. The labyrinth, the talisman's glow intensified, and with a sudden deafening crack, the ground beneath them began to shift. The seagulls rearranged the mechanic. The ground beneath them began to shift. Vioya's eyes narrowed. "So what now?" she asked, her voice tinged with both curiosity and apprehension. Lin Yan's grip tightened on his sword. "Then let's see what this asterisk trick." Let's see what this asterisk trick, Xianxia. And for the first time, Lin Yan felt the weight of something far greater than a trap. The cliff's edge was a jagged scar in the earth, its surface slick with the residue of ancient stones. The wind howled through the cracks, carrying the scent of ozone and something older sullen. Shadows pulled at his feet, shifting in ways that defied logic, as if the very air were watching him. Above, the stars seemed dimmer, their light filtered through a veil of something unseen. The ground beneath him felt unstable, as though the cliff itself were holding its breath, waiting for something. Shimonoto made the first move. Ryoya's voice cut through the silence, sharp as a blade. Bruya's voice cut through the silence, sharp as a blade. "You've been acting like you're chasing a ghost, but I've seen the way you look at that crystal. It's not just the relicits asterisk T, asterisk. He's playing a long game, and you're just the pawn he's using to get to something bigger. You think you're saving Ninger? But what if your action, but I spent years believing in this path. But what if I'm just another fool chasing a lie? What if the only thing I'm saving her from is myself?" His voice dropped to a whisper. "What if I'm not strong enough to save her?" Liu's smirk faded. "Then you better get stronger, because I'm not done with you yet." Lin Yan's mind spiraled. Asterisk. What if I'm not the one who needs saving? Asterisk. He had spent years fixating on Nightshade, on the betrayal, on the 10 years fixating on Nightshade, on the betrayal, on the 10 years fixating on Nightshade, on the trial. What if the weight he carried wasn't just vengeance, but the guilt of every choice he'd made, every time he turned away from the fight, every time he'd thought of the way the traitor had laughed as the sect crumbled? Asterisk. Was it really betrayal, or was it a choice he'd made long before the sect fell? Asterisk. A flicker of movement in the shadows made him freeze. The wind died and the hum from earlier grew louder. Loya's hand went to her sword, her posture shifting into a defensive stance. "We're not alone," she said, her voice low. "Something's here, and it's been waiting for us." The figure's presence was a weight, a pressure that made the air feel heavy. Asterisk. Or what was this? Asterisk. The fragment's light flickered, and for a moment Lin Yuan saw a reckless, then it served. 西偷能源飒而生, and for a moment, Leia's voice was a whisper now. "You think you're the only one who stole someone. You're not the only one who's still fighting, but you're not the only one who's still fighting, but you're not the only one who's still fighting. The figure took a step forward, and the wind roared back to life, carrying with it a voice that was neither male nor female, but something in between. The path you seek is not yours to walk. The weight of vengeance will crush you, as it has crushed all who came before. Asterisks, the thought clawed at him, but he forced it down. The fragment of the void burned in his tongue, and he knew there was no turning back now. The demon-sealing abyss yawned before them, a jagged maw of darkness that seemed to swallow the light. The air reeked of sulfur that seemed to swallow the light. The air reeked food, sulfur, and decay. A stench so thick it clung to the back of the chasm pulsed faintly, as if breathing, its depths obscured by a swirling fog that coiled like smoke from 1,000 Theodore. Yao chasm pulse tightened as she peered over the edge. Heria's jaw tasked. Li Rong's fingers twitched at her side, her cloak fluttering like a moth's wings. The weight of the soul-locking pearl, still sealed in its prison, pressed against Lin Yan's curve. The abyss was no mere chasmite, was a wound in the world. The place where time and memory bled into the wound. In the world, a place where mind meant darkness, something was a void in the world. All day when that darkness, her arms crossed. You know, if you keep staring into the abyss, it might start staring back. And trust me, you don't want that. Yuan exhaled sharply, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. Every time I close my eyes, I see her bound in chains, screaming my name. I can't just asterisk. Look away, asterisk. Loya's smirk faded, replaced by something softer. Yeah, well, I get it. I've lost by something softer. Yeah, well, I get it. I've lost by something, but you're not alone in this. So stop acting like this. It's just another mission. Li Rong stepped forward, her voice quiet but firm. We're not here to save just one person. We're here to break a curse. For the first time in a long while, he felt something other than guilt, something like hope. Asterisk, you're not the only one who's lost someone. Asterisk, Li Rong had said. Asterisk, the words echoed in his mind as he stared into the abyss, the fragment of the void pulsing faintly in his palm. A sudden tremor shook the ground beneath him, and the air grew heavy with an andaza. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating through their bones. Ryoya's hand flew to her sword, her posture shifting into a defia's hand flew to her sword, her posture shifting into a defier. Its presence was suffocating, the air around it twisting into a vortex of shadow and light. The broken sword in Lin Yuan's hand flared with energy, its blade trembling as if Ran's hand flamed to it. The figure tilted its head, the mask creaking as it spoke. A guardian of the abyss, a keeper of the seal, you trespass where you do not belong. The guardian's voice was a chorus of whispers, layered and discordant. You seek to unbind what was meant to remain bound. You do not understand the cost. The soul-locking pearl isn't just a prisoner, and we're not leaving until we set things right. The guardian's mask cracked further, revealing a glimpse of something ancient and terrible. Then you will pay the price. Lin Yuan barely had time to react before the attack struck, sending him sprawling to the ground, the broken sword's energy flaying him. But the guardian was relentless, its attacks growing more ferocious. At each passing moment, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, his mind gorged. Asterisk, you're not the only one who's lost someone. Asterisk, Li Rong had said asterisk, but you're not the only had said. Asterisk, but you're not the only one who's still fighting. Asterisk, the words burned in his mind as he rose to his feet, the broken sword blazing one The camp near the demon-ceiling abyss was a fragile thing, a cluster of flickering flames and tattered tents clinging to the edge of the chasm. The wind howled like a chorus of lost souls. Tugging at the fabric of their shelter, the wind howled like a Yuan sat cross-legged on a stone, his sword resting beside him, its hilt worn from use. Liuya leaned against a tree, her unworn sackcloth sword. 气林由海清晰的去。The firelight danced on the snow, painting their silhouettes in jagged gold. The silence between them was heavy, not with tension but with the weight of unspoken fears. Every breath felt like a step closer to the abyss. 空气中弥漫着一天 captured the quiet her tone light but edged with curiosity. 去偷它非常放肆的 quiet. His voice was low, rough. Every time I close my eyes, I see her Ling'er, bound in those chains, screaming for me to save her. I failed her once. I won't fail her me to save her. I failed her once. I won't fail her me to save her. But you're not the only one who's still fighting. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. You think I don't remember the day I watched my brother die, that I don't carry his ghost in my head, Yan Mingning, Haiyang's. You're not the only one who's carried the weight of a choice, she said quietly, but you're not the only one who's still standing. Lin Yuan's hands clenched into fists. The fire crackled, and for a moment the abyss seemed to hold its breath. Lin Yan's mind spiraled back to the day. Lin Ye had been taken. He was 10, standing in the corridors. He had run after her, shouting her name, but the monks had pulled him back, their hands like iron. You can't save her, one of them had said. He could see her face pale and terrified, the chains of dark energy, calling and tied the chains of dark. A sudden tremor shook the ground, and the fire flared violently. The shadows at the edge of the camp seemed to writhe, stretching toward them like living things. Then the air grew colder, and the stars above seemed to dim. From the darkness, a figure, a magenta creature of shadow and bone, its eyes glowing with sickle. Looks like we got a asterisk, new asterisk problem, she muttered. Lyron's hands trembled as she clutched the vial of spiritual bloom. This isn't just a monster, she said, her voice tight. Whatever we're doing here is drawing it out. Lin Yan's grip tightened on his sword. Then let's see what this asterisk trick asterisk is worth. The creature lunged, clasped on his sword. Asterisk is worse. The creature lunged, clasped steel and shadow erected in a burst of light and sound. Guanya moved with a fluidity that belied her earlier frustration, her sword slicing through the air, which belied her A长方送. Lin Yan felt the weight of the past pressing down on him. The memory of Ling Ye's chains burning in his mind. He could hear her voice again, weak and broken, and for a moment he faltered. Liuya's voice cut through the chaos. Snap out of it, Lenny. The creature was closing in, its claws raised for the final strike. He had to fight for Linger, for himself, for every person who had ever. The demon-ceiling abyss loomed before them, its depths a chasm of shadows and flickering light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sewer, and the walls of the abyss teeming with apple. At the center of the chasm, the soul-locking pearl rested atop a jagged pedestal, its surface a swirling mix of black and silver, like a pedestal, its surface a swirling mix of blue. Ni Yi's breath came shallow, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword as he stared at the pearl. It was the final step, the last barrier between yin. Lin Yan whispered, his voice barely audible, over the hum of energy. I'm coming. Liang stepped forward, her hands trembling as she reached for the pearl. We're not just breaking a seal, we're awakening something, she said, her voice low but earth. It's the asterisk key. Asterisk. Loya crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing. At the pearl. What if the pearl isn't just a prison? What if it's a asterisk key? Asterisk. Ni Yuan turned to her, his jaw tight. You're not making this any easier. Leoya smirked, but her eyes betrayed her unease. Li Yuan's grip on his sword tightened. I don't have time for riddles. We're wasting minutes. Li Wang's voice cut through the tension. Minutes could be the difference between saving her and losing Efsa. 吓得我愿你 and 伤感 once doors for tea, something that wasn't meant to be there. Asterisk. What if she's not the only one trapped the pearls? Light flared suddenly, blinding them for a heartbeat before fading into a deep. Wait, what the hell is that? Yua's voice was sharp, her hand already on her sword, while Rong's expression was grim. The pearl's light flared again, and suddenly the air was filled with a vision. Lingear stood at the center of the vision. Lingear stood at the center of the vision. Lingear stood at the center, but that's the vision. A figure cloaked in shadows, their face obscured, but their presence unmistakable. Kang Gong, no Lin Yuan whispered, his voice breaking. That's not possible. Lin Yuan's eyes were wide. He's not just alive, he's asterisk, free asterisk. Lin Yuan's mind reeled. Wang had been the one who betrayed the sect, the one who had led the demons. But now. He stood beside her, his presence a cruel mockery of everything Lin Yuan had fought for. Lingear, Lin Yuan said, his voice shaking. Why is he here? The vision flickered, and for a moment Lin Yuan thought he saw. But before he could hear her, the vision shattered, leaving only the abyss and the pearl, pulsing with a light that felt more like a warning than a beacon. Asterisk. What if saving her means facing him again? The pearls. What if saving her means facing to draw them in? Lin Yan's hands clenched into fists as he stared at the pearl asterisk. This isn't just a seal. It's an asterisk key asterisk. But now, as the pearl pulsed with an energy that felt on song song song, the moment the light faded, the air was filled with the sounds like the groan of 1,000 doors opening at once. Lin Yan's breath caught as the ground beneath them cracked, revealing a massive, spiraling reed. He stepped forward, his form flickering like a shadow caught between two worlds. His eyes, once filled with the madness of betrayal, now gleamed with something else asterisk. Xiannan. Kang Hao said, his dad. Lin Yuan's grip tightened on his sword. What are you doing here? Kang Xiang smiled, a cruel, knowing expression. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to asterisk one, asterisk Q. Bridge to what? Kang's gaze shifted to the pearl, his voice dropping to a near whisper. To the asterisk, other side asterisk. T. Chastrist. Tashui chasters. Casted. It was hit like a hammer, and for a moment Lin Yuan felt the world tilt beneath him. Asterisk. What if she's not the one who needs saving? And in the distance, Lingear stood, her eyes wide, her hands reaching toward them. But she wasn't alone. The demon ceiling pulsed like a living thing, its walls etched with ancient runes. 在 Kli Kanben Kan passed, the air vibrated with an almost imperceptible hum, a sound that seemed to resonate in the marrow of his bones. Ryoya's grip on her sword tightened, her knuckles whitening, while Lai Rong's eyes darted between the pearl and the charm. The seal beneath them trembled cracks, spider webbing across its surface, and for a moment the abyss seemed to exhale a slow, delighted webbing, a casted abyssine. But as the pearl's glow intensified, casting jagged shadows across the cavern, a single thought gnawed at the edges of his mind. Asterisk, What if this isn't a prison, but a cage for something else? Asterisk, are you sure about this? Her eyes flicked to Lin Yuan, then to Lai Rong, who was already crouching to trace the seal's cracks with her fingertips. You said the pearl was the key. But what if it's an asterisk lock, asterisk intact? The pearl doesn't asterisk its purpose, T said, her tone measured. It reflects the intent of the one who holds it. You think you're freeing Inger, but what if you're asterisk intending? Her words hung in the air, heavy with implication, but Lin Yuan waved them off, his jaw set. That's not an option. I won't let fear stop me. You're the one who's been chasing ghosts since the day your sister disappeared. What if the real monster isn't in the abysses, the one you've been carrying all this time? What if the real monster isn't in the abysses, the one you've been carrying all this time? Asterisk, Wea's words echoed in Ning. He had spent years believing that the soul-locking pearl was a prison, a relic of the sect's cruelty, a thing that could be broken with enough willpower. But now, as the seal gave way, he felt something else sink with his own. The pearl wasn't just a key, it was the asterisk mirror. Asterisk. His sister's face flashed in his mind, not bound in chains, but asterisk smiling, asterisk fastened. Was Tistis fastened near the hidden sage's words echoed? Asterisk, the truth is a web. You must find the thread that pulls it all together. Asterisk, what if the thread isn't cheap? You must find the thread that pulls it all together. Asterisk, what if the thread isn't linear? Not in the way one might expect a gaping maw of darkness, but as if the world itself had been peeled back, revealing something vast and unknowable. The soul-locking pearl, faulty the unknowable. The soul-locking pearl. The figure was tall, draped in robes that shimmered like liquid starlight, its face obscured by a mask of cracked porcelain. When it spoke, its voice was a chorus of overlapping tones. 恩请见 Ali， 佛感到非常放松。Roya's sword was already drawn, its edge glinting in the pearl's light. Who the hell are you? She demanded, her stance a glinting. The figure tilted its head, the masks creaking. I am the keeper. Lai Rong's eyes widened. No, that can't be right. The pearl was created to imprison the asterisk, shattered God asterisk. Not to asterisk. What asterisk? The keeper imparted the words. Not to asterisk. You have released it. The ground beneath Sting quaked, and from the abyss tendrils of shadow began to coil upward, writhing like serpents. Lin Yan's heart pounded. Ask Campbell. Asterisk. Wait, he began, but the keeper raised a hand, and the pearl's light flared, engulfing the cavern, flayed, engulfed in. Loya's sword slashed through the tendrils, but they reformed instantly, as if the darkness itself was asterisk alive. Astericaste, if we don't stop this now, the corruption will spread, she said, her voice tight with urgency. The pearl's energy is a catalyst. The pearl's asterisk. He had been so focused on saving Linger that he hadn't considered the possibility. What if the keeper was right? What if the corruption was giving? We don't have time to debate this. We need a plan. Asterisk. Now asterisk. Lin Yu looked at her, then at Li Ruiz. The door was a thing of paradox obsidian, black, yet simmering with a faint iridescent sheen that made it look like it had been dipped in starlight. Lin Yuan and Lin Yoya stepped through. 一搭来 Lin Yuan 也的 The air was thick, almost suffocating, with the scent of moss and something else, something sweet and cloying, like the aftermath of a ritual gone wrong. The trees were the hum of forgotten magic vibrated through the air, a low resonant sound that made the ground beneath their feet feel alive. Liuya cracked her knuckles, her sword hung beneath their faint electrical. She tilted her head, her tone a mix of sarcasm and curiosity. Or are they just really into ambient soundscapes? Lin Yuan didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the trees, his expression uneasy. He felt it, the weight of the sword, the way it seemed to resonate with the magic in the air. It was as if the forest itself was watching him, waiting. A deep resonant groan echoed through the trees, and the ground trembled. The branches. It was a towering figure, its body a fusion of bark and sinew, its skin cracked and weathered like the trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree. Its eyes glowed like smoldering coals, and its voice was a storm. It tread on sacred ground. Astrid, Mom, this place is not for you. Turn back or be consumed. Flyer rolled her eyes, her sword flaring with a sharp golden light. Says the tree whose basely a walking lawn known. Let's dance. He took a step forward, her stance ungone numb. Let's dance. I fought A场放松, I fought asterisk ghosts. I fought asterisk ghosts. I fought asterisk than you. I fought ants too. And I think it's because of asterisk you asterisk. The guardian's eyes narrowed, its gaze flicking to the broken sword. For a moment the air between them was still. Then the guardian's voice softened, all still. Then the guardian's voice softened 安广明媚, the word Katri, the sword that was never meant to be forged, the blade that carries the pain of the damned. Liuya blinked, her bravado faltering. He had felt the pain within it, the torment of a spirit trapped in metal, and now the guardian, this ancient sentient tree was acknowledging it. He could feel the weight of the sword and sentient tree was exiligated. He could feel the weightless hatred in his hand. Asterisk, this is the moment I've been waiting for. The sword's secret, the forest's magic, the guardian's knowledge. Its forest's magic, Wei, seize the moment, thy guardian's knowledge. Asterisk, the guardian took a step forward, its money Niai. That do you understand the burden it bears, the pain it has endured, the lives it has taken? Lin Yuan's grip tightened than the broken sword. I understand enough to know that it's not just a weapon, it's a key. The guardian's eyes glowed brighter, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The air was thick with tension, the hum of magic growing louder. The battle was thick with tension, the hum of magic growing louder. The forest was watching them still, its whispers growing louder, more insistent than somewhere in the distance, a sound like the creak of ancient wood troll. Through the trees, he was already walking forward, the broken sword's light flickering in time with the forest's hum. The path ahead was unclear, but one thing was certain. The clearing was a paradox of stillness and menace, as if the forest itself held its breath, and menace. The Fomentay sect had arrived, and their presence was both a spectacle and a threat. The ground beneath their feet seemed to ripple as though the very earth was uneased. His voice was a velvet blade, smooth and dripping with soul sincerity. We're here to asterisk help asterisk, he said, each word laced with a silp asterisk. He said, each word laced with a silp asterisk that made Lawyer's eye twitch. His grin was sharp, his teeth glinting like polished obsidian. Liuya cracked her knuckles, her sword humming with a low, resonant ante. Mayo cracked her knuckles, her sword humming with a low, resonant emis. You know, I've heard of cults that promise salvation and end up sacrificing their followers to some cosmic horror, but I didn't think you'd be one of them. Oh, asterisk, lawyer, asterisk, he said, his voice a mix of mock disappointment and calculated arrogance. You think you are so clever, don't you, that you can see through the veil of our intentions? But you are just a child of Fori at Austin. You think you're fighting for justice, but you're just a pawn in a much larger game. He gestured to the other sect members, their eyes glinting with the predator demons. Their eyes twinkle. You'll be the first to fall. Its blade flickered with a faint, eerie light, as though it were aware of the tension in the airy light. They're testing us, seeing how we react. Loya rolled her eyes, but her grip on her sword tightened. Yeah, well, I've got a feeling they're about to get huge asterisk, surprise. The formation sets cultivators began to chant, their voices weaving together in a hypnotic rhythm, the ground beneath the cleaving together in a hypnotic rhythm, the ground beneath the clinging closer, their brands swaying in a way that filled the power. Master Zen's voice rose above the chant, his words sharp and commanding. Let the formations begin. The air around them backspin, the air around them then commode with light. Yuan's mind was a storm of thoughts, memories flashing like lightning. He remembered the first time he'd faced the formations, the way their magic had felt like a noose tightening act, the way their magic had last sure of tough, and he'd owned the broken sword was no longer just a weapon. It was a part of him, the reminder told Hammond. As the rooms flared brighter, the ground trembled violently, and the air became thick with the scent of ozone. The formation set's magic was a force to be reckoned with, but Ling Yuan knew that the broken sword would not falter. Goya's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and defiant. Let's see if your formations are asterisks. That asterisk good. The clash of power was inevitable, and the clearing would not remain The misty glade was a realm of contradiction, ethereal yet oppressive, serene yet brimming with unseen danger. Wairang knelt beside a patch of asterisk star blossom, asterisk herbs. Their petals glowed. Her fingers hovered over the plants, trembling slightly as she muttered a prayer to the spirits of the land. The herbs were rare, their power covered by cultivators of the land. The herbs were rare, their power to the skull. The mist curled around her ankles like living things, and the shadows between the trees seemed to shift when she wasn't looking. A rustle behind her made her seem to shift when she wasn't looking. A rustle behind her made her haze. His face was a mask of gruff pragmatism, his eyes sharp with the kind of calculation that made Leirong's stomach twist in his calloused hands. They're gone the moment you touch them, unless… He leaned in, his smirk widening. You want to trade? Leirong blinked, her mind scrambling. You're a blacksmith, not a herbalist, she said, her tone laced with rambling. Cost dead. Lesson interrupted. His grin unshakable. Look, I've got no love for fancy herbs or your fancy mission, but I've got connections. And if you're lucky, those connections might point you to something better asterisk than Star Blossom. What if your guy is a scam artist? Taisang chuckled, the sound low and mocking. Then you're out of luck. But if you're smart, you'll take the risk, because I'm not the one who's go. The glade seemed to hold its breath, the mist thickening around them. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing in. But now, standing in the glade with Tai Xing's smug grin and the star blossom's faint glow, she felt the weight of her choices. Was this really the path forward? Could she really the path forward? Could this really the path forward? Was this really the path forward? And failure meant letting down everyone who had believed in her. Her hands trembled as she reached for the herbs, her resolve hardening. If this was the price of progress, then so be it. Asterisk cast pack. The herbs shivered under her touch, their glow intensifying for a moment before dimming again. See, he said, his voice dripping with full sympathy. They're not going to hand themselves over. You need a guy who knows how to asterisk dig always. You're not telling me everything, she said, her voice low. What's the catch? Tyson's grin faded, replaced by a flicker of something darker. There's always a catch, he muttered. But if you're smart, you'll take the deal. Just don't expect me to be your personal hero. Before Lyron could respond, a low growl echoed through the glade. The mist thickened, coiling around them like a living thing. Tassan's hand shot to his dagger, his posture shifting from smug to alert. Looks like we've got company, he said, his voice tight. Liron's heart pounded. What the hell is that? Tai Shan didn't answer. You're not the only one who wants those herbs, he said, his voice low, and I'm not the only one who knows how to get them. Asterisk, asterisk, conflict too. Tissan's dagger flashed. Slicing 隋唐放松 Tissan's dagger flashed. Tyson's dagger 放松 Tyson barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. Now, Lyron hesitated, her eyes flicking between the herbs and the shadow. The glade seemed to hold irritated, the mist thickening between the herbs and the shadow. The glade seemed to hold its breath, the mist thickening between the herbs. The shadow recoiled, its form flickering, as if caught in a storm. Lyron's breath caught. The herbs weren't just reacting. Yeah, if she tried to take the herbs now, the barrier might shatter and with it, her chance to complete her mission. Tyson's voice cut through her thoughts. You're not going to win this by standing a race. The glade's secrets were far from over, and the price of progress was about to get even higher. The ravine was a jagged scar in the earth, its walls thick with condensation and the faint scent of blood. The air was thick with the weight of something ancient, something that had walked. Above them, the sky was a bruised purple, the sun swallowed by the towering cliffs. The only sound was the distant drip of water. The only sound was the distant drip of water. Yoga. Cloudblade's presence was a storm, his every step sending ripples through the air. His armor was a grotesque tapestry of jagged scars, each one a testament to the battles he had jagged scars, each one a testament to the battles he had fought. You think you can outrun me? Asterisk, pathetic, asterisk. Bloodblade's voice was a blade slicing through the sighting. Lilia's hand tightened around the hilt of her sword, its blade humming with a low, electric energy. Yeah, well, I'm not your pawn, asterisk demon asterisk, she shot back, her voice sharply. You're just a glorified meathead with a bad fashion sense and a worse attitude. She cracked her knuckles, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Let's see how long that arrogance lasts when you're not the one holding the knife. 我感到非常放松. You're not getting hurt, he said, his voice steady but lace, teeth tan, 头大天挺. It's just a broken relic, a toy for a fool. He raised his blade, its edge dripping with a viscous black liquid that smelled of decay. Let's see how long that asterisk toy asterisk lasts may take. The air between them crackled with tension, the weight of the impending clash pressing down on them like a storm. Lin Yuan's mind raced his thoughts a blur of calculations, and in Yuan's mind raced his thoughts a blur of calculations. Wyatt's got her back to me, but she's not the one Bloodblade's targeting. He wants me. Why, asterisk, his heart pounded, but his resolve hardened. Asterisk, no matter. Lin Yuan barely managed to raise the broken sword in time, the clash of steel sending its shockwave through the ravine. The impact sent him staggering backward, his boots skidding against the rocky ground. Bloodblade pressed the attack with a shockwave drive. She danced around Bloodblade, her movements fluid and unpredictable, her moves stunned and she dashed, her knees sparkling. But she refused to fall. Her eyes burned with defiance, but she choked. Asterisk. This isn't just a weapon. It's a part of me now, and I won't let it break. Asterisk. With a roar, Lin Yuan charged forward, his sword blazing with a light that could have fury. But before he could react, the two of them collided in a clash of power that sent shockwaves rippling through the ravine. The ground cracked before. For a moment, it seemed as though the very for a moment. Then with a deafening blades shattered, the pieces scattering, like axe blades shattered, the pieces scattering. Tattle, the whole blade new Prestus, cast the echoes big pound, 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 the cave of echoes. The cave was a tomb of forgotten whispers. Its walls lined with a tome of carved that pulsed faintly, as if breathing with the weight of history. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his boots pressing into the moss that clung to the cavern floor, glowing faintly in the dim light. The broken sword resting Lin Yuan. It was a relic of something far greater, something that had once been whole and now lay fractured, waiting for a purpose, a low hum resonating for the tincture, something that had once been whole. Somewhere in the depths of the cavern, a whisper curled through the air, too soft to be heard, yet too present to be ignored, the weight of the sword in his sea. Pound, pound, pound the swords whisper. The hum of the broken sword grew louder, a low resonant vibration that seemed to echo from the very bones of the cave. The hum of the braced tip, more tongue and laced. Tian, I was once whole, forced in the fires of a forgotten war. Now I am but a shattered relic, waiting for a hand that can wield me again. Lin Yu tightened his grip, his knuckles pressed hand that can wield me again. But I don't want to carry your pain. I want to end it. The sword's voice shifted, its sorrow giving way to something colder, more calculating. Ending, you do not undo. Its sorrow giving way to something colder, more calculating. Pound, 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 the weight of the blade, the voice of the sword spirit grew sharper, laced with something that felt almost like desperation. You think you can wield me without harm most good that that's had me before. The air around the cave seemed to thicken, the glow of the moss dimming, as if the very stone was recoiling from the sword's presence. Every time I have been used, it has come at a cost. The blood of the wielder, the destruction of the world around them. Do you truly? Lin Yuan's jaw tightened, his fingers curling around the hilt, as if it were a lifeline. I don't care about the cost, he said, his voice low but resolute. His words hung in the air, but the sword's hum did not cease, as if it were weighing his resolve against the shadows of history. Pound, 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 the weight of the blade. Lin Yang's mind was a storm of counsels, as the sword stole weight he killed weight of sense. Was he truly ready to take on this burden? He had always believed that the broken sword was a tool, a 风松死的空气出力. He thought back to the battles he had fought, the lives he had taken, the choices that had shaped him into the person he was now. He had always believed he was making the right step. Was he any different from those who had wielded the sword before him? A cold sweat broke out on his brow as he stared at the blade, its glow casting lookout. Pound, pound, pound the hidden chamber. A sudden tremor rippled through the cave, sending dust cascading from the seabed. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword, tiding dust cascading through the ceiling. Sending dust cascading grew colder. The three men, cloaked in a tattered robe that shimmered like fractured glass, the stranger's face was obscured by a mask of polished obsidian, its surface reflecting the dim light in mask of polished obsidian, its surface fresh spade foam. The figures said, their voice a whisper. But do you know what it truly is? Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. I know enough to wield it. The stranger tilted their head, a slow, deliberate motion. Wield it. or be consumed by it. In their outstretched hand they held a small pulsing Vapata sphere of swirling light that seemed to hum with an energy that clashed with the broken sword's own. 灵言轻蛮放松去 are you? The strangers no pound the unseen sweat. The figure's words lingered in the air, the weight pressing on. 经典 The cave seemed to hold its breath, the shadows stretching unnaturally, the glow of the moss flickering like a hearty. Lin Yuan's grip on the sword tightened. His pulse quickened on the sword. Tigers, 宁怡空气区酸干 The way they spoke, the way they moved, was like a thread in a tapestry he had yet to see fully. The stranger's mask shifted, the obsidian surface reflecting the black skull. 西北 the Beisats. 宁言jaw clenched. What do you mean? The figure's smile deepened. A ghost of a thing. There are others who seek the sword's power, and they are not as kind as you. The cave was a cathedral of shadows, its walls etched with glowing runes that pulsed like the heartbeat of a slumbering giant. The air was thick with the scent of ozone. Its surface was a mosaic of jagged obsidian and veins of crystalline quartz, each shard reflecting the flickering light of the runes. The talisman's edges were jagged as if it had been carved by a star. Shadows pulled around it, shifting like Likong sold a shadow by tea. Looks like a lightning-shaped paperweight, Roya muttered, her voice tinged with unease. She stepped closer, her boots crunching over the cave's uneven floor. Master Zhen, the Formation Sixth leader, leaned against the cave's entrance, his goatee twitching as he watched her. Ah, but you misunderstood the jingle. It is a asterisk T. Asterisk to power unparalleled, unchallenged tool for those brave enough to wield it. His eyes gleamed as he gestured toward the talisman. Of course, there are asterisk contested. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. He could feel the talisman's energy pressing against his skin, a silent demand. And what exactly are these conditions? He asked his spin. Asan's smile widened. Ah, that is the astute. Yeah, because nothing says mystery like a guy who's clearly hiding something. She crossed her arms. You're not just giving us this thing, are you? You're asterisk testing. Testing is a necessary evil. Asterisk steer, asterisk gloria. After all, power is not given it. It's asterisk earned, asterisk. After all, power is not given it. Ning Yan's mind raced as he stared at the talisman, its electric blue core swirling like a storm. He had heard stories of artifacts swirling, archstocks that could dent the Lasats. There was something off about this whole exchange, something that gnawed at the edges of his thoughts. He had trusted the talisman's power, but now, standing here, he wondered if they had made a mistake. Asterisk. What if this isn't just a prize? Asterisk. He remembered the broken sword's warning. Asterisk. The path to redemption is paved with blood. Asterisk. Was this another step along that path? He glanced at Loya to re-step along that path. He glanced at Loya, who was still eyeing the talisman with a mix of. And yet even she seemed uneasy now. Asterisk, we don't have a choice. Asterisk, he told himself. Asterisk, Nightshade is coming. We need this power, Tasdave. The negotiation was a dance of veiled threats and calculated smiles. Master Zan's goatee twitched as he paced around the talisman. Zan's goatee twitched as he paced around the talisman. His voice asked that asterisk vanished asterisk. He paused, his eyes gleaming with something that wasn't quite amusement. They were powerful, yes, but they were also asterisk foolish, asterisk. They tried to harness the storm itself. and the storm asterisk devoured asterisk down. So you're saying this talisman is cursed? Zen's smile widened. Cursed. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. But I can help you. I can asterisk. Guide asterisk you. You're not just giving us this thing, are you? You're asterisk testing, as discussed. Like, literally testing us. Zen's smile didn't waver. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He could feel the talisman's energy growing stronger, as if it were asterisk. Waiting, Lioya's hands trembled as she wires T. Oh, that's asterisk lit asterisk, she said, grinning despite the pain. I mean, asterisk literary, asterisk lit, asterisk, she said, grinning despite the pain. I mean, asterisk. Kommt with 10, he said, his voice low. 关着. Rauya wrote her, torsos distus. Ning Yan's jaw tightened. That's not a asterisk, but smooth. Asterisk. Lioya, that's a asterisk. Warning. Asterisk. Lioya, that's a asterisk. Warning. Asterisk. Lioya. Besides, we've got the asterisk, ultimate asterisk weapon. Now, who's gonna mess with us? Lin Yan's gaze legal as a task. The dream-like realm of shifting mirrors stretched endlessly, each surface a fractured reflection of the world. Beyond, the air shimmered with an unnatural reflection of the world beyond. The air shimmered with an unnatural stillness, as if the very fabric stood at the center of a vast searching. The mirrors did not merely reflect, they distorted asterisk, bending light into grotesque parodies of their faces, their bodies, their very souls. A low, resting, had-say-dian tempo jazz carried through the space, the sound of 1,000 dead. The walls of the hall, if they could be called, that were not walls at all, but rippling surfaces of liquid silver, shifting between the dull but rippling surfaces of liquid silver. It was a place where reality was a fragile illusion, and the mind was the only weapon. They had Tadai Yushi, Zhou, her eyes, twin pools of obsidian, fixed on Lin Yuan with a predatory gleam. You think you can defeat Nightshade? Asterisk aside you. Her words dripped with condemnation. Wire's jaw tightened, her grip on her sword tightening as well. Yeah, well, I'm not your pawn. Asterisk demon. Asterisk, she shot back, her voice a blade of its own. You're just a saddle playing games with people who don't have time for your nonsense. Meiji's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Then watch me asterisk. Break asterisk. I didn't reach her eyes. Lin Yan's mind drifted back to the day he first met Lioya, when she had been nothing more than a reckless firebrand kid. With a sword she couldn't comb. He had thought her foolish then, but now he saw the truth. Her stubbornness was not a flaw, but a strength. He clenched his fists, the weight of the broken sword at his side, a reminder of the battles they had already fought. He could feel the echo the 一天, the word still main. Asterisk. He turned to Lawyer, his voice steady. We don't have to be broken. We asterisk choose asterisk to fight. Her eyes met his, and for a moment the mirrors seemed to hold their breath. Meiji met his, and for a moment the mirrors seemed to hold their breath. You think asterisk words, asterisk can protect you? Asterisk fool. Asterisk with a flick of her wrist. The mirrors around them shattered, their shards scattering, like Phallus with a flick of her wrist. The mirrors come back. 林岩迷常放松. 林岩 and Gioia. Was thirsty. In another, Lin Yu Khan stood before the ruins of his old home, the memories of his Mintai death. The ruins of the heavenly sword set loomed like a forgotten monument to a bygone era. Their towering pillars, cloaked in moss skull, loomed like a Huanzi, monk. At the center of the ruins, a figure emerged from the misted cereal, shifting, as though the air had coalesced into form. His robe, a tangle of inkless silk, ensilvered. The only thing visible was the faint glimmer of eyes, ancient and knowing, peering from the darkness. The air grew heavier, thick with the weight of her eyes. As if unknowing, peering from the darkness, the air grew heavy. The hidden sage was here, and the silence before his voice was louder than any thunder. Lin Yan, the sage's voice was a low murmur, like wind through hollow reeds. You seek Anne, the sage's voice was a low murmur, like wind through hollow reeds. Then tell me what I need to know. I don't have time for riddles. The sage tilted his head, a flicker of amusement in his tone. Time is the one thing you will never have enough of. Mortal, the soul is a prison, and the soul that keys can only open doors if the hand that holds them is willing to break. His gaze sharpened, and the mist around them seemed to swirl faster, as if the very air were holding its breath. Lin Yan's voice was steady, but his fists clenched at his sides. If the sword is a key, then what is it a key to? And why does it matter now? The sage's laughter was soft, almost sad, because the prison you carry is not just in the sword, it's in you. And it's time you faced it. A flicker of movement. Yu's silhouette appeared at the edge of the ruins, her sword sheathed but her posture tense. Lin Yuan, she called, her voice tense. Lin Yan, she called, her voice cutting to. Lin Yan, she called. He had spent years chasing answers, but now standing before the hidden sage, he felt the weight of something far greater than he felt the weight hand before the hidden sage. He felt the weight of something far greater, but not the weight unfolded. The sage's eyes gleamed. Then let's see if you're brave enough to walk through the door. The mist swirled again, and the ruins seemed to shift, as if the very stones were alive. The hidden Yuan Yan. The air was thick with tension as Lin Yuan turned to Liuya, his voice low. What if he's right? What if the sword isn't the only thing holding me back? Liuya crossed her arms, her expression answered the only one. Leah crossed her arms, her expression. From someone else, her voice softened, but the edge remained. But I'm not your burden, Lin Yuan. I'm not the answer you're looking for. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. Waya's eyes narrowed. You're not the only one with secrets, you know. I've seen what the broken sword does to you. It's not just pain, it's guilt. And if you're not careful, it'll eat you alive. The ruins seemed to pulse with energy, the air vibrating with an unseen force. The hidden sage's words echoed in Lin Yuan. The hidden sage's words echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. But they were no longer just retained ones. A sudden tremor shook the ground, and the ruins groaned as if awakening from a long slumber. Laya's hand flew to her sword, her eyes scanning the shadows. Something's coming, she muttered. The hidden sage's final words lingered in his mind, but now they carried a new weight. The prison wasn't just in the sword, it was in him, and it was time to face it. The air was colder now, and the silence was suffocating. Yoya's voice was a whisper. Lin Yuan, we need to decide. Let's see what's waiting for us. As they stepped into the darkness, the broken sword flared, casting a 非常放送. Let's see what's waiting for us. The broken sword flared, casting gold that Yin Yuan felt something he was for the first time. The demon-seething abyss loomed before them, a chasm of jagged stone and swirling mist that seemed to breathe. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, and something older artist rot. Destined, 心底的 artist's staff were holding breath. Lin Yong's grip tightened on the broken sword, its blade flickering with a light that felt almost alive. Lin Yue's stance was tense, her sword almost alive. The ground trembled as a low guttural growl echoed from the abyss, though no one was visible. The air vibrated with the weight of something watching something that had drooped. 凹感到非常放松。凹感到非常放松。Lin Yan exhaled sharply, his eyes flickering toward the abyss. We don't have a choice. The pearl's power is fading. And if we don't act now, the seal will break. But I'm not letting some demonic enforcer with a bad fashion sense ruin my day. Li Rang's voice cut through the tension, low and urgent. The pearl seals died. It's asterisk. We cast then we'll have to make do with what we've got. The abyss rumbled again, as if it had heard him. Lin Yuan's mind raced as he stared into the abyss. The weight of the pearls phased as he stared into the abyss. Asterisk. It's a test, a trap. But why asterisk? The broken sword's flickering blade seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat, as if it too sensed the unease. The abyss wasn't just a place, it was a asterisk presence, asterisk, a force that had been waiting for this confrontation. And the pearl's power, the talisman's energy, the very air around them, it all felt asterisk. Bloodblade emerged from the mist, his blooded armor glinting like a wound in the earth. Behind him, Meiji's laughter echoed smooth and cruel. Behind him, Meiji's blade said, his voice a low growl. The ground split open with a deafening crack as the abyss roared to life, its fissures spewing tendrils of creatures spewing tendrils of creatures spewing tendrils of fissures. Maisie's laughter grew louder, her form shifting like a mirage as she stepped forward, her fingers trailing eagles that flickered, between her fingers trailing eagles tapas. Maisie purred, her voice dripping with bacchus. Loya's sword flared with lightning, her eyes blazing. Oh, I get it. You're the ones who asterisk created asterisk the abyss. You're the ones who asterisk sealed asterisk the demon. And now you're here to take it back. You're asterisk, clever asterisk, little girl, but clever isn't enough. Lin Yan stepped forward, the broken sword's light intensifying. Then let's see how clever asterisk you asterisk are. See how clever asterisk. Li Rang's hands trembled as she held the pearl, its light flickering erratically. Lin Yuan, she shouted, her voice strained. But as the battle raged on, the abyss's mist began to shift, forming a shape asterisk, a figure asterisk that stared back at them with eyes like burning coal. The chamber was a cathedral of shadows, its vaulted ceiling lost in darkness. The soul-locking pearl hovered a fate as the soul-locking pearl hastened at this. The soul-locking pearl hovered of shelllight, and Saga the eighth. Li Rang stood at the threshold, her hands trembling as she reached for the pearl. The ground beneath her feet felt unnaturally cold, like the touch of a dead thing. A faint hum emanated. Somewhere in the distance, a low guttural sound echoed a sound that was not entirely of this world. The chamber felt alive, watching, waiting, lying. The pearl's glow pulsed once more, and the shadows around her seemed to deepen, as if the darkness it seemed to deepen. As if the dark's Li Rang's voice was barely more than a whistle had taken notice. Do you feel ill? If you take it, you'll never be the same again. Her fingers hovered over the surface, trembling. The legends say it locks away the worst parts of you, but what if it's not just locking them away? What if it's Esther's? What weight of questions? Lin Yuan's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on the pole. You think I don't know the cost, he said, his voice low. Every step we've taken, every sacrifice we've made, it's all leading to this. You think I'm afraid of what it might do to me. I'm not. I'm afraid of what it might take from me. His hand clenched into a fist. But if this is the only way to stop Nightshade, I'll do it, no matter what. His words hung in the air, heavy with resolve, but there was an edge to them. Li Rong's mind raced her thoughts, a tangled web of fear and doubt. She had always believed the soul-locking pearl was a tool, a means to an end. The pearl's light was not just a beacon. It was a mirror reflecting something she wasn't ready to see, and the longer she stared into it, the more she wondered if the price is immoral. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows around them twisted and writhed as though something ancient and misleading. There's something tainted and malevolent had stirred something. From the depths of the rift, a presence emerged, a figure cloaked in darkness, its form shifting and indistinct. It's a trap. Loya, who had been standing at his side, took a step back, her soul humming with nervous energy. You think that thing is a new enemy? She asked, her tone laced with dew enemy. That's a asterisk. Tyke. The figure's voice was a chorus of overlapping tones, each one a different voice, a different memory, a different part of them. Li Rong's knees buckled as the weight of the revelation hit her. The soul-locking pearl wasn't just a tool, it was a key, and the lock it opened wasn't just a tool, it was a key. And the lock it opened was not on Nightshade, but on Asterix. And now, as the figure's presence loomed over them, she realized with a sickening clarity that the battle they had been fighting was not against an externality. The clearing was a graveyard of shadows, the air sick with the scent of dampers. 大黑的 A 风徐徐. Their silhouette was draped in dark robes that shimmered with an unnatural sheen. Like liquid night caught in a storm, the fabric seemed to ripple as though it were a knife caught in a storm. Well, she drawled, her voice laced with sarcasm. If it isn't the ghost of a bad idea, what's your deal, shadowy friend? You here to drop some cryptic wisdom, or just to watch us fail spans fast? The figure tilted their head, a smirk playing on their lips. Ling Yuan, they said, their voice smooth as silk, yet laced with menace. You've come far, but you're still playing in silk, yet laced with menace. Call me Vex, the figure replied, stepping closer until the dim light caught the edge of their mask, a jagged obsidian thing that seemed to absorb the light. And if you're not careful, you'll be the one left in the dust. Roya scoffed, her usual bravado masking the unease in her voice. You're not exact the most trust must pass. She took a step forward, her eyes blazing. So what's the real deal? Vex you here to help or just to mess without? Lin Yuan's heart pounded the words, hitting him like a physical blow. His mind raced, the weight of the unknown pressing heavily on him. Was this another trap, or was Vex offering a rare conceit? Lin Yan's grip tightened. His thoughts, a maelstrom of doubt and determination. He had come too far to be stopped now, but the path ahead had just deepened no more. Bad. Not after everything we've been through. The broken sword has always felt like a part of me. Like it was waiting for this moment. It's a key, and if I can unlock its secrets, I might just have a chance to save her. But I have to be careful. Trust is a luxury, and I've already careful. Before either of them could respond, the ground beneath them split with a deafening crack, revealing a network of glowing veins that pulsed, like the upwork of glowing vessel bit tree. Myson. She took a step back, her hand tightening around her sword's hilt. This isn't just a warning, is it? You're showing us something, aren't you? Vex's smirk faded. "With secrets, Len, you're showing us something, aren't you? And if you keep digging, you'll find yourself buried in them." Lin Yan's mind raced. The ground beneath them was no longer stable. The veins of light spreading outward like cracks. In the mirror, he could feel the ended. It was as if the sword was reacting to something buried deep beneath the surface, something that had been waiting for this moment. "Lioya," he said, his voice low. "We need to move now." The air was filled with a sound like distant thunder, and the clearing was bathed in a blinding light. Lin Yuan's face bathed the blinding white. Kong Yan, Lin Yuan, and Laoya stood frozen, their breaths shallow, their bodies trembling from the force of the energy. The ground was now a lattice of golden, their breaths shallow, their bodies trembling. Waya let out a shaky breath. "Okay, that's not normal. What the hell is that?" Lin Yan stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the monolith. The runes were familiar, similar. His fingers itched to catch it, to feel the energy that radiated from it. Dex's voice cut through the silence. "You've awakened something, Lin Yan, and it's not going to be happy." The ground trembled again, and from the cracks in the earth, a low guttural sounded earth. "Atus, you think this is a game, don't you? You keep charging ahead like you're some kind of hero, but you're not even sure what you're fighting for. What if this monolith is just another trap?" "I don't have time for this, Lioya. You think I don't know the risks? Every step I take, and if this is a trap, then I'll face it head on. I won't stop until I find her." Lioya's expand so fast. "You're not the only one fighting, Lin Yuan. I'm here, and I'm not going to let you walk into another one of Nightshade games alone." Lin Yuan looked at her. His eyes filled with a mixture of resolve and sorrow. "Then I guess we'll just have to be careful, because I don't have a choice." The wind howled through the ruins like a restless spirit, its voice a low keening wail that seemed to echo from the bones of the earth too. Lin Yuan and Liu. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something older, something ancient, like the musk of forgotten anything. The archway's edges were jagged, as though the structure had been torn apart by time or some forgotten cataclysm. Waya's hand hovered near the hilt of her sword, her knuckles white against the worn leather of her gloves. "This place feels wrong," she muttered, her voice low and edged with unease. "These markings, they resemble the sigils of the Starfall sect." His voice was steady, but there was a flicker of something else in his exposition. His voice was steady, but there was a flicker of something else in his expressions. Waya let out a dry laugh, her tone sharp. She stepped closer, her boots crunching over shards of broken stone. "Because if they did, I'm guessing they're not eager shards to see us." Lin Yan's jaw tightened. "I'm telling you that someone left a man for us." Before Lioya could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as the runes flared to life, sending ripples of embers. From the saddles, figures emerged, cloaked in starry robes, their faces obscured by masks. Six startled. "Oh hell, we're not alone." Lin Yan took a step forward, his grip tightening on the broken sword. "Who are you?" The figure tilted their head, their masks catching the faint light. "We are the Starfall sect, and we are here to remind you that the past is not so easily forgotten." Julia let out a snort, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Great, another group of people who think they're the center of the universe." She crossed her arms, her stance defiant. "Look, I get it, Tantian secrets, Misty." The Starfall sector leader's voice remained calm, but there was a weight to it that made the air feel heavier. "You mistake our presence for intimidation. Lioya, but we are here because the past has a way of catching up to those who ignore it. Lin Yan's expression darkened. If you're here, it means something is coming. The leader's mask shifted slightly, as if they were smiling. Indeed, the echoes of the past are louder now, and they demand to be heard. Shui flared brighter, casting Ka light. The air was thick with the weight of history, and Yuan felt it pressing down on him like a physical force. Asterisk, asterisk, inner monologue, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He had spent years chasing shadows, fighting to uncover the truth about the betrayal that had chasing shadow. He had always thought of himself as a lone wolf, a warrior carving his own path through the chaos. But the Starforset's presence was a reminder that he was never truly as it said Meiya's. He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. No more running, no more hiding. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Asterisk. The ground beneath them trembled again, and the air grew heavier. The stars above seemed to pulse in time with the runes. 我感到非常放松 whatever secrets this place held. They were about to be revealed. And if you wish to understand the truth, you must be willing to face it. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. Then tell me what I need to know. The leader's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it now, as if they were testing. We were once guardians of knowledge, protectors of the balance between the mortal and the immortal realms. But knowledge is a double-edged sword, and we paid the price for our hubris. The leader's mask shifted again, and for a moment Lin Yuan thought he saw a flicker of something, regret, perhaps, or the shadow of a long-forgotten sorrow. The air was thick with tension, and the runes on the archway pulsed again. Brighter this time. The echoes of the past were no longer just whispers. They were a scream. The echoes of the past were no longer just a step back, their passes fading into the swirling mist. But the air was still charged with an unspoken threat, as if the ground itself were holding its breath. The Yoya broke the silence, her voice sharp. They're warning us. The Starfall sect has a history with the soul-locking pearl, and if they're here, it means they know more than they're letting on. Locking pearl. And if they're here, it means they know more than they're letting on. Lin Yuan's expression was unreadable. They're not just relic hunters, they're the ones who built this place. And if they're warning us, it means they've seen what happens when the past is ignored. We just listen to their cryptic nonsense and hope for the best. I'd rather fight our way through this place and see what's hiding in the shadows. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. And now, after everything, I'm being told that the past is still alive, that it's watching me. I don't have the luxury of ignoring it. Lighting, Yin Yuan's gaze flickered toward the archway, where the runes still pulsed faintly. We keep moving. The Starfall sect left us with a message, but they didn't give us the full picture. If we want to and I have a feeling the ruins have more to offer than just cryptic warnings. Lioya let out a sigh, her shoulders slumping slightly. Fine, but if we're going to play this game, I expect some actual answers. No more riddles, no more half-truths. Then let's find out what the past is hiding. As they turned to leave the archway, the mist around them thickened, and the wind howled again, as if the ruins then did. The ruins of the Starfall sect loomed like a forgotten tomb, their crumbling archway exhaling dust, loomed like a forestall for a gasping Dastastan, Kogen Yan's boots. Then the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something older, something that whispered of blood and, do you feel that? Laya muttered, her voice low, like we're being watched. Lan Yuan didn't answer. His gaze where? The broken spot at his side felt heavier than ever, its glow dimmed by the weight of his thoughts. He had spent years chasing shadows, his sister's face etched into his thoughts. He had spent years chasing shadow. A sudden tremor shook the archway, and the runes flared to life, sending ripples of energy through the archway tongue, fab to the archway, sending bolts cold. Lin Yuan, one of them intoned, their voice echoing with another worldly resonance. You tread where you should not. Lioya's hand flew to her sword, her voice sharp as a blade. Oh hell, we're not alone. The figure tilted their head, the mask glinting in the dim light. We are the Starfall sect, and we are here to remind you that the past is not so hideous. Lin Yan's jaw clenched. This isn't a game, Yuya. If they're here, it means something is coming. The air thickened, the stars above seeming to flicker, as if the heavens, the stars, were holding their breath. You have been chasing shadows, Yuan, but the truth is not a thing to be founded, it is a thing to be asterisked. 本都心惊西心口引yuan. And now they were here offering a glimpse into the past or a trap. Then tell me what you know, Lin Yuan said, his voice steady despite the storm. Raging inside, his voice steady despite the storm, raging inside him. We want you to see the truth, Lin Yuan, the truth about your sister, about the sect, about the choices, about the sect, about the choices. Do not the sect, about the choices, Omat 1, but it is asterisk necessary asterisk. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He had spent years fighting to save Ling'er, to uncover the secrets that had been buried with her. But now standing behind, Pat had been buried with her. But now standing before the starfall, said he, the past was not just a thing to be. Remember it was a thing to be asterisk, confronted, asterisk. And if he failed, he would be the one left in the dust. Asterisk, asterisk, Aaron monologued. What if I'm just another fool chasing a dream that won't come true? Asterisk, Han Yu. He had always believed in vengeance, in the idea that justice would be served. But what if justice was a liar? Asterisk, asterisk, new conflict. The Starfall sexed gambit. Asterisk, 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 new asterisk. From the shadows more figures emerged, their starry robes swirling like a tempest. The leader's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, a warning like a tempest. The leader's eyes narrowed, her sword already drawn. You're not the one in control here, old man. We're the ones who've been chasing the truth, and we're not backing down. The leader tilted their head, the mask glinting in the light. He had spent years fighting to save Ling'er, to uncover the secrets that had been buried with her. But now, standing before the Starfall sect, he felt the weight of his judge, the Starfall sect. And if he failed, he would be the one left in the dust. The runes flared again, and the ground split open, revealing a swirly game, and the ground split open in the Wya's eyes widened. Oh hell, that's not just a random enemy, that's Bloodblade. Lin Yuan's jaw clenched. Bloodblade stepped forward, his presence radiating an aura of sheer destruction. You've been chasing shadows. Lin Yuan stridulating. Asterisk, asterisk, new conflict, the broken sword's secret. Asterisk, asterisk, secret, asterisk, 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 Lin Yuan's mind raced. The broken sword Hao Ziyitian wore a hive. He had always known the sword was different. Its presence was like a whisper in the back of his mind, a voice that spoke in riddles and the back of his. Hastings was spoke in riddles and half-truths. Ningyi just spoke up. That sword isn't just a weapon, it's a key, and if you want to unlock its full power, you need more than just vengeance. Lin Yan's eyes flickered. toward the broken sword, its glow intensifying. But the truth is, the sword has its own agenda, and if you don't figure out what it is, you're going to be the one left in the dust. Lin Yuan's grip tightened. It's not just about me. Then you need to ask yourself, what is it that you truly want? Lin Yuan looked down at the sword, its glow intensifying. The answer was no longer just in his heart, it was in the blade itself. The starfall sets. The broken sword is not just a tool, it is a mirror. It reflects the will of its wielder, but it also has its own desire. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered toward the masked figure, his voice low. What do you mean? The leader smiled. The sword is bound to an ancient spirit, one that has been waiting for a worthy wielder, one that has been waiting for a worthy wielder, one that has been waiting for a worthy wielder, one that has been waiting. It is no longer content to remain dormant. Grace. Lin Yuan's grip tightened on the broken sword. The answer was no longer just in his heart, it was in the blade itself. The air in the hidden chamber was thick with the scent of aged parchment, and something older, something that made Lin Yuan skin prick the air in Chui. Raya's hand hovered near her sword, her eyes scanning the room with the wariness of someone who'd seen too many traps. This place is a time capsule, she muttered, her voice scanning the room with the wariness someone was she. And I don't like what Xianxia did. Before Lin Yuan. The mask they wore, shaped like a serpent, seemed to shift as they moved, its eyes glinting with a cold, calculating. Seemed to shift as they moved, its eyes glinting with a cold. What laced with their voice smooth as silk, but laced with an edge that made the air feel indeed. Lin Yuan's grip tightened on the broken sword, its faint glow pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Who are you? He asked. His voice steadied as height tension. Who are you? He asked, his voice steadied this word. I am Sanmi. Ganggua's counter stepping forward. Oh, really? What's that? She crossed her arms, her tone dripping the sea coal. But this isn't a trap, it's a truth. You've been avoiding. The broken sword isn't just a weapon, it's a key. And if you want to unlock its full power, you'll need more than just danger. You'll find out soon enough, but the one truth has a cost. Liuya let out a dry laugh. Great, so the sword's got its own agenda. Lin Yuan's mind raced. But now, the idea that it was a key, something that could unlock secrets he hadn't even imagined, sent a shiver. The broken sword is bound to an ancient spirit, one that has been waiting for a worthy wielder, and now that you have it, it is no longer content to remain dormant. Master Xu raised a hand, and the runes on the walls flared to life, sending a shockwave through the chamber. The air crackled with energy, and the shelves of tomes trembled as if free. You're not the only one who's been listening to that thing, you know, Laoya said, her voice tinged with both fear and curiosity. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply. I know, but it's not just a weapon, it's whole time. Master Shu's gaze locked onto him, their voice low. Then you must ask yourself, what is it that you truly want? Lin Yuan looked down at the sword, its glow you truly want. Yang Numan looked down at the sword, its glow intensifying. Yang Ziyu's flared even brighter. The air grew heavy as if the very walls were holding their breath. Liuya's hand moved instinctively to her sword, her stance shifting into a battle-lit sword. Maoya's hand moved instinctively harder. You've come far, Lin Yuan, but you're still playing into the hands. But you're still playing into the hands. Qiu Kan. From the depths of the ruin, a figure emerged cloaked in a robe of shifting constellations, their face obscured by a mask. Stop. Master Xu's voice was calm, almost amused. I'm merely ensuring that you don't get too far ahead of yourself. Bloodblade stepped forward. He don't get too far ahead of yourself. Bloodblade stepped forward, his strength radiating an aura of sheer destruction. With a flick of his wrist, the broken sword's glow intensified, and the air around him crackled with energy. Loya unsheathed her sword. Bloodblade, unsheathed her sword. Bloodblade. You think you can stand against me? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. I think I have to. The class of steel and energy Erestinine. He had always known the broken sword was different, but now, as it pulsed with energy, he felt its power surge through him. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a key, and if he was going to weapon it for the key, you're not the only one who's been listening to that thing, you know. Lin Yuan's grip tightened. I know, but it's not just about me. It's about everything I've lost, everything I've fought for. Lin Yuan looked down at the sword, its glow intensifying. Yuan looked down at the sword, its glow intensifying. The end was no longer the sword as hearty. The chamber was a tomb of secrets, its air thick with the scent of aged parchment and something more easy though feather tinted. A single ancient totem stood at the center, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer and dissolve. When stared at too long, the silence was offensive, broke. Delia's eyes darted to the totem, her hand twitching toward her blade. Though she didn't draw it, the air felt charged, as though the chamber was holding its breath, waiting for a single misstep to unravel. Though she didn't draw it. The weight of the unknown pressed down heavy and unrelenting, as if the past had clawed its way into the present. Master Shu's voice slid its way into the. You've been chasing shadows, Lin Yuan, but the truth isn't what you think. The sword's power is bound to a speak, one that has been waiting for to see. The sword's power is bound to a widow. It's not just about vengeance or saving your sister. It's about something far older, something that predates the starfall, something fastened. The sword's got a mind of its own, and now it's got a vendetta. No cap, Master Shu. I've seen a lot of weird stuff, but this is next level. You're telling me the broken sword is a key, but to what? Or maybe it's just another piece of the puzzle you're too scared to admit you're part of. You've been hiding things, haven't you? The talisman sex seeks, the starfall sex ruins. The soul lacking such seek to see if we're worthy of the truth. And if we fail, what happens then? Do we just become another footnote in the story you've been writing for centuries? Lin Yuan's jaw tightened as he stared at the totem, his mind a storm of counting the stars. What if it's not guiding me toward salvation, but toward something worse? Asterisk, he had always believed the broken sword was a tool for justice, a weapon forged to protect Sti in need. What if it's been manipulating me all along, using my grief and rage to steer me toward a fate I can't control? Asterisk, he clenched his fists, the brookie towards Glade. But what if the truth isn't what I want to hear? Asterisk. A sudden tremor rippled through the chamber, the runes flaring to life in a blinding burst of light. The totem at the center of the room shuddered, its surface cracking. From the shadows, a figure emerged tall, draped in a cloak that seemed to shift between solid and ethereal. Its face was obscured by a mask of swirling constellations, and its place was obscured by a mask of cold, unyielding power. But the truth you seek is not yours to claim. The sword spirit is bound to the will of the stars, and it will not be tamed if you wish to unlock its power. You must first confront the darkness well. Lin Yan took a step forward, his grip tightening on the broken sword. What are you trying to tell me? The figure's mask shifted, revealing a glimpse void that seemed to pierce through him. The sword is not a key. The chamber trembled again. the air thickening with energy as the confrontation between Lin Yuan and the spectral guardian. The chamber was a tomb of secrets, its ancient stones whispering of forgotten wars and alliances that had long since crumbled. Shadows clung to the walls like sentient force, shifting walls come. Every step Lan Yuan took sent ripples through the ground, as though the ruins themselves were watching, waiting. The vortex of power that had erupted 14, the vortex of power that had erupted ducks. Wyatt's breath came in shallow gasps, her fingers twitching near the hilt of her sword. Even Master Shu, ever the enigmatic, the chamber was alive, and it was not welcoming them. Lin Yuan, Master Shu's voice was smooth, almost conversational, but there was a sharpness beyond it, like a blade hidden in velvet. You've come far, but you're still playing into the hands of fate. You think you're fighting for your sister, but you're not seeing the bigger picture. Nightshade's game is a chessboard, and you're just another piece. But I'm not here to help you win. I'm here to make sure you don't get too far either. His smirk was thin, almost cruel, as if he enjoyed the thought of Lin Yan's inevitable downfall. Yuya's eyes narrowed, her hand tightening around her sword. You're not, his eyes narrowed, her hand tight force. You know, she shot back, her voice laced with sarcasm but her stance firm. And I have a feeling you're not telling us all of them. What's really going on here? Are you working with Nightshade, or are you just another player in this game? Trust is a luxury you can't afford, Leia. But I'll give you this, your sister's still alive. For now, Lin Yi viewed this that the sister's still alive. For now, Lin Yan's mind was a storm of country life. He had old land's mind, but now, as the rooms pulsed and the air crackled with energy, he wondered if he had been wrong. All air crackled with was the word "ifeng." He had made mistakes before, and they had cost him everything. Could he afford to make another one now? The ground trembled as blood the one now. The ground trembled as blood the one now. You've been chasing shadows, Lin Yuan, he said, his voice a low guttural growl that seemed to vibrate to the stone. But I'm here to remind you. This game is over, he said, his voice a low guttural growl. You're just another pawn, playing a game you don't understand. His eyes, hidden behind the mask, seemed to pierce through Lin Yuan, as though reading his very soul. The ruins of the Staffel sect lay in ruin, the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth, and the mare thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth and the maniacal tang of blood. The silence between them was heavy, broken only by the occasional groan. Brokan's writing was heavy. Even the stars above seemed to dim, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the next move in the game. They were all too exhausted to play. Wrong, Lin Yan said, his voice high. The soul-locking power isn't just a prison, it's a prison for asterisk, others asterisk, not just lingers. The soul-locking power isn't just a prison, it just linger. I've been studying the inscriptions on the PAL, and they mentioned something about the chain of souls. Loya crossed her arms, her tone sharp. So what? We're just going to walk into another trap. You think Nightshade's going to let us walk away with that kind of infatuations? Liran's gaze hardened. The pearl's inscription suggests someone else is involved, someone who's been using it to control others for years. If we don't find the next piece of the puzzle, we'll be walking into a war we can't win. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what they just learned. Asterisk, linger, I'm coming. Asterisk, linger, I'm coming. Asterisk. Linger, asterisk, the memory of his sister's last words. Asterisk, promise me you'll find the truth. Asterisk burned behind his eyes. He'd spent so long chasing vengeance, so long believing that the only way to save her was through bloodshed, but now the truth was clear. It was a mirror, reflecting the pain of everyone it had trapped. And if he wanted to break that mirror, he'd need more than just a broken sword. From the shadows, a low guttural laugh echoed through the chamber. Lin Yan, a boy's hiss, smooth as silk, yet laced with menace. You've come far, but you're still playing into Nightshade's game. Lin Yan's grip tightened on the broken sword. The figures stepped into the dim light, their shimmery cloaked in dark robes that shimmered with an unnatural sheen. And if you're not careful, you'll be the one left in the dust. Liu Yan's eyes narrowed. You're not exactly the most trustworthy source, you know, Vex chuckled. Trust is a luxury you can't afford. Rin Tian, but I'll give you this. Your sister's still alive for now. I'll give you this. What do you want? Simple, Vex said, stepping closer. I want you to stop chasing shadows. Nightshade's not the only one with secrets. And if you keep digging, you'll find yours for third blade in. We're not backing down. Vex, if you've got something to say, spit it out. Vex's smirk faded, replaced. Be word, Kang. Kang said. The weight of the unknown pressed heavily on them, and the path ahead had just become far more treacherous. As the tremors subsided, the Lyron's voice broke the silence. Lin Yan nodded, his resolve hardening. Then we don't have a choice. We find the next piece of the puzzle, no matter what it takes. The mountains loomed like ancient sentinels, their jagged peaks clawing at the sky, as if trying to tear the hemming at the sky annals. Their jagged peaks clawing at the sky, as if trying to tear the hands up at the sky. The Yin Man's spoons crashed, while his breath came in short, ragged gasps. Her usual sharp wit dulled by exhaustion. The Wrong's hands glowed faintly, her healing ashtray. Her usual hands glowed faintly, her healing gasps flickering like a cantam. The mountains seemed to whisper warnings, their shadows stretching long and foreboding. Somewhere ahead the forge waited, but the path was littered with on and foreboding. Somewhere ahead the forge waited, but the path was littered. So we're just going to walk into a place where swords are made by gods. Leah let out a dry laugh, her voice tinged with sarcasm, as she trudged forward. Because I've been through enough hell to know that gods don't make things easy. She paused, her tone softening just slightly. But if we're going to do this, we need to stop pretending we're invincible. We're just three PP with a lot of baggage and a plan that's probably going to backfire. Her words hung in the air, a rare moment of vulnerability. Her mate Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. He didn't answer, but the way his shoulders stiffened spoke for Yong. Her hands still glowed faintly, the energy of her healing arts pulsing in time with her heartbeat. Every step we take, every decision we make, it's not just about us. It's about being there. You don't have to carry this alone. We're here. We're not going to back down. Her words were a lifeline, but Lin Yuan could feel the weight of the past pressing down on him. The memories of his sisters, the Len Yuyang could feel the weight of the past pressing down on him. The memory of Linge's face, the way her eyes had sparkled with mischief when she'd first met him, surged through Lin Yue's mind. He had promised her he would find her, that he would bring her back, and now, standing on the edge of a mountain that seemed to stretch into eternity, he felt the weight of that promise of fate that seemed to stretch into eternity. He had come so far, but the road ahead was still long, and the cost of failure was something he wasn't sure he could bear. A sudden rumble echoed through the mountains, he could bear. A sudden rumble echoed through the mountains, followed by the deafening crash of a massive boulder tumbling from the cliffs. Liu Ya's eyes widened as she stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat. Oh, hell, she muttered, her voice barely audible over the chaos. That's not a good sign. We don't have time to waste, he said, his voice low but firm. Let's move. The words were a command, but there was something in his tone that made Loya nod, her usual sarcasm, but there was something in his tone that made Leoya nod, her usual sarcasm. There's no way around it, she said, her voice steady. We'll have to climb. The group exchanged a glance, the unspoken understanding passing beyond. The celestial forge loomed before them, its spires carved from stone that seemed to shimmer with the light of DC. The air was thick with the scent of molten metal and something older, something ancient. At the center of the forge stood the hidden sea. The runes etched into the forge's walls pulsed faintly, casting an eerie glow that made the shadows dance like living. Li Rong's eyes flickered with unease, her fingers twitching as if sensing the forge's secrets. The hidden sage's presence was both commanding and unsettling. Their voice, sage's presence was both commanding and unsettling as unchancing, as though the forge to make choice that would change us. Lin Yuan, the hidden sage's voice, cut through the silence, smooth yet laced with an edge that sent a shiver down his spine. You've come far, but have you truly understood the path you tread? Their mask tilted slightly, the constellation, the path you tread. Great, another wise old man with a cryptic message. What's the catch? Are you going to tell us the forge is actually Bosage? What's the catch? Are you going to tell us the forge is actually Quanzhou Towai Dimensqing? The broken sword is not just a weapon, it is a key, and the soul-locking pearl is not just a prison, but a gateway. Lin Yuan's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, his mind racing a key, a gateway, the words echoed. Lin Yuan's thoughts churned like a storm, his mind torn between the hidden sage's cryptic words and the gnawing doubt that had taken root in his chest. The soul-locking pearl was taken. The pearl had always felt like a prison, yes, but a gateway. That didn't make sense. He'd seen the way it trapped Ling'er, how it twisted her, entrapped Ling'er, how it twisted her, entrapped Ling'er. His jaw tightened. He should have trusted his instincts. Maybe the pearl wasn't just a prison. It was a trap that had been waiting for him to fall into it, the weight of the revelating for him. The forger's car trembled as the hidden sage stepped forward, their voice a low murmur that seemed to vibrate through the stone itself. The heart of the forge is the key to unlocking the pearl, they said, their masks shifting as if retracting the pearl. Lin Yuan's hands clenched into fists, the heart of the forge. He'd heard the legends, the stories of the celestial. As he stepped closer, the runes on the forge's walls flared to life, casting an eerie glow across the chamber. The air was thick with the scent of molten metal. The air was thick with the scent of molten metal. Her sarcasm was a thin veil for the unease that had taken root in her. Li Rong's eyes flickered toward the forge's core, her expression unreadable. And mirrors have a way of showing you the truth you're not ready to face. The forge's core trembled again, and the heart of the forge pulsed with a light that seemed to pierce through the shadows. Lin took a step forward, his breath catching to his ear. The backache was massive. It surfaced a swirling mass of molten steel that seemed to shift and reform with every heartbeat. The energy shift and reform. With efforts, the forge's runes flared to life, casting jagged shadows that danced across the chamber. Loya's eyes narrowed as she stepped beside him. Her hand resting narrowed as she stepped beside him, her hand resting. Her voice was steady, but her fingers twitched as if bracing for something. Hai Rang's gaze remained fixed on the heart, her expression unreadable. It's not just a key, she said softly. Lin Yuan smiled with a mirror. What did that mean? What truth was it showing them? He had no time to answer. The forge's core pulsed again, and the air around them seemed to warp. The truth of the soul-locking pearl was waiting, and it wasn't going to let them walk away unscathed. The forge's core trembled as if the very air had turned to liquid thick with the scent of molten metal, and something older, something that smelled metal that. Nian Yan's breath caught as he stepped closer, the broken sword's glow intensifying in response. The chamber felt like a hell breath, the kind that closer the chamber felt like a deer. Li Rong's fingers twitched, her healing energy flickering like a candle in the wind. The forge had been waiting for them, and the air was heavy with the knowledge that the air was heavy with the knowledge that Nasir heavy with what they expected. If the hidden state said it was the key, then it's the key. Leoya snorted. Yeah, because that guy's been nothing but cryptic since the day we met. What if it's not the key? What if it may? The pearl is a prison, and this, she gestured to the heart, is its counterpart. If we unlock it, we might not just save Linger. We might free something else. Maybe it's not wanting it. Maybe it's parasite. Lin Yan's thoughts spiraled as he stared at the heart of the forge. What if it's the thing that's been holding the pearl together all along? The broken swords, the runes on the walls flared, and the air crackled with energy. His hands trembled as he reached for the heart, the weight of the moment pressing down on him like a collapsing star. This is it. As he reached for the heart, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. But deep down, he knew the truth. He was walking into a trap, and the trap was King Si Tao. The heart but deep down, he knew the truth. Came both. The act of the forge scared out the low, restaurant hung. The runes flared again, and the forge's core erupted in a burst of light. You've come for the key. He turned sharply, his eyes scanning the chamber. No one was there, just the heart, pulsing like a living thing. Or have you come for the prison? The voice continued, softer now, almost Tom. Li Rong's eyes were wide. It's not just a forge. It's the container. It's the consort. It's a forge. It's the container. The heart pulsed again, and the lighting managed, and then, from the depths of the forge, something moved. On the depths of the forge, something moved. You should not have come, the figure said, its voice a mixture of sorrow and rage. The pearl was never meant to be broken. Roya's sword was out in an instant. Who the hell are you? And I am the one who will ensure it. Remains unbroken. Lin Yan's breath caught. You're the one who created the soul-locking pearl. The figure's mask shifted. And I am the one who will destroy you. If you try to free what lies within. Li Rong's voice was steady, but her hands were trembling. What lies within? The figure's eyes narrowed. Nian Yan's world tilted, the forge's core erupted in a blinding flash of light, and the chamber was filled with a deafening roar. The figure in the molten steel robe stepped forward, its presence radiating a force that made the air feel like it was being. The figure's voice was a low guttural growl. You think you can free what lies within? Lin Yuan's hands clenched into fists. The heart of the forge pulsed violently, and the ground beneath them split open. From the depths of the forge, spit, fatten. The figure raised a hand, and the air around them twisted into a vortex of light and shadow. You will not leave this place alive. Ning Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at the heart of the forge. And the soul trapped within, it wasn't just the lingers, it was asterisk, his asterisk. He had been chasing a ghost all along. The ancient forge loomed like a titan, its metallic frame twisted by time and fire. The air was thick with the scent of molten ore, and the acrid tang was scented by time and fire. The air was thick with gust of molten ore. Above the forge's core pulsed with an eerie rhythmic glow, casting jagged shadows that danced with Stax's steady, Kei's sword, a sleek black blade with a hilt wrapped in crimson silk, gleamed in the dim light. She tilted her head, her eyes scanning, with a hilt wrapped in crimson silk. Her tone was laced with sarcasm, but her posture was tense, her fingers twitching near the hilt of her sword. Lin Ying didn't answer immediately. His mind was a storm of cardboard. The soul-locking pearl's revelation had shattered his understanding of the sub's downfall. Of Fenger's suffering, he could still hear her voice, faint and broken, echoing in his dream. There was no time to dwell on it. A low rumble shook the ground, and the air grew heavy, as if the forge itself were holding its breath. From the shadows, figures emerged, clad in obsidian armor that shimmered like oil, a tall man with a jagged armor that shimmered. His presence was a blade wrapped in velvet, menace wrapped in arrogance. You've been stirring up trouble again, the scarred man said, his voice dripping with condescension. This dead man said, his voice dripping with condescension. The formation isn't going to let you take what's rightfully ours. Leoya's lips curled into a smirk, her voice dripping with mock politeness. Or are you just here to play dress up and pretend you're not the ones who left Linnea to rot? The scarred man's eyes narrowed, his smile thinning. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours. His voice was a growl, but there was a flicker of unease in his posture, as if he were measuring the weight of words. Di Yan tightened his grip on his sword, his knuckles whitening. You're not here for the forge, he said, his voice calm but edged with steel. You're not wrong, he said, his voice low, but you're not the only one who wants it. The sudden gust of wind swept through the chamber, carrying with it the scent of burning metal. Can sudden gust of wind swept through the chamber. Canting man, scent of burning metal. Jin Yuan felt the weight of the broken sword's power surging through his veins, a reminder of the choice that lay ahead. He had no choice but to fight. You are never meant to be a disciple of the heavenly sword's head. Asterisk. Yung Jian's voice. Asterisk. You were meant to be something else. Asterisk. The memory was a knife twisting in his gut. He could still see his mentor's face. The disappointment etched in him to be something else. The disappointment hatched into as he banished him back then. Ning Yan had been naive, disinterested. Now, the weight of the soul-locking pearl's revelation pressed down on him like a stone. It wasn't just a key, it was a prison, a trap that had ensnared, dissected, and left linear. He was a broken sword, a relic of a past. He couldn't change, but the hidden sage's words haunted him. Asterisk, the path ahead is not one of vengeance alone. Asterisk was there at the header. The forge's car pulsed again, and the scarred man's laughter cut through the air, sharp and mocking. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? Lin Yan's grip tightened. I may be broken, he said, his voice steady. The air crackled as the broken sword's power surged through him, and the forge's core flared with a light that seemed to reach into the very fabric of reality. The forge's core pulsed like a living thing, its ancient machinery groaning as if awakening from a centuries-long slumber. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his boots crunching over such of force. Above him, the soul-locking pearl hovered, its surface shifting between liquid silver, her voltas facing before locking. Kang. There's so long. What's the deal with the lighting here? It's like someone spilled a whole bottle of neon and called it mystical. Lin Yuan didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the pearl, its glow casting jagged dufu. Yi, the hidden sage, appeared beside him, his robes flowing like smoke, the fabric shimmering with the same eerie light as the pearl. I don't need a lecture, I need answers. His voice was sharp, but there was a tremor beneath it, a crack in the armor he'd built around himself. Now, standing here, he felt like a child who had finally found the door to a room he'd been told was locked for a room. He'd been told was stored for all. Standing here, now she turned to the sage. Her tone was laced with frustration, but there was something else too, a flicker of doubt. She had always been the one to push Lin Yan forward to Fu. But only if Lin Yuan is willing to face the truth. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He had spent years chasing vengeance, but now, for the first time, he wondered if within chasing vengeance. But now, for the first time, he wondered. Lin Yan's mind drifted back to the day his sect had fallen. He could still hear Yang Tian's voice, the way his mentor had looked at him with this the day he sacked. Asterisk. You were never meant to be a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Asterisk. You were Namen. Asterisk. The words haunted him now, but they no longer held the same weight. He had spent years believing that vengeance was the only path forward. But the hidden sage's words had vengeance was the only path forward. But the hidden sage's words had boyas. He turned just in time to see Blackblade stepping into the forge, his dark armor gleaming with an armblade stepping into the forge, his dark armor gleaming with an armblade stepping into the forge. But I'm afraid your little fight here is over. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? Bloodblade's smirk widened. I think I can take everything. The hidden sage's voice cut through the tension, calm but firm. Nightshade sought to wield it toward his own ends, but he failed to see the truth. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Yin Yuan sought to wield it, so what we and so too we. Lin Yuan turned to her, his voice steady. No, we're going to find the truth, and we're going to make sure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. As the hidden sage's words settled, the forge's core pulsed again, and the soul-locking pearls go intense. Lin Yuan felt a strange pull, as though the pearl was trying to communicate with him. He stepped closer, his breath shallow, the surface of the pearl. Shifran shallow, the surface of the pearl. Shifran tidi, Zishiri kolb. The image flickered, and for a moment Lin Yuan saw Lingyur standing in the city, her face pale, her eyes filled with fear. He gasped, stumbling back. What is that? The hidden sage's voice. But it is not a place of peace. The pearl is not just a key, it's a test. Laoya's eyes widened. A test, you mean like one of those You mean like one of those vile quizzes that tells you if you're destined for greatness or a total disaster? Lin Yun An Yingman. And why did it show him linger? The hidden sage stepped forward, his expression unreadable. The broken sword is not just a weapon, it is a hidden sage stepped forward, his expression unreadable. The forge's core pulsed again, and the soul-locking pearl's glow intensified. Lin Yan felt a strange pull, as though the pearl touched the core, a soul locked. It was beautiful, but there was something wrong, something off. The image flickered, and for a moment Lin Yuan saw linear, standing in the city, her face pale, her eyes filled with fear. But it is not a place of peace. It is a place of trials, of choices. The pearl is not just a key. It is a test. Lyoya's eyes widened. A test? You mean like one of those bite? If the pearl was a test, then what was he being tested on, and why did it show him linger? The hidden sage stepped forward, his expression unreading tested on. The broken sword is not just a weapon, it is a reflection of your soul. He had spent years chasing vengeance, but now for the first time, he wondered if redemption was the only path forward. The forge's core pulsed like a beating heart, casting jagged shadows across the cavernous chamber. The air was thick with the scent of molten metal, and the acrid tang of alkent of molten metal. And the acrid tang of alkent of molten metal, and the acrid tad of alkane. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened as he parried the strike from the scarred leader, the weapon's edge humming with a low wrestling. She called over her shoulder, her voice sharp with mockery. This is like watching a toddler try to fight a grown man. The scarred leader snarled, his obsidian armor gleaming under the forge's dim glow. You think you can just waltz, Cole? You're nothing but a broken sword and a fool, clinging to a relic that's already failed you once. His blades flashed downward, aiming for Lin Yuan's shoulder. Qi Lan Man twisted the broken sword in Min Yuan. You don't know what this sword means. It's not just a weapon, it's a part of me, and if you think I'm going to let you take it, you're dead wrong. His words hung in the air as he drove the broken sword forward, forcing the scarred leader to rest. Gloria's smirk widened as he dodged the flurry of attacks from a trio of formation-tagged warriors. You're not even trying, are you? She repeated, her blade a blur as she parried and struck with equal precision. You're just standing there, are you? She repeated. A pep talk. She flipped backward, landing in a crouch as one of the warriors lunged at her. Her blade flashed, and the enemy's weapon clattered to the ground. The scarred leader's eyes narrowed, his grip on his weapon tightening. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? He repeated, his voice dripping with Xianxia. Take what's ours. He gestured to his warriors who surged forward. This isn't about the forge, it's about power, and you're not the one who gets to decide who wields it. Lin Yuan's heart pounded as he stepped into the fray. The broken swords ended the pow de start into the fray. The broken swords intense fall of Linge's subtle asterisk. This isn't just about the forge. Asterisk, he reminded himself. Asterisk. It's about what comes, that's the asterisk. The scarred leader's smirk faltered as the broken sword's power fled, sending a shockwave through the chamber, the formation shockwave through the chamber, their weapons shockwave through the chamber. Their weapons at walls, Picos, Tintian. You think you can just take what's not yours, he said, his voice cutting through the chaos. You don't understand what this is. This isn't about power. It's about balance, and you're not the one who gets to decide that. Lyoya's laughter rang out as she leapt into the fray, her blade a blur of silver. You're not the only one who's been waiting for this. She drove her blade forward, her movements a perfect blend of grace and precision. The scarred leader's expowered, hearted for this. She drove her blades forward, shifted from and Yuan's mind raced as he fought, his thoughts a whirlwind of memories and resolve. Asterisk. This is the path I chose. Asterisk, he told himself. Asterisk. No matter what happens next, I won't let it end like before. The forge's core flared and the air around them crackled with power. The formation sex warriors faltered, their weapons clattering crackled with power. The forge's core flared more power. Well, that's the power of the broken sword, Lin Yuan said, his voice calm but unwavering. and it's not yours to claim. Moyoya's smirk widened as she stepped forward, her blade gleaming in the forge's dim light. You're not the only one who's been waiting for this. The forge's core pulsed again, and the battle was far from over. The forge's core pulsed like Pu, Sei, Tu, Qi. Lin Yan's grip tightened on the broken sword as the scarred leader of the formation snarled his obsidian blade, raised in a final death. As the scarred leader of the formation snarled his obsidian blade. The forge's runes flared with unstable energy, as if the very structure of the place recoiled from the violence. Then a low, ominous hum filled the air. The ground trembled. Lin Yuan, the scarred man hissed, his voice a rasp of fury. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? You're nothing but a broken sword and a fool. 我感到非常放松。God hope there, Insenjo, but you're not the only one who's been waiting for this. Her blade flicked upward, slicing through the scarred man's defenses with a grace that bordered on the superstition. The formacy conked. The scarred man's words had struck a nerve, but he forced himself to focus. The broken swords. Pasong, I may be broken, Lin Yuan growled, his voice steady despite the chaos, but I'm not a fool. The scarred man's eyes widened, his confidence faltering for the first time. The forge's ruins fall. The scarred man's eyes widened, his confidence fast. The air grew colder, the shadows deepening as a figure stepped from the darkness. Blood blade, his dark armor gleamed with an ominous energy. The runes etched in dark armor gleamed, tinting as a figure stepped from the darkness. You've been busy, Bloodblade said, his voice smooth, almost amused. But I'm afraid your little fight here is over. His gaze swept over the battlefield, lingering on Lin Yuan with petals. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened, his knuckles whitened. I think I can take everything. The forge's core pulsed violently. The lighten's core pulsed violently. The lighten's core pulsed violently. Aroya's eyes narrowed, her blade raised in a defensive stance. So what? She said, her voice sharp with defiance. Do you think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? Her smile quiescent, but it was sharp with some vendetta. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. The past had always been a shadow at the edge of his vision, but now it loomed large, a spectre demanding reckoning. He thought of Yang Tian's asterisk. You were never meant to be a disciple of the heavenly sword. You were meant to be something else. Asterisk. What had that meant? A weapon. What had that meant? The broken sword's power surged through him, but it was no longer just a weapon. It was a mirror, reflecting the truth he had tried to ignore, but it was no longer just a weapon. His voice to Ijedi. You're just a broken sword, a relic of a forgotten past. His blade gleamed in the forge's light, a weapon that seemed to drink in the very essence of the chamber. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. I may be broken, he said, his voice steady, but I'm not a fool. The forge's car flared, the light blinding as the battle between past and present, vengeance and redemption, reached its breaking point. The air was thick with the scent of burning metal, and something older, something primal. The Farmisets warriors faltered their Waishan fumblers. Something primal, Hodo. 青铜器时的美, and you're the reason why. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened. The forge's core pulsed again, and for a fleeting moment he saw the truth. He had spent years chasing vengeance, but now the path ahead was clear. Redemption was not a choice, was a necessity. The broken sword's powers clear with a necessity. The broken sword's power surged through him. The forge's core pulsed like a heartbeat, its glow casting jagged shadows that slithered across the edge. A low hum resonated from the soul-locking pearl. its liquid silver surface, rippling like disturbed water, reflecting not the changing, but something far older, far deeper, the flubbing. Somewhere in the distance, a faint discordant chime echoed neither sound nor vibration, but something in between. What if it's a asterisk state? Asterisk a condition? You have to asterisk become asterisk. He tightened his grip on the broken sword. Its hilt warm vacancy you have to asterisk. A way to maze out whether you're worthy of crossing into something bigger. His eyes flicked to Leia, who stood rigid, her sword still drawn. Goya exhaled sharply, her voice laced with dry humor that barely masked her unease. Okay, but let's not get all asterisk existential asterisk on me. I'm here because we've got a portal to open, a sect to outwit, and a guy named Bloodblade who's probably still licking his wounds from last time. So unless you've got a plan that doesn't involve me staring at a glowing rock and a content she tilted her head, her smirk fading into something sharper. But highest is asterisk a test. I hope it's one where I get to punch someone, because I'm not great with asterisks for waspy. Asterisk the hidden state, said the immortal realm is a place of balance. But what if balance isn't something you find it, something you asterisk? Creed? Asterisk. What if the pearl isn't a key, but a mirror, a way to see what you yearn in? Asterisk. He glanced at Waya, her defiance a flicker of light. In the darkness, asterisk, she doesn't know the full truth. Not yet, but she's not wrong. This is a test. Not yet. Asterisk. A sudden tremor shook the chamber, and the soul-locking pearl flared with a blinding light. The runes on the walls pulsed in unison. Their glow in the soul-locking pearl. See the iris. The hidden sage's voice, calm but urgent, cut through the chaos. The path of the immortal is not chosen by the will alone. It is asterisk earned, asterisks, and the cost may be greater than you are prestably. And whatever lay beyond it, it would demand more than steel or strength. It would demand something far more fragile. Asterisk the truth of who they were and who they were willing to become. The forge's core pulsed like a heartbeat, its glow casting jagged shadows that slithered across the acing. Strange runes, etched into the floor and ceiling, flickered with a cold blue light, their patterns shifting when no one was around. The deeper Lin Yuan ventured, the more the forge seemed to breathe, its ancient mechanisms graden. The deeper Lin Yuan ventured, the more the forge seemed to breathe. Lin Yan, the hidden sage's voice, was calm, but it carried the weight of something unsaid. The broken sword does not merely reflect your soul, it asterisk tests. As such detail, you must choose to wield it. His robes, flowing like smoke, seemed to ripple with the energy of the forge, as though he were part of it, not merely a visitor. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, stimulating with the energy, not me. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. And what if I don't want to choose? What if I want to burn everything down? His voice was low, but there was a tremor in it, a crack in the armor of his defiance. You're not the only one who's been waiting for this, she said, her tone sharp. You think you're the only one who's been watching? The mysterious elixir set's been sniffing around for years. They've got their own plans, and they're not going to let you take the pearl without a fight. Her smirk was thin, her eyes glinting with something unreadable. So don't act like this is just about you. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened. You think I don't know that? It's just about you. It was fear, asterisk. You are not ready, asterisk. The voice from the sword whispered again, deeper this time, as if it had been waiting for him to say it aloud. Asterisk. The path of the broken sword is not one of vengeance alone. Asterisk. The path of the broken sword is not one of. He had spent years chasing vengeance. But now, for the first time, he wondered if redemption was the only path forward. The hidden sage's words echoed in his spine. Shadows coiled around the broken sword, and for a moment, Yuan saw something that wasn't there before. A vision of Ge, her eyes wide with fear, her hand reaching out to him. He turned just in time to see Bloodblade stepping into the forge, his dark armor gleaming with an ominous energy. You've been busy, Bloodblade said, his voice dripping with amusement. But I'm afraid your little fight here is voice dripping with me. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? Bloodblade's smirk widened. I think I can take everything. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. The mysterious elixir sanctum was a labyrinth of Kanchaijian, Sanjian, Sheng walls, etched with glowing runes that pulsed like hearts. 4. each 为观一怪. At the center of the chamber stood Lai Rong, her posture relaxed, but her eyes sharp, as though she could dissect the rooms. The atmosphere was charged, not with violence but with the weight of unspoken truths, as if the very air held its breath. Waiting for someone to break the silence. We've got company. Isk's asterisk cut through the stillness, her blade flick hung. She spun toward the ensign, the 西七节过旗舰, Dirong's calm voice was a counterpoint to Loya's sharpness. You're not leaving, Loya, not yet. The soul-locking pearl's power is a double-edged sword, and you're holding the blade. If you don't under soul-locking pearls, her tone was measured, but there was a steel beneath it, a warning that didn't need to be shouted. Lin Yan's jaw tightened as he stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt as he stepped forward. His voice was steady, but there was a tremor in it, a flicker of doubt he couldn't quite suppress. Lei Rong tilted her head, her expression unreadable. A P. Yes, but only if you're willing to unlock the door. A memory surfaced unbidden. Lin Yuan's mentor, Yun Tian, his face lined with decision. Lin Yuan's mentor, Yang Tian, his face lined with disdain. Asterisk. The words had haunted him for years, but now they felt like a cage. He could almost 对躺, 放松, asterisk the words. I think I can take everything. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? His voice was calm, but I'm not afford. With a sudden burst of energy, 我感到非常放松 with a sudden bolt. 挖到非常放松。Wow, that's right. You're not the only one who's been waiting for this. The forge's core pulsed its EOE glow intensifying as if in response to the const. Li Rong stepped forward, her voice cutting through the chaos. The pearl is not just a key, it's a trap, and if you don't understand, it's true next. The forge's core pulsed like a dying star, its eerie glow casting jagged shadows across the ancient stone. The air was thick with the scent of scorched metals, and something older, something that smelled of forged metal, and something An's breath came sharp. Laya stood beside him, her posture rigid, her blade humming with a low, restless energy. The forge's walls seemed to breathe a dirt. Bloodblade's presence was a weight in the room, his dark armor gleaming with an unnatural sheen that made the shadows around him seem to crawl. The tension was a live wire, crackling between every heartbeat. Lin Yan. Bloodblade's voice was smooth, almost amused as he stepped forward. You've been busy, but I'm afraid your little fight here is over. His smirk was razor sharp. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? His voice was steady, but there was a fire beneath it, the kind that burned hotter when it had nowhere to go. Bloodblade tilted his head as if a fire beneath it, the kind that would hold his head. Liu's blade snapped forward in a flash, slicing through the air between them. He's not here for us. He's here for the pearl. Liu's eyes flicked to him, then back to Bloodblade. So what's the big deal? You want it. Come and get it. Ning Yan's mind flashed back to the day he'd stood in the same forge years ago, watching as his sack burned. He'd been younger then, his hands trembling with the weight of a sword. He didn't know how to wield. Asterisk, you were never meant to be a disciple of the heavenly sword set. You were meant to be something else. Asterisk, the words had haunted him ever since, but now they felt like a distant echo. He was something as Xianxia true. The forge's core pulsed again, and the air around them seemed to shift. The soul-locking pearl's glow intensified. Its silver surface ripples the guo in sifo, its silver surface rippling. His thoughts shickered 一天地天, he murmured. Ning Yan's grip on his sword tightened. It's not a trinket. It's the only thing that can stop you. Bloodblade's laughter was cold, cutting through the air like a blade. You think you can stop me? 有男性过一把哈 steeled, cutting the air like a blade. You know what? I think you're the fool. You're the one who's been chasing this thing for years, and now you're just gonna walk away with it. Bloodblade's smirk didn't falter. I'm not what sway. The runes on the walls blazed to life, their light casting long flickering shadows. The air was thick with energy, and for a moment deep cold. He barely dodged his dark armor clashing against her sword, with a sound like thunder. Lin Yuan followed his own blade cutting through the air. Loya's blade danced through the air, her movements a blur of controlled chaos. You're not even trying, are you? She called over her shoulder, dodging a strike with ease. Lin Yuan granted his sword. She called over her shoulders. I'm trying. I'm just not in the mood to play your game. Bloodblade's eyes narrowed, his smirk fading. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? Lin Yan's voice was calm, but his eyes burned with determination. I may be broken, but I'm not a fool. The air around him crackled, and for a moment, the forge seemed to hold its breath. Bloodblade's expression shifted from arrogance to unease. Yeah, that's right. You're not the only one who's been waiting for this. The forge's core pulsed again, and the soul-locking pearl's glow intensified. The air was equal pulsed again, and the fight was far from over. The forge's core pulsed like a dying star, its eerie glow casting jagged shadows across the chamber. The air was thick with the scent of scorched metals across the chamber. The air was thick with scent of scorch, a shamble in Sangdingogo Kang Dang Ji. Waya's blade hummed with energy, its edge catching the light in a way that made it seem ensemble a why fast they hummed with. The hidden sage's words echoed in Ning Yuan's mind, but now they felt like a riddle with no answer. Something was wrong, something deeper with no end. Yuan something, but nothing deeper. Kan san bi nian. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's ours? His smirk widened as he tilted his head. And take what's ours. His smirk widened as he tilted here. And take what's ours. His smirk widened as he tilted. You know, and I've been sharpening it for a while now. His words hung in the air, laced with something that felt almost for. She shot back, her tone dripping with sarcasm, because from where I'm standing, you're the ones who've been leaving a trail of broken bodies and bad decisions. But hey, if you're so eager to play hero, go ahead, I'll be right here. Her eyes flicked to the soul-locking pearl, her voice dropping just enough to make Lin Yuan's stomach twist. That thing doesn't feel right, does it? Lin Yuan's stomach twist. That thing doesn't feel right, does it? It was reacting to him. He could feel it now, a pull in his chest, as if the bucket was trying to. A pull in his chest, as if the bucket was trying to. The forge's core pulsed again, this time with a sound that wasn't mechanical at all. It was a whisper, low and ancient, like the voice of something that had been waiting for something. The air whisper, low and ancient. 我敢低王亚林 Yuan said, his voice barely above a whisper. We need to move now. But Loya didn't move. Her eyes were fixed on the pole. Lin Yuan, she said slowly, do you hear that? She did. And it was calling to him. The ground beneath them erupted in a burst of energy, sending cracks racing outward like fins. The forge's mechanisms groaned. 他his 经济火康在挺蛮的force的火康搜 The forge's core flared with light, and the soul-locking pearl began to descend its solar surface, now glowing with a light. That soul-locking pearl began to the light, and the soul-locking pearl began to the surreal light. It had been Asterisk himself. Asterisk and the pearl was just the beginning. The forge's core pulsed like a dying star. Its light casting jagged shadows across the ancient stone. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened his knuckles, white as he stared down bloodily. Wada stood beside him, her sword still humming with residual energy from the last clash. The soul-locking pearl hovered above the forge's dais, its liquid silver surf feathered as if it forged dais. He could feel it now, the weight of the pearl's presence, the way it seemed to watch. Him, waiting, Bloodblade tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. You're still here, he mused, his voice dripped core can save you. Still chasing, ghost still pretending this sword can save you. Lin Yuan's jaw clenched. This sword doesn't need saving, it's just waiting for the right hand to wield it. The pearl pulsed again, and for a fleeting moment the shadows on it seemed to asterisks. Lin Yan, Lin Yuan muttered, his eyes locked on Bloodblade, but I'm the only one who's been asterisk. Bloodblade. Batman smiled, one Bloodblade, but I'm the only one who's been looking asterisk. Was a curse, not a gift. Lin Yuan's breath hitched. It's not a curse, he said, his voice steady. It's a choice. The pearl pulsed again, and the ground beneath them trembled. Lioya's blade flicked back into its sheath as she turned to the hidden sage. You said the soul-locking pearl was a key, she said, her tone sharp. But to what the immortal realm? Nightshade's prison, or something else, in theory. The hidden city fought. One that has been buried for centuries. Nightshade sought to use it, but he failed to see that the pearl does not open doors. It reflects them. Nightshade sought to use it, but he failed to see that the pearl does not. It does, but only if Lin Yuan is willing to face the truth. Yuya crossed her arms. And what truth is that? That the set's downfall was inevitable. That lingers at her warmth. And what truth is that? The truth is that power without balance leads only to destruction. Leia's jaw tightened. So what? We're just supposed to sit here and listen to riddles. The hidden sage's gaze flicked to Lin Yan, who was still staring at Bloodblade. Lin Yuan's mind raced. He had spent years believing the broken sword was a weapon, a tool for vengeance. But now, as the pearl pulsed and the forge trembled, he felt something else, something asterisk. He could feel it whispering in his mind, not in words but in sensations. The weight of every battle he had fought, the blood he had spilled, the lives he had taken. Asterisk, the path of the broken sword is not one of vengeance alone. Asterisk, but what if the path wasn't about redemption either? What if it was about something asterisk? It's hastas tambi, hastain astastas. But I've never felt more asterisk alive. Asterisk. Bloodblade's smirk faltered. You think you're the first to feel that way. Lin, Yan's eyes narrowed. The forge's core erupted in a blinding flash of light, and the ground split open, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the dais. The soul-locking pearl floated upward, its thing, its maddening. Waya gasped. What the hell is that? The hidden sage's voice was grim. That is the truth, the pearl reflect. The future, if go. Oh, but it asterisk is asterisk you, he said, his voice low. And it's not the only future the pearl shows. The pearl paused again. And it's not the only future the pearl shows. The pearl paused again. And the vision shifted. This time, Lin Ying was the same moment's bloody. Loya's eyes widened. Wait, what's happening? The hidden sage's voice was quiet. The pearl does not show one future. It shows asterisk, all asterisk of them. You think you're the only one who's been waiting for this, Lin Yuan? You think you're the only one who's been asterisk, chosen asterisk. The pearl paused again, and the vision shifted once more. This time, Lin Yan stood alone. Lia's voice was barely a whisper. Lin Yuan, what is that? The hidden sage's gaze was unreadable. That is the truth, he said, and it is not yours to claim. Lin Yuan's 美好的意 said, and it is not yours to claim. Lin Yuan stood on the cliff's edge, the wind tearing at his cloak like 1,000 invisible hands. Below, the valley stretched into a labyrinth of jagged rocks and ancient ruins. The weathered stone faced each edge with cinders that pulsed faintly. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and something older, something that made his skin prickle. Weoya leaned against the cliffside, her smirk sharp enough to cut through. Did your ex-mentor ghost you again? Lin Yan exhaled, his grip tightening on the broken sword's hilt. I've spent my whole life chasing vengeance, he muttered. His words barely obeyed. Chasing vengeance, he muttered. The sword's edge, dulled by years of blood and neglect, felt heavier than it should. Memories flickered at the edges of he. 楼滩木，果要好可愛。看走，樓灘翻。She stepped forward, her smirk widening. You think you're the only one who's ever felt like this. I've been there, but you know what? You don't let the past define you. 我感到非常放松。康凳上着。You've been a thorn in our side for far too long. Ryoya's eyes narrowed. You guys are the formation sect, right? The ones who specialize in array magic. Lin Yuan's heart pounded the formation. Array magic was infamously involved. The Fengxi death. We need to break their formation, he said, his voice steady despite the storm's fury. Loya, you take the front line. I'll find the core. Like the formation set's array was intricate, but he could see the pattern-ish member was a node in the formation. Feeding energy into the center, he dashed toward the core, dodging, inclined. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, Xianxia, her hands glowing with healing energy. Lin Yan, she called, her voice cutting through the storm. You need to stop this. They're not here to fight you, they're here to test you. Lin Yan turned to her, his brow furrowed. Test me. What are they testing? Lyran stepped forward, her expression serious. The mysterious elixir sect has been watching you. They believe you're the key to unlocking the soul-locking pearl's true power. Lin Yuan's heart pounded the soul-locking pearl, and if you want to save Linger, you'll need to understand its secrets. Before Lin Yuan could respond, the formation set array flared, and the Ben Yuan could respond. The formation sent cheese. He had been so young, barely more than a boy, when Nightshade's blade had torn through her. He had watched helplessly as her life slipped from his fingers. Her final words a whisper, as her life's mate. But now standing here, the storm raging around him, he wondered if he had been chasing a ghost all along. The soul-locking pearl, what was it, a tool, a key, or something else, a tool? The formation set array flared with a sickly green light, the vortex of energies. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The array was a masterpiece of their art, each node feeding into the center like veins in a body. He had to find the core, but the storm's fury made it nearly Wu-mei. To Mei's Lin Yuan, she called again. You need to listen to me. The soul-locking pearl isn't just a key, it's a prison. And if you don't understand its purpose, you'll destroy everything you're trying to save. He had spent years chasing vengeance. But what if the truth was something far more complicated? His grip on the broken sword tightened, his resolve hardening. He would find the core, break the array, and uncover the truth, no matter. The vortex of energy pulsed with a rhythm that felt almost alive, its tendrils of power lashing out in unprisoned that felt almost alive. Its tendrils of power lashing out in arbor of motion, but ever adapting. They're using the storm's energy to amplify it. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed as he studied the array's structure. The nodes were shifting, their positions changing in response to their movements. It was as if taking their positions changing in response. The scarred leader of the sect stepped forward, his smirk widening. You think you can break our formation, he taunted. You're just a pawn in a game you don't understand. Then lance a pawn in a game you don't understand. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged toward the array's core. He zoned on board the lesson. He's done. He had come too far, sacrificed too much. As he neared the core, a sudden wave of energy. As he neared the core, a sudden wave of energy erupted from the array, sending him sprawl to the ground. The storm capped up. The battlefield was a maelstrom of light and shadow, the air thick with the crackling energy of the formations. Its edges flickering with fragor, casting time with the heartbeat of the earth. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the force of the array radiating outward, like a storm about to break. Loya's sword was already drawn, its blade gleaming with the faintest trace of her aura. But her smirk had faded into she said, her voice low, almost mock. Bro, you've been training for this. What's the problem? Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened, his knuckles whitening. This isn't just a fight, he muttered, his eyes locked on the array. This is a trap. They're not trying to kill. You stay trying to break asterisks. Loya rolled her eyes, but there was a flicker of unease in her expression. Bro, you're overthinking. They're just a bunch of array users. You faced worse. That was a trap too, that it almost got us killed. Laya's smirk returned, but it was strained. Fluke, I get it. You're scared. But if you keep talking like this, we're gonna be dead before the first strike. I'm not scared, he said, his voice steady. I'm just tired of running. The air around them grew heavier, the array's energy intensifying as the formation stalled and just tired of running. He could feel the weight of the past passing down on him, the ghosts of every battle, every failure, every loss. Lin Yuan, a voice cut through the tension, sharp and urgent. He turned to see Li Rat cut through the tension, sharp and urgent. Her expression was serious, but there was something else in her eyes, something that made Lin Yuan's stomach twist. You need to stop this, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. They're not here to fight you, they're here to. Li Rong stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. The mysterious elixir sect has been watching you. They believe you're the key to unlocking the soul-locking pearl's true power. Lin Yan's heart pounded. The soul-locking pearl. Li Rong nodded. And if you want to save Lin Yan, you'll need to understand its secrets. Before Lin Yan could respond, the array fled, its energy surging outward. You'll need to add. Its energy surging outward. The formation sets warriors launched their movements sequence. The forensics. Asterisk. Lin Yan's thoughts churned, his mind flashing back to the day he'd first seen it, its surface shimmering with a light. Churned, he'd sparse seen it. Asterisk, he had dismissed it then, convinced it was just a relic of the old world, but now, standing on the edge of a battle that felt like the culmination. Asterisk, he had dismissed it then, told like the culmination of everything. He turned to her, his expression resolute. We don't just fight them, we asterisk. Understand. As the formation set, warriors, coast in the air around them seemed to hum with anticipation. The array's energy surged, and for the first time, Lin Yuan felt something. The battlefield was a maelstrom of light and shadow, the clash of swords and magic sending shockwaves through the air. Lin Yan's breath came in ragged gasps as he parried a strike from one of the foremost troops, 摸起着没海 but strength L.Y. Just as the formation set's array began to collapse under the weight of their combined efforts, a sudden stillness fell over the battlefield. The wind stillness fell over the battlefield. The wind stillness fell over the battlefield. From the shadows emerged a figure draped in flowing robes, his face obscured by a hood that seemed to shift like smoke. His face was calm, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. You've come far, the figure said, his voice like wind through a. Goya's eyes narrowed. Who the hell are you? The figure tilted his head aside. Call me the Hitchy Teeth. I've watched you from afar. Lin Yuan, you seek vengeance, but you fought you from afar. Lin Yan, you seek vengeance, but you've forgotten the true meaning of redemption. The hidden sage's voice was soft, almost sorrowful. Vengeance is a fire that consumes everything, but wisdom shall. Yoya crossed her arms, her smirk fading. Girl, I get it. You're all about the deep stuff now, but let's be real, this guy's probably got the deep stuff now. But let's be real, this guy's appreciates lackeys in disguise. The hidden sage's hood shifted as if. You assume I serve the same master as Nightshade, but tell me, Royal Heart, do you think of vengeance? Is it a path to peace, or just a way to keep hurting your ass? Think of vengeance. Is it a path to peace, or just a way to keep hurting? I'm here because I've seen what vengeance does. It turns people into monsters, and if you're trying to tell me that's not what's happening to Lin Yuan, then you're full of it. He's just broken, and I'm not about to let some self-styled sage fix him if he doesn't want to be fixed. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply, his grip on the broken sword tightened. If he does, you're not here to debate with her, you're here to tell me something. What is it? The hidden sage's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it now. You've spent your life chasing vengeance, Lin Yuan. but you've forgotten the truth. Nightshade is not your only enemy. Lin Yuan's mind reeled. The weight of the hidden sage's words pressed down on him like a mountain. He had spent so long believing that killing Nightshade was the only way to make things right. As the hidden sage's words settled in his mind, a new realization began to take shape. The battle with the formation had been a test, but Sisters Chou Yan, Qu Xu were tapped had been a test. But this was something new. The hidden sage stepped forward, his presence radiating. A quiet power. You must choose, Lin Yan. Will you continue down the path of vengeance, or will you seek a different way? Lin Yan. The battlefield was a maelstrom of light and shadow, the air thick with the crackling energy of cladding powers. Lightning split the sky, a buckling energy of Cladio. Lightning split the sky above. 以迷年的 jagged curve for land. Draped in flowing robes that seemed to shift like smoke, the figure's hood obscured his face, yet his calm demeanor radiated an aesthetic. So, this is the guy who's been watching us, she muttered, her voice slow. Bro, I don't like the vibe. Before Lin Yuan could respond, a low growl echoed through the air, followed by the sound of heavy fall. A low growl. From the mist emerged Bloodblade, his crimson armor gleaming under the storm's dim light. His presence was a void, a shadow that seemed to swallow the very air around him. Lawyer's smirk faded, a shadow that seemed to swallow the very air around him. Bloodblade's gaze locked onto Lin Yuan, his cruel smile twisting his lips. You think you can stand against me? His voice was like broken glass, sharp and unrelenting. You've come far, but you're still just a boy chasing ghosts. Ding. His voice was steady, but the weight of the moment pressed down on him. The hidden sage's words still echoed in his mind. Asterisk vengeance is a fire that concludes everything, but within sieges, vengeance is a fire that concludes it was the only aim he had to face. But now, standing before Bloodblade, he felt the full gravity of his journey. Your sword is broken, Bloodblade said, his voice dripping with mockery, just like your spirit. With a flick of his wrist, Bloodblade lunged forward. With a flick of his forward, she dashed forward, her sword flashing like a comet as she intercepted Bloodblade's seconding commands. But the man was already God. Damn it. You're strong, he admitted, his voice steady despite the pain. But you're not the only one who suffered. Bloodblade's eyes narrowed. Suffered. I've seen sex burned, families torn apart, and I've done it myself. His blade surged with dark energy, and the battle resumed with renewed intensity. Lin Yuan's heart pounded as he dodged a strike. His mind ran not just fighting for your sister. You're fighting for something bigger, asterisk. He had spent so long chasing vengeance, so long. They had spent so long chasing vengeance, so long behaving, and they terrorized him. Lin Yu, that you can undo what I've done. His eyes burned with cruel fury. You're not the only one who's suffered. You're not the only one who's lost. You're not the only one who's suffered. You're not the only one who's stalking sword that blades the common. I understand what you're fighting, asterisk against asterisk. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward, his blade aimed straight at Lin Yuan's. You're still chasing a ghost. Lin Yan's heart stopped. Yuan stepped forward, that you can. And you betrayed the sect, Lin Yuan said, his voice barely above a whisper. You asterisk killed asterisk them. Counting cast killed asterisk them. You, for the first time, he felt the full gravity of what he was fighting for. Not just vengeance, but something much greater, as the storm raged on fast. The fire was thick with the scent of ozone and something older, something that tasted of forgotten secrets. The storm above had grown darker. Its大顶过去. Shadows slithered along the edges of the battlefield, moving independently of those encountered along the wind. 空气的 fighters, moving ingots. Yuya's eyes darted toward the shadows, her grip tightening on her sword. Lin Yan felt the weight of something on those. Cursing against the weight of something on it. While Yuya's voice was sharp, her tone laced with unease. As he glanced at the shifting shadows, that hum, that time, feels like something's watching us, like we're not the only ones who've been digging around in the past. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. You think it's a coincidence that the formation sect showed up right after we started asking questions about the soul-locking pearl? He took a step forward, his boots crunching against the cracked earth. This isn't just about the sect, someone's pulling strings. So what you think is the hidden sage? That guy's been watching you since the beginning. Maybe he's the one who set this all in motion. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. A low guttural laugh echoed through the storm, cutting through the tension like a blade. Xuan stepped from the shadows. His exfilm stepped from the shadows. He echoes, she 反缝的 shadow. Fall. 我感到非常放松。Bogo Kiwang tilted his head, his eyes gleaming with something between amusement. Do you think you're the only one who's been looking for answers? You think you're the only one who's been digging into the past? He took a step closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. The soul-locking pearl isn't just a key, it's a door, and I've been waiting for someone strong enough to open it. Lioya's eyes widened. Wait, what door? A.Q. Hang's smile was signed a Stabian. Asterisk. You must understand the truth of the immortal realm. Asterisk. Kuan's voice was almost gentle as he continued. You think you're fighting for your sister. You're fighting for something bigger. Something that's been waiting. I'm the one who's been trying to stop Nightshade all along. Lin Yan's hands clenched into fists. Then why did you betray the sect? Why did you want Nightshade to a sect? It cast Ji. And I knew that if I didn't act, the world would burn. Lioya's eyes narrowed. So what? You're saying you're on our side. Now. Jiang's smile was bitter. That betrayal stung like a wound that would never heal. He turned to Lioya, his voice low. We need to find Tishan, his voice low. He might not like me right now, but he's still a friend, and if we want to stand a chance against Nightshade, we need the broken sword to be more than just a weapon. As they turned to leave, a sudden chill swept through the air. The forge's fire flickered, and the shadows wound them deep. A low, almost imperceptible whisper slithered through the air. Lin Yuan. The voice was soft, almost mocking, but it carried an undeniable weight. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He knew that voice. From the shadows, Meiji stepped forward, her presence like a serpent coiled around the edges of the forge. Her eyes gleamed with amusement. But I think it's time you met your match. Lineage, born the broken. Good, because I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to make you understand the truth. Lin Yan's breath caught. What truth? Meiji's smile what? For the first time, he felt the full gravity of what he was fighting for. Not just vengeance, but something much greater. The forge was a labyrinth of shadows and fire, its walls etched with ancient runes that pulsed faintly in the dismal chant. A low hum vibrated through the air, like the forge itself was alive, watching, waiting in the distance. The clang of hammer on anvil echoed, the team waiting in the distance. The clang of even the heat 放松，只是 the heat His words hung in the air, but Tyson's expression didn't change. The blacksmith's hands, callous and scarred, hovered over the broken sword. It's decent. But I think you're still the same. I think you're still looking for a way to make things right. His eyes flicked to the sword, then back to Lin Yan. This isn't just about we. So, what's the big secret about the immortal realm? She asked, her tone sharp with skepticism. You're not making any sense. Taishan exhaled his hands. Taishan exhaled his hands. Taishan exhaled his hands, stilling for a moment. His gaze met Lin Yan's. You've been chasing revenge like it's the only answer. But the truth is you're not just fighting Nightshade. You're fighting yourself. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. Bro, he's got a point. You've been so consumed by vengeance that you've forgotten why you started this journey. Di Ford Pan Chong. Before he could voice his thoughts, a sudden chill swept through the air. The forge's fire flickered, and the shadows around them deepened. A low, almost infucada. Meiji, Loya's eyes widened. Oh, how no, from the shadows. Meiji stepped forward. Oh, how no, won the shadows. Meiji, Loya's eyes widened. I think it's time you met your match. I'm not afraid of you, Meiji. Meiji tilted her head. Good, because I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to make you understand the truth. Lin Yuan's breath caught. Lin Yuan's hands clenched into fists. What are you trying to say? Meiji stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Ye is not the only one Nightshade has taken. He has others people who believed in the same ideals. He has others people who believed in the same ideals. Lin Yan's expression darkened. That's not true, Meiji tilted her head. Is it? She took a step back, her eyes gleaming with something unreadable. You think you're the only one who wants to save her. You think you're the only one who's thought to save her. You think you're the only one who's fought for her. The weight of the moment pressed down on him like a mountain. For the first time, he felt the full gravity of what he was fighting for, not just vengeance, but something much greater. You're not the only one who's willing to do anything to stop Nightshade. Waya's eyes narrowed. What are you getting at? And I'm saying that you're not the only one who's willing to make a deal. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. What deal? Meiji's eyes gleamed. The weight of the revelation pressed down on him, the truth of it sinking in like a stone in the depths of the ocean. He had spent so long chasing like a stone. The fortress was a cathedral of fire and iron, its walls shimmering with the glow of molten metal. Sparks danced like fireflies in the air, their flickering light casting jagged. Tizian's hands moved with the precision of a sculptor shaping the broken sword with a reverence that bordered on sacred. Wan watched from the edge of the forge, his retransformed Ding. Wan watched from the edge of the head. Yuya leaned against the workbench, her arms crossed, her smirk replaced by a look of quiet unease. The air was thick with the scent of burning coal and the metallic tang of sweat. Somewhere in the distance, the wood howled, as if the forge itself were holding its breath. Bro, you're thinking about the hidden sage again, aren't you? Li's voice cut through the haze of heat, sharp and unrelenting. She tilted her head, her eyes naze of heat, sharp and unrelenting. Ning Yan exhaled his grip, tightening on the hilt of the broken sword. He said something about the immortal realm. I don't know what that means, but I feel like I'm missing something. His voice wants the place, but I feel like I'm missing something. It's not just a place, right. It's more than that. Loya rolled her eyes, but there was a flicker of concern in her gaze. Dude, you're not making any sense. The immortal realm, that's like saying the moon is made of cheese. Dude, you're not making any sense. The hidden sage said it's a state of being, a balance between life and death, between vengeance and peace. But I don't get it. I spent my whole life chasing revenge. What does that have to do with peace? Leoya's Mentat baiting. And if you want to win, you'll need to understand what that is. Tishan's voice cut through the air, steady and calm. The immortal realm isn't just a place of power, it's a concept, a belief, a way of seeing the world beyond the limits of power. It's a concept, a belief. You've been chasing 放松，我感到非常放松。You've been chasing 放松。You've been chasing 放松。And it starts with the sword. Lin Yan's mind was a storm of conflicting emotions. His thoughts spiraling like the smoke rising from the forges. He remembered the night Lingir had first spoken of the forge. Asterisk, you think vengeance is the only way to make things right. Asterisk, she had said, her eyes filled with a quiet sorrow. Asterisk, but the immortal realm isn't about power. It's about balance. It's about choosing what man to mind. Now standing in the forge, he felt the weight of her words settle on his shoulders like a shroud. The forge's fire flared suddenly, casting hands. What do you mean? The immortal realm isn't just a place. Taixian's eyes gleamed with something unreadable. Because it's not. It's a state of being, a balance between life and death. Because it's not. It's a state of being. But the truth is, you're not just fighting Nightshade, you're fighting yourself. Lin Yuan's breath caught. What do you mean? Qishan's hands stilled for a moment, his gaze meeting. A way of seeing the world beyond the limits of power and revenge. Lin Yan's mind reeled. The weight of the words pressed down on him like a mountain, the truth of them sinking in like a stone in the depths of the ocean. But now, he saw the full picture, and it terrified him. A sudden chill swept through the air, the forge's fire flickering, as if the voice was soft, almost mocking, but it carried an undeniable weight. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He knew that voice. Meiji, you've been busy, Lin Yuan, but I think it's time you met your match. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. I'm not afraid of you, Meiji. What truth? Meiji's smile widened. That you're not the only one who wants to save Ningar. The forge's fire flared again, casting long shadows across the walls. Taixian's hammer struck the anvil with a resounding. Ning Yan turned to Meiji, his voice steady despite the tension crackling between them. You're not here to fight me, he said. You're here to talk. But what if I told you that your sister isn't the only one who's been suffering? Lin Yuan's expression darkened. What are you talking about? Meiji stepped closer, darkened. What are you talking about? People who were just as strong, just as determined. And they all ended up like her, just as determined. Lin Yuan's hands clenched into fists. What are you trying to say? Meiji's smile widened. I'm saying that you're not the only one who wants to save her. You're not the only one who's willing to do any cease. Meiji turned to her, her voice laced with amusement. I'm saying that you are not the only one who's willing to fight for her. And I'm saying that you're not the only one who's willing to make a deal. A deal for Linger's freedom. Lin Yan's breath caught. You're not serious. Meiji's smile was cold. I am. Lin Yan's mind reeled. The weight of the moment pressed down on him like a mountain for not just fate time. He felt the full gravity. The forge was a crucible of heat and sound, the air thick with the acrid tang of molten iron and the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil. Titian's hands moved with hammer on anvil iron and the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil. Yoya leaned against the workbench, her arms crossed, her smirk absent for once. The silence between them was heavy, broken only by the hiss of steam. Brogamoling. The heat from the forges seared his skin, but it was the cold in his chest that burned the hardest. Bro, you're brooding again, Lyle said, her voice low. You think I care about answers. I just want to know if this thing's worth a damn. His voice was rough, the words clawing their way out like a confession. Dude, you're not the first person to feel like a piece of trash, but you're not the first to fix it either. That sword's got scars. Broke, so does your face. Doesn't mean you're broken. The air grew still, the hammering ceasing. As if the forge ceased, as if the forge is seen. Meiji stepped into the light, her silhouette. Jing. Ning Ying's grip on the broken sword tightened. I'm not afraid of you, Meiji. Meiji tilted her head, her lids. Meiji tilted her head, her lady. Meiji tilted her head, her lids. Meiji tilted her head, her lids. Meiji stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Ninge is not the only one Nightshade has taken. He has other people who believed in the same ideals as you, people who were just as strong. Just as is it? The forge's fire crackled, the heat pressing against Lin Yan's skin like a second layer of onion. He could feel the weight of Meiji's words, the heat-pregnant glare of armor. Come back was 便宜好的一天, but now the ground beneath him felt unsteady, as if the entire world had shifted without him, as if the entire world had shifted with it. Asterisk, don't let them win. Lin Yuan. Asterisk, he had promised her he wouldn't, but now, as Meiji's words settled in his chest like a stone, Moya's voice cut through his thoughts. So Moya's, you're saying they are other people who want to save her too? Meiji's smile widened. I'm saying you're not the only one who wants to save her. You're not the only one who's willing to do anything to stop Nightshade. Lin Yuan's hands clenched into fists. What are you trying to say? Meiji took a step back, her eyes gleaming with something unreadable. I'm saying that you're not the only one who wants to save her. You're not the only one who's willing to make a deal. A deal for Linger's freedom. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. You're not serious. Meiji's eyes gleamed. I am. The forge's fire roared, the shadows stretching like claws across the walls. Lin Yuan felt the weight poured, that shone in the depths of the ocean. He had spent so long chasing vengeance, so long believing that Nightshade was the only enemy he had to face. But now he saw the full picture. The forge's air was thick with the scent of molten metal, the rhythmic clang of hammer against anvil echoing like a heartbeat in the cavernous space. Yin Yan sat on a stool, his fingers drumming against the wooden surface, his mind a storm of doubt. Liu Yan sat on the workbench, arms crossed, her smirk faltering as the tempers in the room dropped. Qi paused mid-strike. Lin Yuan, it murmured, soft and mocking. The forge's flames flickered violently, casting jagged shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged. The air grew colder, the fire dimmer, as if the forge itself had paused to listen. You've been busy, Lin Yuan, Meiji said, her voice a velvet dagger. Exactly. You've been chasing vengeance, like it's the only answer. But what if I told you that your sister isn't the only one who's been suffering? Lawyers, I told you that your sister isn't the only one who's been suffering. He has others, people who believed in the same ideals as you, people who were just as strong, just as determined, and they all ended up like her. Just as deep. You think you're the only one who wants to save her? Lawyer's voice cut through the silence, sharp and skeptical. What are you getting at? Meiji turned to her, her tone laced for low. You're not the only one who's willing to do anything to stop Nightshade. Lin Yan's hands clenched into fists. What deal? Meiji's smile was cold. A deal for Linger's freedom. Lin Yan's heart canceled. Lin Yuan's mind reeled as the weight of Meiji's words settled over him, like a storm on the horizon. He had spent years believing that Lin Yi was the only one Nightshade had taken, the only one who had suffered. But now he had always thought of himself as the sole champion in this war, the only one fighting. For just the shadows deepened, and a new figure emerged from the darkness. Xiang, his expression unreadable, his presence radiating a quiet menace. Were not the only one who wants to save Linger. Kuan Yang said, his voice calm but edged with Xiang said, his voice calm but edged with some fading. But you're not the only one who's willing to make a deal. Lin Yuan's breath caught. What are you talking about? Cao Xin stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement. And I'm saying that you're not the only one who's willing to make a deal. Lin Yuan's mind raced. The truth was slipping through his fingers like sand, and he could feel it slipping away faster than he could grasp it. Tishan's hammer clanged against the anvil, the sound sharp and final. You're both lying, he said, his voice steady but laced with Xianxia. You're both lying, he said, his voice lying, he said, his voice steady but laced with Xianxia. Tishan's grip tightened on his hammer. I've seen what Nightshade has done. I've seen the bodies, the blood, the destruction, and I've seen what Nightshade has done. I've seen the bodies, the blood, the destruction, and I've seen what 你好的一天. You're right. I'm not here to save anyone. I'm here to take what's rightfully mine. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. What are you talking about? Meiji turned to him. Hold it. 我查我西卡泡的. Mine, Ni turned to him. You think it's just a tool of Cao, but it's more than that. It's a key, and I've been waiting for the right moment to take it. Lin Yan's breath caught. You've been working with Nightshade? Meiji's eyes gleamed. He had spent so long believing that Meiji was his enemy, that she was the one who had betrayed the sect. But now the truth was clear. She wasn't just an enemy. She was a player, one who the forge's fire flickered, casting jagged shadows that danced across fires, forgy dire fires, dados, dead doctors, sires, hordy, ties stick home, sighs down. Weya stood beside him, her usual smirk absent, her eyes sharp as she watched Meiji. The strategist's presence was doisty. Meiji had said there were others who wanted to save Linair, others who had suffered, but who did? Bazeichu. Lin Yan's breath came in shallow gasps. The truth was closer than he had ever imagined. Linger isn't the only one, Meiji said, her voice smooth as oil. There are other people who have been taken, just like her, people who have suffered the same way you have. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. What are you talking about? His voice was steady. Meiji tilted her head, a slow, knowing smile playing on her lips. Because I want you to understand, you've been chasing vengeance like it's the on. Two have been taken just like her, people who believed in the same ideals, people who were just as strong, just as determined, and they all ended up like her. Laya's eyes narrowed. You're not the only one who's willing to do anything to stop Nightshade. Lin Yan's breath caught. What deal are you talking about? Meiji stepped closer. Freedom. Lin Yan, for the first time, he felt the full gravity of what he was fighting for. Not just an vengeance, but something much greater. Asterisk 19. But something much greater. Asterisk. Ye can't be right. Chiso's Ben, Yuan. But what if she's telling the truth? What if there are others? Others who have suffered like me. Asterisk. His thoughts spiraled. He has spent so long believing he was this, his thoughts. The idea was unbearable. He had always believed that saving Linger was his sole purpose, his sole reason for living. But now the ground beneath him felt unstable, as if the very fang seemed of him doled. Tian's hammer clanged against the anvil. The sound sharp and jarring. Lin Yuan turned to him, his voice low. Tian, what do you know about this? Tian's expression, what do you know about this? Tian's expression, what do you know, man? But I also know that the immortal realm is more than just a myth. It's a place of power, yes, but it's also a place of balance. And if you're not careful, you'll lose more than just your sister. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. The weight of he had heard the name before, but never in this context. What did it mean? And why was Meiji bringing it up now before he could ask? A low growl, Eggy bringing it up now before he could ask. A low growl, Eggy grew tongue-sick. Lin Yin, the man said, his voice smooth as poisoned honey. You've been a thorn in our side for far too long. Lin Yin's grip on the broken sword tightened. You're the 4 months deep, he said, he's for too long. But what are you doing here? We're here to test you, to see if you're worth the trouble. Liu Ye's eyes narrowed. This isn't a test. This is an ambush. Meiji's smile was cold. The forest was no longer just a place of creation, it was a battlefield, and the war had only just begun. Lin Yan stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind tearing at his cloak like 1,000 invisible hands. Bilin trained up every scar on his body, every betrayal he'd endured, every life he'd taken, seemed to hum within the blade's hilt. He clenched his fists, the cold biting through his blades, like yours, these fists, the cold biting through his gloves, like that Ito's that still. She leaned against the cliff's edge, her arms crossed, a smirk playing on her lips. Her dark hair fluttered in the wind. Her dark hair fluttered in the wind. Her dark hair fluttered in the wind. I'm not brooding, I'm calculating. His voice was low, almost a growl. Nightshade's plan is bigger than I thought. Because plan is bigger than I thought. Because she stepped closer, her tone teasing but laced with concern. You're not the only one with a plan, Lin Yuan. You need to trust me, or at least stop looking like a brooding Yan Yuan. You need to trust me, or at least. Lia's eyes narrowed. We've got company. From the shadows a group of masked figures emerged, their robes embroidered with the sigil. Sigil, you're working for Nightshade, the man chuckled. The sound like rustling leaves. We're working for the greater good. And you, my dear Lin Yuan, he could feel the sword spirit stirring within, as if sensing the coming storm, the time for Hesitas, but seeping sting. His hands trembled as he cut the scroll, its edges frayed, the words on the page blurred, but he could still hear the voice of the sect's leader, cold and unyielding. Power is a burden. Asterisk, asterisk. He tried to run then, but the sect had found him. They taught him to fight, to wield the broken sword, to wield the broken sword, to wield the broken sight. The masked man's smirk widened. Ah, I see you finally awakened the broken sword's tower. Lin Yan's grip tightened. I don't need your approval. The violet barriers shattered, and the masked figures recoiled, their expressions shifting, sword Kansas. A second wave of violet light surged forward, this time aimed directly at Lin. It was something else, something older, something asterisk, hungrier asterisk. Lin Yuan, behind you. He turned just in time to see a second masked figure. Lin Yuan twisted up through the chaos. The wound burned, not from the physical pain, but from the strange energy seeping into his flesh. The masked man's eyes gleamed. You'll fall, just like the others. The wind howled through the jagged cliffs, slicing through Lin Yan's cloak like a blade. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and something through Lin Yuxiu. The masked figures had emerged from the shadows of the ravine, their robes embroidered with the sigil of the shadows. She crossed her arms, her stance relaxed but her eyes flicking between the approaching figures and the cliff's edge. If you keep staring into the abyss like that, it'll start staring back. He could feel the weight of the broken sword pressing against his back, a phantom presence that seemed to grow heavier with every passing second. "I'm not brooding," he said, his voice low. The masked man stepped forward, his movements fluid as he raised a hand. A faint shimmer of energy rippled across the cliff face, and the air around them crackled with an unnatural chaos. 风吸着黄苔狗的派。The masked figures lunged forward, their movements a blur of precision. Lin Yuan barely had time to react before one of them slashed at him with a curd. Lin Yuan barely had time to react before one of them slashed at him with. The one burned not from the physical pain, but from the strange energy seeping into his flesh. Yo-Yo was already in motion, her sword flashing, as the interim was. The masked man smirked. "You're not wrong, but you're too late to stop it." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He could feel the energy in the air, shifting as if the very fabric of reality. Bloya nodded, but before they could retreat, the masked figures raised their hands, and the air around there crackled with power. A shimmering barrier crackled with power. A shimmering barrier crackled with power. He reached for it, drawing it from its sheath with a sharp asterisk clang. Asterisk. The moment the blade left its casing, the air around him seemed to ripple, as if the sword its mouth was breathing. The masked sword its mouth was breathing. "I don't need your approval." With a swift motion, he slashed downward, the blade cutting through the air with a sound like a thunderclap. The violet barrier shattered, and the masked figures. Yuan exhaled sharply, his breath visible in the cold air. The sword's power surged through him, a tide of energy that fought go foreign, a tide of power surged through him. It reflects who you are, but it also reveals what you're willing to become. Asterisk, the words echoed in his mind as the masked figures regrouped, their formation shifting into a more dissension, the weight of the past pressing down on Lin Yan like a storm about to break. "We are not leaving until we figure out what they're planning." Lin Yuan nodded, his grip on the sword unyielding. The time for hesitation was over. The masked man's expansion dark. The clash of steel rang out like a thunderclap, the air around them crackling with the force of their confrontation. Lin Yan's blade met the masked man's curved weapon. Lin Yan's blade met the masked man. Waya danced around the other figures, her movements a blur of precision. She parried a strike with a flick of her wrist, her sword humming with a low. The masked man's smirk widened. "You're not wrong, but you're too late to stop it." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He could feel the energy in the air shifting as if the very fabric of we need to the Loya nodded, but before they could retreat, the masked figures raised their hands, and the air around them crackled with power. A shimmering barrier of crackled with power. A shimmering barrier of crackled with power. 新听点儿好的言语可 She reached for it, drawing it from its sheath, with a sharp asterisk clang. Asterisk the moment the blade left its casing. The air around him seemed to ripple, as if the sword's bore widened, as if the sword's made widened. "I don't need your approval." With a swift motion, he slashed downward, the blade cutting through the air with a sound like a thunderclap. The violet barrier shattered and the masked figures recoiled, their expressions through the air with a sound like a thunderclap. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply, his breath visible in the cold air. The sword's power surged through him, a tide of energy that felt both foreign and It reflects who you are, but it also reveals what you're willing to become. Asterisk, the words echoed in his mind as the masked figures regrouped, their fur faces shifting into a modern news, non-Xianxia's screeching up. Yuan's voice cut through the silence. We're not leaving until we figure out what they're planning. Lin Yan nodded, his grip on the sword unyielding. The time for hesitation was over. The masked man's expression darkened. The air in the forge was thick with the scent of burning metal and something older, something that smelled like. Mayoya's eyes flickered over the tools and weapons displayed in the workshop, each one humming with flickered over the tools. Mike, this place is lit, she muttered, her voice low, like a curd Lin Yue's talk trend that won't die. The ground trembled, and from the shadows of the trees outside, the massive structure of the hidden works hub, expanded structure of the hidden works. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened as he stepped forward, his eyes locked on the figure who had just emerged from the forges, and so. Titan, the blacksmith, his face walked on the figure who had just. Wada crossed her arms, her tone sharp. So, what's the catch? Why are you helping us now? You've been hiding in the shadows for years, and suddenly you're all. Hey, I've got a tip for you. Because Naise's plan is bigger than you think, and if you want to stop him, you need more than just a sword. You need to stop him, you need more than just a sword. Tarzan chuckled, a sound that was more a crackle of static than laughter. I forced it, yes, but I didn't know what it truly was. That was a missound, a sound that was more a quackwallas. That was a mystery. So what? You're just going to spill the tea now, or are you still holding out on us? Taishan's gaze shifted to Lin Yan, his voice lowering. You felt it, haven't you? The weight of the sword. It's not just about power. Lin Yan's mind raced. He could feel the sword spirit stirring more than ever now, as if it were trying to communicate. He closed his eyes, false key on the sense. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inner monologue of Lin Yan. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This isn't just about the sword. It's about the past. The formations, asterisk, the broken sword. This isn't just about the sword. What if it's something I've been ignoring all along? The sword's not just a weapon, it's a mirror, and I don't like what I weapon. Qishan's expression hardened. The forge is unstable. The energy here is volatile. If you want to stop Nightshade, you need to find the truth behind the sword's creation. But be warned, what you discover may change and find the truth tightened. Then let's find out what's been hiding in the shadows. As if in response, the rooms on the forge's walls flared to life. Their light in response, the rooms on the forge's walls flared to life. Their light in 听百 and the ground in the 西天地. Joya's eyes widened. Guys, I think the place is about to throw a tantrum. Tishan's voice was grim. The forge's energy is reacting to the sword. It's been waiting for you, Lin Yan. But if you're not careful, the forge's was no longer just a hidden workshop. It was a trap, a test, and he had no choice but to face it. Lyoya's voice was sharp, her stance shifting into a battle-leading decision. So what's the next move, bro? We don't have a choice. The sword spirit is trying to tell me something, and if I don't listen, I might not get another chance. As the runes flared brighter, the forge seemed to pulse with life, its ancient tower surging through the air. The time for 黑法的一天. The forge's air was thick with the scent of molten metal, and something older, something that clung to the walls like a whisper from the past. Lin Yuan's boots echoed against the cracked stone floor as he stepped deeper for the wall. Liu Ya's breath was visible in the cold. her voice low as she muttered, "This place is like a haunted house. I swear the trees outside are watching us." Xian, the hooded blacksmith, stood at the center of the room. His cloak was tattered, the edges frayed by time, and the weight of secrets. "You've come to the right place," Taishan said, his voice smooth but edged with something sharp. He gestured to the pedestal at the room's heart, where a blade rested, its surface unmarked by rust or wear. Lin Ying's eyes locked untauntedly, the air around the weapon humming with a strange, awake cadence. She took a step closer, her sword still sheathed, but her stance tense. "You've been helping us, Taishan. Why now? What's the catch?" Taishan's lips curved into a faint smile. "You think I'm helping you because I want to? No, you find out I'm helping you because..." He turned, his cloak billowing as he walked toward the pedestal. The broken sword was created with a purpose, but that purpose was buried with the sect's destruction. If you want to unlock its true power, you'll need to find the truth behind its creation. Tixian's eyes flickered with something unreadable. "Then you'll be just another pawn in a game you don't understand." The forge's air grew colder, the runes on the walls pulsing like a heartbeat. Then Yan felt the weight of the broken sword pressing against his back. He had a bad feeling about this brawl. "You're not even asterisks, listening asterisk," Roya said, her heart stopped as she turned to Lin Yuan. "I'm not breathing, I'm calculating. Taishan just told us the broken sword was forged with a purpose. That means there's more to this than we thought." His voice was low, almost a whisper. "If the sword spirit is right." "Dude, you're acting like this. It's an asterisk plot. Twist asterisk in the movie. We've been fighting for asterisk months." "Asterisk, you think we don't know there's more to this?" She took a step closer, her voice dropping to a near mumble. "But you're not the only one with a sword. You're not the only one who's been fighting. And if we're going to take these down, what you're not to take this down. You're not to take this down. We need to stop playing." His voice was raw, the weight of the sword pressing against his back, like a second skin. "I seen what this power does. I seen what it asterisk costs. I seen what this pathers does. I seen what it asterisk costs. Then we figure out soften. We're in this, Lin Yuan. All the way." Lin Yuan's mind was a storm. The words Tyson had spoken echoing. Goi. Had the formation subs known something about the sword that they had hidden? Had they tried asterisk to stop Nightshade before? The sword spirit had been whispering to him since the beginning, but now it felt different, more urgent, more asterisk. But now it felt different, more should be, for asterisk might now a full tirade. Not yet. Statutory. 过疑. The weight of the sword wasn't just physical. It was a burden of choice, of consequence. He had spade and sword was it. 可 was. The runes on the walls pulsed in response, as if recognizing him. The forge's air crackled with energy, and for the first time, Lin Yuan felt something shift inside him. He was no longer a sneaking wielder of the broken sword. A low rumble echoed through the forge, the ground beneath them trembling as if the mountain itself were stirring. Lin Yuan's head snapped up, his eyes scanning the room. Before Lin Yuan could respond, the pedestal beneath the unmarked blade asterisk shattered Anma. The force of the Imman could stand in shards. Masteries shattered asterisk, the falling. What the hell just happened? Tixian's voice was tight with urgency. The sword's power is tied to the forge. If you've awakened it, you've what the hell just tied to the forge. Tixian, if you forge The unmarked blade had been the key, but now it was gone, replaced by something else, something asterisk, a live asterisk, a voice deep and resonant, existum too, a asterisk Lin. Yuan's heart pounded. The forge was no longer just a place, past Tai Tang Song Song, asterisk, and he had just opened the door. The forge was groaned. Waya's sword was already drawn, her stance shifting into a battle-ready position as she turned to Lin Yuan. What the hell is going on? See, you don't understand the formation. Saga didn't just hide the broken sword's power. The asterisk trapped asterisk it. This forge was built to asterisk. The tube. The asterisk trapped asterisk. So what, your eyes? 倾听的一 Tayson's gaze shifted to Lin Yan. It's not just dangerous, it's asterisk. It's not just dangerous, it's asterisk. Hungry asterisk. The air around them crackled with unease. The forge's qualms from the very stone. The forge was no longer just a place. It was asterisk test. Asterisk, and he was the one who had to pass it. The forge was a cathedral of secrets, its cavernous walls lined with runes that pulsed faintly like the high pitch, a false faintly decayed. A low hum vibrated through the stone floor, a sound that wasn't quite mechanical or magical, but something in between. The light from the forge's ancient braziers flickered, casting jagged patterns on the walls that seemed to move, like the ghosts of long-dead smiths. A faint metallic tang lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of ozone, as though the forge had once been a crucible for more than just weapons. Every step Lin Yan took Fen more. The deeper they went, the more the air seemed to tighten around them, pressing against their skin, like a held breath. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled, not in sound, but in sensation, a vibration that rang. Maybe it's about trust, Lai Rong said, her voice soft but steady, cutting through the silence like a blade. She stepped into the forge, her presence calm, yet poignant. I heard about the broken sword. I thought I'd see if I could help. Lin Yan studied her, his expression unreadable. You're the healer from the mysterious elixir set. You're the healer from the mysterious elixir set. Lai Rong nodded. I've seen the way the sword affects you. It's not just a weapon. It's a part of you now. Liu crossed her arms, her tone sharp. Ding jaw tightened. I don't need help. Li Rong stepped closer, her voice gentle but firm. Then maybe you don't need to carry this burden alone. For the first time in a long while, Lin Ying felt the weight of the sword shift not in his hands, but in his heart. Listen, Yirang, Loya said, her voice low but edged with speed. Iron's expression didn't change, but her fingers tightened around the vial. You think I'm here for some grand scheme, that I'm playing a game with you. I spent years chasing the truth about the broken sword. I've seen what it does to people. And I'm not here to manipulate anyone. I'm here because I believe in you. Lioya's eyes narrowed. Believe in me, you don't even know me. You're just another face in the crowd, trying to pull the strings. You think I'm going to let you walk into this with your little vial and your cryptic speeches? Lai Rong's voice dropped to a whisper. I'm not here to save you. I'm here because I know what's coming. And if you don't listen to me, you're going to be the one who gets burned. She wasn't just a healer, she was a player in the game. He didn't understand, and the more he looked at her, the more he wondered if she was the one. The more he looked at her, the more he wondered if she was the one. The whisper of the broken sword still echoed in his thoughts, a reminder that he wasn't ready. He needed time to understand the sword, to understand himself. Asterisk, what if Lai Rong is right? He needed time to ascend. What if it's a part of me asterisk? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He had always believed the sword was a tool, a means to an end, but now it felt like something else, something deeper, something that had been weighted. He could feel the weight of the sword pressing down on him, not just physically but emotionally. It was as if it were trying to tell him something, but he didn't know what. Asterisk. Maybe the sword isn't the enemy. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. Maybe I am. Asterisk. The sword. Asterisk. Maybe the sword isn't the eto evis sastoris elixir. It was him. A low hum vibrated through the forge, a sound that wasn't quite mechanical or magical, but something in between. The air around them seemed to shift as something in between. The air around them seemed to shift. Then the forge stayed, while his eyes flipped to the pedestal where the unmarked blade rested. Is that the broken sword's original wall? Taishan, the blacksmith, nodded. Lin Yan's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. He could feel the sword's spirit stirring more than ever now, as if it were trying to communicate. Stirring more than ever now, as if feel the sword. What's it saying? Ning Yuan opened his eyes, his expression grim. It's not ready to be awakened. Not yet. Tishan's gaze shifted to him. If you want to unlock its true power, you'll need to find the truth behind its creation. Liuya crossed her arms. So what? We're supposed to solve a centuries-old mystery now. Lin Yan exhaled sharply. No, what? The forge seemed to hold its breath as if waiting for them to make the next move. The forge's air was thick with the scent of molten iron and something older, something that smelled like forgot, something molder, something that smelled like fortune. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, as if the stone itself had been shaped by a force beyond human hands. A faint hum resonated through the air. Even the dust that clung to the rafters seemed to shimmer with an unnatural sheen. Somewhere in the distance, a gear groaned, and the sound echoed like a warning. Li Rong's voice cut through the silence, soft but firm. You're not just holding a talisman, Lin Yan. You're holding a key that could unlock a door. You're not sure you want to open. She tilted her head deep. And choices have consequences, even if you don't see them coming. Lin Yan's fingers tightened around the talisman. So what's the catch? You're the healer. You've seen this before, right? You think this is about the sword. It's about asterisk, you asterisk. Her voice dropped to a whisper. And if you're not careful, you'll end up like the ones who came before you, lost in the weight of what they tried to carry. Like, spill the tea, ties him. What's the real deal with this thing? She turned to the blacksmith, her tone edged with suspicion. You've been keeping secrets, haven't you? You know more about this talisman. You're Letty Wege. Some knowledge is a burden, he said slowly, and some doors, once opened, can never be closed. Lin Yan's mind raced. He could feel the talisman's energy pressing at souls. Lin Yan's mind raced. He had no idea what he was about to unleash. The forge's air grew colder. The runes on the walls flared, and the ground beneath them trembled. Somewhere in the depths, rumbled. The forge's air was thick with the scent of burning metal and ancient magic, but it was the silence that pressed hardest on Ning metal. Li Rong's calm presence was a balm, but even she seemed uneasy, her eyes flicking toward the forge's entrance as if expecting something or someone. Ima, he could almost hear the whisper of the broken sword, a voice that wasn't his own, urging him to act. The forge was a relic of the past, a place where secrets had been buried and unearthed. The most stores a wasting mask. Hey, brooding king, Luoya said, her voice cutting through the silence. You're not going to figure this out by staring at the ground like a lost puppy if you keep this up. The sword's gonna sink to your liability. Lin Yuan exhaled softly. I'm calculating. This isn't just about power, it's about choices. Loya rolled her eyes, but there was a flicker of concern in her expression. Yeah, well, if you're gonna calculate, do it faster, because I don't think Yuan's gonna wait for you. Beirang stepped forward, her voice steady. You're not ready for this, Lin Yuan. The broken sword isn't just a weapon, it's a mirror, and right now it's showing you something you don't want to see. He remembered the way Yuan had stood beside him in the sect, their laughter echoing through the halls. Back then he had believed in the brotherhood. Back then he had beheld was the brotherhood. But then you think you're the hero, you're just another pawn in a game you don't understand. Lin Yan's heart pounded. I didn't have a choice. I was forced to leave. But Tan Yan's heart pounded. You think you're the hero? He laughed, a sound that sent a chill through Lin Yuan's spine. You're just another pawn in a game you don't understand. The hidden sage's voice and a game you don't understand. Lin Yan's grip tightened on the talisman. Then what does it see in me? The hidden sage's lips curved into a faint smile. That depends on what you choose to become. The forge trembled as Q Xing from him. The air around them shimmered, and the ground cracked beneath their feet. Huiyaoya moved first, her sword flashing as she lunged at Kang Xi. He had come so far, but now he faced the truth of his past, and this time he wasn't going to let it define him. The broken sword pulsed in his grip. The forge's air was thick with the scent of burning metal, an ancient magic. But it was the silence that pressed hardest on Ning Yuan's chest. The hidden sight stood at the centers on Ning Yuan's chest. Its eyes deep as the void between stars, seemed to pierce through Ning Yuan's defenses. Guiya shifted uneasily beside him, her fingers twitching near the hilt of her sword. The forge's walls, lined with glowing wounds, pulsed faintly, as if the very stones were holding their breath. The forge's words, 让你以前靠今天, the hidden sage's voice, low and resonant, cut through the stillness. You seek power, he said, but power is not given freely. It is earned. Enough of this cryptic nonsense, Liuya snapped, her voice sharp enough to slice through the tension. You're the one who's been holding secrets for years. What's the catch? What's the price? Her eyes burned with frustration, but there was something else too, a flicker of fear. She had always been the one to push Lin Yan forward to keep him from drowning in his own doubts. Now she was the one who seemed to be faltering. Lin Ying, the broken sword isn't just a weapon, it's a mirror. What does it see in me? The hidden sage's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. That depends on what you choose to become. They had been brothers then, inseparable, their laughter echoing through the halls of the sect. He remembered the way Akon had always been the more reckless one. The one who had dared Xiang had always been the more reckless. But that future had been shattered the day Kashan had turned against them, his betrayal wound that had never healed. Now, standing here with the hidden sage's words hanging in the air, Lin Yunman felt the old pain rise. A trial asterisk before he could dwell on it. The forge trembled. A low guttural growl echoed through the stone walls, and the air around them shimmered with a strange violet energy. The hidden sages explored a door. A figure stepped from the shadows, their presence like a cold wind. Cao Shuang, his eyes burned with a cruel, knowing light. You've come far, Lin Yuan, he said, his voice a venomous whisper. 今天是美好的一天. Manyoya's sword was already. You're the traitor, aren't you? She said, her voice edged. Juan's smirk widened. And what did you do? You ran. You left. You let the sect fall then. But I never stopped fighting for what was right. Ekiang's laughter was bitter, a sound that echoed through the forge like a death knell. Right. You think this is about right. And wrong. You think you're the hero. He stepped closer, his presence suffocating. Ilya's eyes narrowed. Enough of this. You're not going to get away with this. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. He could feel the sword spirit stirring, as if sensing the immense statue. The mirror reflects the soul. The mirror reflects the soul, he said, his tone calm but firm. What will your soul? Lin Yan's heart pounded. The forge's air was thick with the scent of scorched metal and ancient magic, but the tension between the characters was even effort, but the tension between the characters. Wai Yi's eyes flicked between the sage and Acorn, her stance shifting into a battle-ready pursuer. Her stance shifting into a battle-ready pursuer. Her stance shifting into a battle-ready pursuer. Her stance 七白的一天眼，买叶。Kang's smirk was razor sharp. His gaze locked on Lin Yuan with the cold certainty of someone who had already won. The Hindu's need, the talisman's energy, the siege's warning, Cohen's betrayal, they all pointed to a reckoning that had been brewing for years, and now it was here. Cryptic nonsense. Wei's voice is here. They all pointed to a reckoning that had been brewing for years. You are just going to drop riddles and leave us hanging. What's the point of all this if you're not going to spill the tea? The hidden sages exposes if you're not going to spill the tea. The hidden sages is not one of how. It is one of sacrifice. Yuya's eyes narrowed. Sacrifice? You're telling me we're supposed to figure this out on our own? That's not helpful, Sage. That's just flexing. If you know something, you better say it. The hidden sage's lips curved into a faint smile. You are not ready to hear the truth. Lin Yuan's grip on the talisman tightened. The words felt like a warning, but they also felt like a challenge. He could feel the sword spirit stirring in his mind. Was the sage right? Was he not ready? His thoughts were interrupted by Wang's voice, low and mocking. You're wasting your breath. Why, the truth that you were never meant to be the hero, that the sect fell because of you. The words hit like a physical blow. Lin Yan's like a physical. Lin Yan's mind reforce, recast, Kating Yan, Ka Xiang's. Gloria's sword was already raised, her stance shifting as she prepared to strike. You're full of it, AQ1. And you, Lin Yuan, are the reason the sect fell? Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He had to know. He had to find out if Fo Xiang was right. But before he could speak, the forge trembled, and the hidden sage's voice, Jiao'er, trembled, and the choice found out. The air around them crackled with energy, and the battle was about to begin. Wai Yi's sword flashed as she lunged at Cao Shuang. The forge trembled with the force of their battle, the runes on the walls flaring with energy. Lin Yuan stood frozen, his grip on the talisman, tightening as he tongue. Was he really the reason the sect had fallen? He took a step forward, his voice low but steady. You're wrong, Q-Ang. I didn't destroy the sect. I tried to save it. A2Ng's smirk faded. You let the sector crumble while you played hero in your own mind. Lin Yan's fist clenched. I didn't have a choice. I was forced to leave. He left a bitter frown. You're just another pawn in a game you don't understand. Liuya's voice cut through the tension. Enough of this. You're not going to get away with this. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tight. Kuang raised his hands, and a surge of dark energy erupted from him. The air around them shimmered, and the ground cracked beneath their feet. Liuya moved first, her sword flashing cracked beneath their feet. Sparks flew, and the air around them grew thick with the force of their battle. Lin Yan exhaled sharply, his heart pounding. The broken sword paused in his grip, and for the first time, he felt it's something ancient, something powerful. The time for redemption had come. Lin Yan's grip on the thunder-summoning talisman tightened its energy, pulsing in time with his mopaning. Talon tightened its energy. The runes on the walls flared brighter, as if reacting to the battle. Lin Yuan watched his mind racing. The hidden sage's words still echoed in Yu's dam. Once watched his mind. I didn't destroy the sect. I tried to save it. Akan's smirk faded, replaced by a look of cold amusement. Save it? You ran. You left everyone behind. You let the sect crumble while you played hero in your own mind. But I never stopped fighting for what was right. Kang's eyes burned with fury. You're not going to get away with this. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. He could feel the sword spirit stirring, as if sensing the impending battle. The time for words when the brave stirred. Why move thus? Her sword flashing as he lunged at Zhu. He had come so far, but now he faced the truth of his past. Then this time, he wasn't going to let it be. The forge trembled as the battle raged on the air, thick with the clash of steel, and the crackling energy of the steel, and the crackling energy of the talisman. Lin Yan, grip on the passing in Tamaning talisman timed it and the sect's fall. The bale, the choice. Tian's blade met Loya's in a flurry of motion, their swords clashing with a force in a flurry of motion, their swords clashing with a force that sent shockwaves through the forge. The runes on the walls flared brightening. The hidden sage's word still end. Was he really the reason the sect had fallen? He took a step forward, his voice low but steady. You're wrong, Kangguo. You let the Saxon crumble while you played hero in your own mind. Lin Yan's fists clenched. I didn't have a choice. I was forced to leave. He laughed, a bitter sound. You're just another pawn in a game you don't understand. Lao Ya's voice cut through the tension. Enough of this, you're not going to get away with this. Enough of this, you're not going to get away with this. Lin Yuan's short Kowen raised his hands, and a surge of dark energy erupted from him. The air around them shimmered, and the ground cracked beneath their feet. Ryoya moved first, her sword flashing kite beneath their feet. Sparks flew, and the air around them grew thick with the force of their battle. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply, his heart pounding. He had come so far, but now he faced the truth. How full the broken sword paused in his grip, and for the first time he felt it's something ancient, something powerful. The forge's air was thick with the scent of burning metal and ancient magic, but something felt wrong. The runes etched into the walls flickered, and Yuan stood at the center of the chamber, his posture unnervingly relaxed. As though he had already relaxed, a thing stood at the center of the chamber, his posture unnervingly relaxed. The hidden sage's words echoed in Ning Yin's mind. Asterisk. The broken sword is not just a weapon, it is a mirror. Asterisk. But what did it see now? The air crackled with tension. Lin Yan, Kang said, his voice smooth as silk, you've come so far, but you are still blind. The sect was a lie, and you were too foolish to see it. His smirk was infuriating, but it was the way his eyes flickered too quickly. Tupac was infuriated. Yu's voice cut through the silence. You betrayed us. You let the sect fall. And now you think you can just walk away. Her sword trembled in her grip, but her words were laced with something else. Doubt. Lin Yan's mind raced. The forge's energy, the hidden city's cryptic warnings, the way Tu Xuan's movements spelled, rehearsed it, all pointed to something bigger. Asterisk. What if it wasn't but the weight of the broken sword in his hands felt terrorist. Do you even know what you're fighting for? Etienne's voice was low, almost pitying. You think you're the hero, but you're just another pawn in a game you don't understand. The sect wasn't a lie. 我感到非常放松. You're the one who betrayed us. You let the sect fall. You think this is about right and wrong? You think you're the hero?" He laughed, a bitter sound. "You're just another fool who thinks he can save the world." Liu's voice cut through the tension, sharp and unyielding. Kang's gaze shifted to her, his expression darkening. "You think you can stop me? You're just as blind as he is." Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened. He could feel the sword spit. Lin Yuan's heart pounded as the weight of the broken sword pressed against his back. Asterisk. What if Caoyan wasn't the enemy? Asterisk. The thought gnawed at him, but it didn't make sense. Xuan. And yet the way he moved, the way he spoke, it felt asterisk calculated. Asterisk. Asterisk. What if he was working for someone else? Asterisk. The forge's air crackled with energy. He had always believed Caoyan was the traitor, but what if he was just the asterisk puppet? Asterisk. What if Nightshade had used him, her sword flashing in the dim moon? Their blades met in a shower of sparks, and for a moment Lin Yuan felt a surge of release. Asterisk. This was the fight he had exerted over it. But then the ground beneath them trembled vibrated. Asterisk. Asterisk. No asterisk. He wasn't ready for this. The sword spirit's whisper echoed in his mind, louder now. Asterisk. You are not ready. Asterisk. Lin Yan's breath caught, but now as its energy surged through him, he realized it was something else entirely. A mirror, a reflection of the truth he had been too afraid to see, the clash of steel and the echoes. But Lin Yuan was distracted, with focus torn between the fight and the strain Yuan with Dikong. Kang's smirk didn't waver, because I don't need to. Lin Yan's grip tightened on the broken sword. The energy within it was ghostly. A deep resonant hum filled the air, and the forge's walls trembled. The broken sword's runes flared. The broken sword's Yuan. The soul's energy surged through him, and for a moment he felt asterisk everything, asterisk the pain of the past, the weight of his choices, the burden of the future, and then the forge exploded. Lin Yuan stumbled back, his vision swimming. The broken sword's energy was no longer just pulsing, it was asterisk screaming astring. Ren tumbled back in. Is this Kang Kong? The Brahman Sri Kambu, you don't understand what you've done, he whispered. Lin Yan's breath came in ragged gasps. The sword's energy was asterisk, alive asterisk. Then Yuan's breath came in ragged gasps. Then the forge's entrance was cracked open. A vast ancient structure hidden beneath the forge, its surface etched with symbols that pulsed with the same energy as the broses. The mist in the valley clung to the air like a second skin. Thin, the mist hissed, Kabiste. The formation sex traps were already in motion, glowing sigils, etched into the ground, pulsed with a nearly blue light, forming a labyrinth of intricate sigils. Bruh, why'd you even use that thing? Liu's voice cut through the tension. Her tongue laced with mock exasperation. She gestured at Lin Yu's distinction. Her tone laced once, 崩气的, My dear immutable. Are you sure this isn't a prank, talisman? Lin Yuan grunted, his jaw clenched as the talisman's aura seared through his palm. Beside back, his voice tight with the advanced. Thanks for the concern, but I'd rather be microwaved than get turned into a formation seat chew toy. The ground beneath them shuddered as the runes flared, and a wall of crackling lightning erupted from the earth, forcing Min Ying, Wan, and Yi Tian. The air smelled of ozone and burnt hair, and Lin Yuan's vision blurred for a moment as the talisman's energy surged forward. Are you sure this thing doesn't come with a side of existential dread? I'm sure, Lin Yuan muttered, his teeth gritted. But if this thing isn't dread, thanks. The mystic can get us out of this trap. I'll take the It's Good by Max, said shimmered like oil on water. They fed the It's Good by Mars. Their leader, Master Shu, stepped forward, his presence radiating an unsettling calm. His presence radiating, stepped forward. Master Zhu's voice was smooth, almost musical, as he gestured toward the rules. This is a test, boy, a lesson in humility. But I see you've already failed. We're here to stop you from dragging the world into your little cringe-fist. Master Sue chuckled, a sound like rusted hinges. Cringe-fist? How? Asterisk. Modern asterisk after you. Cringe-fist? How? The influence of Nightshade is spreading, and even the Seven-Sex Alliance cannot hold it back. You are already too late. Lin Yi asterisk. Why does that name sound familiar? Asterisk Lin Yuan's mind raced his thoughts, a whirlwind of half-truths. Nightshade. The name feels like a symbol I've seen before. I can't place it. Asterisk. Lawyer's voice cut through his thoughts, sharp and cutting. Bro, we're not talking about this now. We're talking about getting out of this trap before your noodle brain turns to soup. Lin Yu exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Right. Focus. The talisman's glowing ten-eyed, and with a roar of thunder, the trap shattered like ninga-kites. The enforcers scattered their formation broken, and Master Zeus mark spectry Frisian forces. Nightshade's influence was spreading, and whatever that meant, it was going to change everything. The verdant glade was a riot of color and chaos, a place where nature had gone full maximalist. Towering trees with bark like polished obsidian twisted skyward, their canopies drip-bark like polished obsidian twisted skyward, their canopies dripping. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something sweetly medicinal, the kind of aroma that made your tongue itch to taste it. Liron knelt beside a cluster of crystalline herbs. Liron knelt beside a cluster of crystalline herbs. Lim Yuan slouched against the mossy rock, rolled his eyes. Bro, you're like a walking pharmacy. Can't you just heal us with a glance? He gestured lazily. Boy, you're like a walking pharmacy. Can't you just heal us? I'm here to find the pearl before Meiji's spies turn us into a TikTok horror story. Liron shot him a look, her lips pressing into a thin line. From the shadows emerged four figures, their robes stitched with the sigil of Meiji's spies, a jagged blood-red scorpion. One of them a wiry man with a blade that looked like it had been forged in a nightmare. Snew, hand over the herbs. Bro, demonic assassins being the worst. I'm asterisk, literally, asterisk in a meme. He flicked his wrist, summoning a flickering flame that hovered like a rebellious firefly. You're not here for the herbs, she said, her voice calm but edged with steel. You're here for the pearl. The spy's grin widened. Smart girl, but you're still going to die. She hurled it to the ground, and the herb erupted into a cloud of smoke so dense it swallowed the glade whole. Lin Yuan coughed, his voice muffled. Bro, that's not a smokescreen. But Tuirang was already moving, her steps silent as she darted through the haze. The spies' shouts were muffled, their movements clumsy as she darted through the haze. But Tirong's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and clear. Lin Yan asterisk move asterisk. The ground beneath them trembled as the spies did a hulking figure. Liron's hand shot out, her fingers glowing with a soft green light. The herb's power surged through her, and the air cowered. See, you're a asterisk, nuke asterisk. Lin Yuan, still grinning, stepped back from the fray. Bro, I'm not even here for the drama. I'm here for the asterisk, dramatic asterisk. Ma, I'm not even here for the dry blade slashed through the fog, landing inch from his foot. The air crackled with tension, the glade's vibrant colors now bleeding into shades of red and black. Then a sound soft asterisk, thud asterisk, like a scroll hitting the ground. Thy wrongs, 没乃好的一天. She knelt brushing the dirt away, and her breath caught the scrolls. Asterisks, the soul-locking pearl lies beneath the ruins of Exingman. Beware the chains that bind it. Bro, that's not just a clue, that's the asterisk trap. Asterisk. Nairon's fingers tightened around the scroll. No, that's the asterisk tightened around the scroll. No, that's the asterisk tightened on the scroll. The pearl's power is asterisk as tabula. Asterisk, but Lin Yuan was already thinking ahead, his mind racing, the pearl chains. Asterisk, and yet, as the smoke settled and the blade's shadows deepened, he couldn't shake the feeling that the pearl wasn't just the prize. It was an asterisk prison. In the pearl settled Pryden. His sister's name had been tied to it in whispers, her soul a thread in the tapestry of nightshade schemes. He'd spent years testing ghosts, but this was different. The pearl wasn't just and big. He remembered the last time he'd held a key like this, the one that had led him to the broken sea, that had ended with blood him suicide. The pearl would be his, and he'd break it apart if he had to. The spy's leader lunged again, his blade a blur of venomous light. Lai Rong's eyes fixed Lin Yan, who was still standing like a statue, his expressed eyes fleet to Lin Yi Ma. But Lin Yan just tilted his head, his smirk returning. Blow, I'm not in the mood to be a human meatball. Thanks for the concern. He flicked his wrist, and the flame he'd summoned earlier flared to life, casting jagged. The spy's leader snarled, but Liran was already moving, her hands weaving a complex pattern in the air. The spiritual tear herb's power surged again, and this time it wasn't just a smoke screen, it was the asterisk. The glade fell silent save for the sound of the scroll rustling in the wind. Liran's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. You want the pearl? I'm here to asterisk crush, asterisk your drama. The spy's leader laughed, a sound that sent shivers down Liran's spine. You think you can stop me? The pearl's power is asterisk on Liran's spine. I'm here to asterisk break asterisk it. And with that, the glade erupted into chaos once more. The talisman set market was a cacophony of chaos, a place where the air crackled with the energy of a cell phone of chaos, a place where the air crackled with the energy of 1,000 magical skulls, being sold, fartered, and quibbled capit in the air. The crowd was a mix of eccentric merchants, sword-wielding tourists. That a crowd was a mist. At the center of the chaos stood Tyson, his arms crossed as he surveyed the crowd with the smug confidence of someone who had. The blade was a twisted mass of jagged edges and neon green runes that flickered like a bad TikTok filter. You think this is asterisk art? Asterisk. Leo sneered sad castus. Castar. Cheeston, unfazed, adjusted the sheath of his own thick obsidian blade that posed with the quiet other world. The Baji, this is asterisk art, as told. Master Lang, undeterred, stepped forward, his face a mask of smart purity. At the least, this is asterisk where the flurries. If this thing breaks, are we gonna have to sue the universe for damages? Taishan's lips curled into a smirk as he unsheathed his blade, the obsidian surface reflecting the teku. Let's see if your revolution can even hold up to a real sword, he said, his voice low and dangerous. Or are you just here to make a TikTok video about how epic your sword is? Tisan barely dodged, the obsidian blade slicing through the air with a sound like a whisper. The two clashed, their weapons colliding in a shower of sparks that lit up the market like a fire seeds. He had always known Tisan had talent, but this was something else entirely. The way the obsidian blade moved, the way the obsidian Bishantai, the way the obsidian drink in the chaos of the market and turn it into something at the youth. As the duel raged on, a sudden commotion drew everyone's attention. A talisman sect elder had a duel. To the one who wields the blade of destiny, he said, his voice echoing like a thunderclap, I offer you a gift, a spiritual cheerbake, the asterisk, echoing bell asterisk. For I'm not here for your life advice, he said, his tone dry. I'm here for the asterisk, actual asterisk. As the crowd erupted into cheers and jeers, Lin Yan reached out his fingers brushing the scroll. The moment he touched it, a surge of energy coursed through Jinyu's bones. But as the crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch, a new tension hung in the air. The rival factions present was no longer just a sideshow. It was a challenge, a test of strength and value. And Lin Yuhan knew that this was only the beginning. Sounds useful, but I've got a feeling it's more than that. The way the elder presented it, like it was a gift from fate, etc., was accuseful, but I've got a feeling it's more than that. The way the A test, or maybe it's a test, or maybe it's a trap, but I also can't ignore the opportunity. If this thing can really mimic attacks, it could be the key to breaking Nightshade's plan. Just need to figure out how to use its fire. It could be the key to breaking Nightshade's fire, but he's not going to back down. I need to stay one step ahead, or else we're all going to end up as a meme. Asterisk, 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 Nui, and the duel of blades, asterisk, asterisk. The clash between Xian and Master Yan, as duel of blades, sub 2. Tashan's obsidian blade moved with a grace that belied its deadly precision. Each strike a calculated dance of decision, each strike a calculated dance of disruption. Master Liang, Doulei's essence distinct. As the duel raged on, the crowd watched in awe, some cheering, others whispering prayers to the gods of luck. Liuya, ever the skeptic, leaned against a nearby stall, arms crossed. I'd rather just throw your body into a lake and hope the fish eat you. Taishan, unfazed, dodged the wild swing from Master Liang and countered with a strike that sent the royal blacksmith reset, his voice cold. This isn't just about skill, it's about asterisk artistry. Asterisk, you're just trying to sell a sword that looks like it belongs in a dumpster fire. Master Liang, his face red with rage, lunged forward, yawns. Its sword flanged him and sword. The crowd gasped as the two combatants locked in a seize as seen, their swords clasped in the combat. This is not a duel for glory, but a test of strength. The winner will be granted the asterisk echoing bell asterisk. The crowd erupted into cheers and jeers. The tension in the air thick with anticipation. 财神 and 美好的一天 and this. 财神 and 美好的一天 the goal. Becomes the two combatants prepared for the final clash. The market seemed to hold its breath. The fate of the asterisk echoing bell. Asterisk, asterisk. Echoing. The fate of the asterisk echoing sick. The crowd gasped as the air around them grew heavy. A strange energy crackling in the air. From the shadows a figure emerged, cloaked in a dark robe. Enough of this fuss, the figure said, their voice a low guttural growl. You think you can play with forces beyond your comprehension. The asterisk, echoing bell asterisk is not a prize to be won, it is a weapon, O cold one, that should not fall in their hands, O mortal. The crowd fell silent, their fear palpable. Even Taishan and Master Liang, locked in their duel, paused, their swords hovering in the air, as if frozen by the figure's past. Their souls hovering in the air, as if frozen by the figure's past. Who dares challenge the will of the set? 天灾气，我感到非常放松。He demanded 过去这是一个平静的时刻。康气中非常放松。Their hook falling. I am the warden of the axis, they said, their voice dripping with malice. The air around them grew colder, the temperature dropping as if the very fabric of reality was being pulled apart. The crowd screamed, some fleeing in terror, others frozen in place. Tao Xian, his eyes narrowing, stepped forward. You're not even close to being a real threat, the warden of the abyss let out a chorus too. Guati Yu. The market was no longer just a place of cake, as it was a battlefield, and the fate of the asterisk echoing bell asterisk. The ruins of Xianxia loomed like a skeletal hand reaching for the sky, its jagged stone towers clawing at the storm-churned clouds. Lin Yuan and Loi. The air reeked of decay and something sharper sulfur maybe, or the metal gopher maybe, or the metal gang of decay, and something sharper sulfur maybe, or the metallic tang of blood. It's an asterisk show. Asterisk. She flicked her wrist, and the thunder summoning talisman at her belt pulsed faintly, its edges humming with asterisk. Then let's make sure they're the ones who are feeling it. He peered over the column, his eyes narrowing at the sight ahead. A clearing had been carved into the ruins, its center dominated by a massive syrinx. Around him, his forces, dozens of mercenaries and sorcerers, formed a loose ring, their weapons and spells, posses dust, their weapons and force storm balls. But I suppose that's the price of playing hero. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. You're the one who's late. Asterisk drama. Senpai. Yuan's jaw tightened. The blaze smoke deepened, his fingers twitching, as if itching to draw his sword. Oh, asterisk, poor asterisk Lin Yuan. Bro, I say, nice try, but even asterisk, I asterisk can see the drama in that line. You're like a bad trick-top trendle exposed an asterisk so asterisk, courtesy. You're not a villain here, asterisk drama, king asterisk. You're just the guy who forgot to update his villain, resin. The mercenaries around Bloodblade tensed, their weapons rising. The runes on the platform, Fledblade tensed, their weapons rising. A trap, yes, but one designed not to kill, but to asterisk trap. Asterisk the mind. Lin Yuan's can't trap. Asterisk the mind. Lin can't. She's the reason I'm here, the reason I'm still standing. If I let this get to me, I'll fail her again. Asterisk. He clenched his fists. The thunder summoning talisman's heat. Asterisk the trap activated. The spikes shot upward and the chains flashed out, snaring Loya's legs mid-step. You're not even asterisk close, asterisk to saving her, asterisk bro, asterisk. Then Yuan's eyes blazed. Then let's see how well you handle the asterisk, real asterisk drama. He slammed his taman, as the thunderous crack of lightning split the air, the ruins trembled violently. The runes on the platform flickered, their glow dimming as if the trap itself had been disrupted. Bloodblade's smungrin faltered. Wait, what the hell? One of the sorcerers gasped, his spell unraveling mid-cast. Lin Yuan didn't wait. He surged forward, the Sungo, royal asterisk, literally asterisk, a storm in a teacup. Roya called, her voice strained as she writhed against the chains. But I'll admit, this is asterisk way, asterisk pastor L and a teacup. You think you won, this is just the beginning. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Then let's see how well you handle the real storm. The ground split open, and from the depths of the ruins, a new force, Emil asterisk. The hidden sage's cave was a labyrinth of shadows, and whispers its entrance concealed behind a curtain of shadows that clung to the rocks, Sigurd refusing to be told. Flickering torchlight revealed the walls etched with symbols that shifted. One glanced at their meanings in symbols that shifted was Anstead, one leg of cracked stones, each tile humming with a low Renstead Sieg, each silency Lan Yu. The silence here was not empty. It was watchful, a presence that pressed against the edges of Lin Yuan's thoughts, making him wonder if he had been fabled or if the cave had been waiting for him all along. Lin Yan's voice was sharp, the kind that cut through the fog of uncertainty. He stepped closer to the pedestal, his boots crunching over the mogul. Lin Yin's concert. Redemption's like a tick-tock trend, bro, the sage said, his voice a low rasp that seemed to echo from everywhere and nowhere. Only cool if you don't copy others. Bright, it's a asterisk T. Asterisk. You just have to figure out what it unlocks. Yin Yuan rolled his eyes, but his fingers twitched. At his sides, he had come here expecting a riddle, a test, something that would give him an edge in the war against Nightshade. Asterisk. What if the sage is right? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk. What if redemption isn't about fighting back, but about letting go? Asterisk. The thought made his sumptuosity had spent years chasing back to. Asterisk. The idea was absurd, but the sage's words lingered a seed of doubt. Taking root in the cracks of his resolve, the scroll's message was written in Alexis. Asterisk. The words burned into his mind, their meaning as elusive as the sage's smile. He clenched his fists, his breath coming fast. Asterisk. This isn't a key. Asterisk. But the cave had its. The runes on the pedestal flared, and the air around them grew heavy as though the very walls were holding their breath. Outside the cave, the wind howled through the mountains, carrying with it the distant sound of Claudia. The hidden sage's riddle had not given him an answer, only a choice, and choices, Lin Yuan knew, were the most dangerous things of all. The herb fields of Woyan were a labyrinth of twisted fora, their jagged edges glinting with an eerie, iridescent sheen. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something metallic. The air was thick with the scent of decay. Strange symbols etched into the soil, in a language older than any known scent, glowed faintly under the dim moon. The silence here wasn't empty, it was watchful, as though the field itself was waiting for something or someone to make a mistake. Bro, why'd we land in a active drama asterisk zone? Liuya muttered, her voice tight as she tightened the straps on her armor. This place feels like a cursed TikTok feature. 1 second, we're in a forest. The next, we're in a horror movie. Because the elixir sex experiments are asterisk, always asterisk. This glamorous, the next foreign are Harris, Warris, war, the elixir sites before. This is just the I've seen their research sites before. This is just the I've seen their research. Liron knelt beside a cluster of herbs, her fingers brushing against the leaves. These aren't natural, she said, her voice low. The energy here, it's asterisk. Wrong asterisk. The end here, tried to asterisk, wrong asterisk. Like someone tried to graft magic inkwise. Bruh, if this is a failure, I don't want to see what their asterisk successes asterisk look like. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. Lyron, if you're going to use that spiritual herb asterisk, please asterisk don't make me regret trusting you, Lin Yuan said, his voice edged with sarcasm as he backed away from the riding mass of shadow and bone that had in midst stone mist. Relax, bruh. This isn't just any herb. It's a asterisk healing, asterisk herb. You know the kind that turns your enemies into cough syrup commercials. She flicked the vial, and a burst of silver mist you. Bro, I'm not worried about the cough syrup. Lin Yuan said, his voice tinged with asterisk. I'm worried about the fact that this thing is still asterisk here. You think the Electus tapped this thing is asterisk still asking. Byron's lips twitched. Then maybe we should be thanking them. This beast is asterisk test, asterisk a trial of instincts, strength, and I don't know, asterisk courage. Asterisk, a trial of the eating. Something about the way its blood is pooling on the ground. It's asterisk, glowing asterisk, Lin Yuan. Like it's asterisk, alive asterisk. Lin Yuan's expression dark alive isk. Lin Yan, this isn't right. Asterisk Slerong, thought her mind, racing as she watched the beast's blood pool into a viscous. As she watched the beast's blood pool into a viscous, iridescent puddle, as this isn't just a monster, it's an asterisk construct asterisk, a byproduct of something the elixir sect was trying to buy talk. I've seen what happens when magic is forced into things that aren't meant to hold it. It doesn't just destroy the targeted asterisk, unravels asterisks. Asterisk, a sudden sharp pain lanced through her chest, and she staggered. Asterisk, no folks, I can't let fear take over. If I help take, we all die. But if I act, I might save more than just us. I just have to be asterisk. The beast lunged, its claws slicing through the air with a sound like tearing silk. Liron's hands moved in a blur. Bro, this is asterisk, not asterisk a normal beast. Lin Yuan said, his voice tight as he dodged a swipe of the creature's tail. It's asterisk, shifting, asterisk, knee. Liron's eyes narrowed as she studied the creature's blood. It's not just evolving, she said, her voice low. It's asterisk learning, she said, her voice low. 我感到非常放松 Ria's blade flashed as she see. Aye. Yan's grip tightened on his sword. Then we'd better stop it before it finishes whatever it's trying to do. The ground beneath them shuddered, and the symbols etched into the soil flared with a sickly green light. The beast's blood was seeping into the symbols, activating them. Bro, we need to move, she said, her voice urgent. The ground is reacting. She said, her voice electric. Lin Ye's eyes widened as the symbols began to pulse in a rhythm that felt almost as the sensi caused. 我感到非常放松. What if the elixir sex experiments are still ongoing? 我感到非常放松 as she reached for another vial of herbs. The air in the abandoned temple was thick with the scent of damp stone and old secrets. Flickering torchlight cast jagged shadows across the walls, where faded murals of jagged shackles a kind of major chief aid. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword as he scanned the room, his eyes narrowing at the figure standing in the center of the chamber. A Kuang Siru. The silence stretched heavy with unspoken questions. Then Yi Kong spoke, his voice smooth, as pauses dozen. Then Koxing spoke. Trust was a currency he'd long since stopped spending. Asterisk. You think I'd fall for your help? Act again. Asterisk. You think I'd fall for your help? Act again. Asterisk, asterisk, in Yuan thudding against the stone floor. Last time you saved me, you left me to rot in a prison cell while your allies carved my name into the walls of a cursed tower. His eyes burned with the memory of that night, the cold stone pressing against his back, the echo of his sister's screams in his ears. This time I'm not here to save you, he said, his tone almost gentle. I'm here to warn you. Nightshade isn't just a villain, he's an asterisk, viral asterisk threat. Asterisk. Asterisk. Bro, I trust you more if you didn't have a villain. Aura. Asterisk. Asterisks. Lawyer muttered her villain. Is testers, testry, 一致 more. You're not here to help. You're here because you're asterisk, still asterisk, trying to play hero. But let's be real, you're hero at OC's pure. And yet, here you are, he said, his voice laced with something that might have been regret, still clinging to the idea that someone can be trusted. Lin Yuan's mind flashed back to the day he'd first met Chu Xiang, a boy with a grin wider than the day he'd first met Chu Xiang. They'd been brothers in arms then, bound by the same thirst for vengeance. But vengeance had a way of twisting people, of turning allies into. The memory of that betrayal still burned in Lin Yan's chest, a wound that never quite healed. Cao Xuan's words cut through the silenced counting, chan through. Tom 我感到非常放松. If he succeeds, the boundaries between words will collapse. Mortals will be asterisks, infected asterisks, gastor, time, the aspals, hastles. Lin Yuan's grip on his soul tightened. The weight of the revelation settled over him like a storm cloud. He'd spent years chasing Nightshade, convinced that the man was a monkey. But now, the truth 为好的, he was an asterisk threat, asterisk to the very fabric of existence, and if Yang was telling the truth, the group had no time to waste. Like Lai, Let Out was testing the truth. The group had no time to wait. You think we're just going to trust you because you said the word survival. A chaos express golden change. Trust me or don't, she said. But if you don't act, the on-chain, trust you. Trial, the demon-sealing abyss yawned before them, a chasm so deep it seemed to swallow the sky. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the walls pulsed with ancient of decay, and the walls pulsed with ancient tombs that flickered like dying embers. Leoya's boots clicked against the stone, her usual bravado dimmed by the oppressive silence. Lin Yuan's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, his nuns whitened. The abyss was alive, and it was testing them. Somewhere in the distance a low resonant den, somewhere in the distance a low resonant hum vibrated through the air, like the groan of a forgotten word. You ever get the feeling this place is asterisk, literally asterisk, trying to break us? Lioya muttered, her voice cutting through the silence. She flicked a glance at Lin Yan, her usual teasing tone laced with calmited. Lin Yan snorted, though his eyes didn't leave the shifting shadows. Thanks for the pep talk, but if I snap, it's not because of this. Nin tears of the pep talk. But if I snap, it's not because of this place. The beach, toss of the Astors. Guaya rolled her eyes, but her hand drifted to the hilt of her sword. Anyway, yeah, well, I've got your back, even if you're walking time-bound. Illusions, gleamed memories, fragments of the past, clawing their way into the present. Lin Yuan, a voice whispered, soft and familiar. It was his mother's, but the tone was wrong, too hollow, too distant. You promised you'd never leave me again. The illusion of his mother stood at the edge of the chasm, her face pale, her eyes filled with a grief he hadn't felt in years. His hands trembled, and for a moment he forgave. They hadn't felt in years. You okay? He blinked. Yeah, just remembering what? Stuff. I'd rather forget. Delivering what? Stuff. Lin Yan, the broken sword spirit, materialized, its form a shifting shadow with eyes like burning coals. You seek vengeance, but you're just a broken mirror. Fix your lies, or you'll break others. Lin Yan, I spent my whole life trying to fix this asterisk. He gestured at the illusion of his mother, his voice raw. But every time I try, I end up breaking someone else. The spirit's form flickered, and for a moment it looked off. The abyss doesn't just reflect your planet feet on it, Lin Yan's mind raced. He had spent years chasing vengeance, but the broken sword's words echoed. He had spent years chasing vengeance. You're just tired. Let me help you. He looked at her, at the way her eyes held no judgment, only understanding. For the first time in years, he felt something other than rage. The abbess paused the 一天 and the 以辽明媚. Lin Yan, she whispered, her voice a plea. Don't let nightshade win. The ground shook violently, and the abbess's call revealed itself. So let nightshade win. Lin Yuan exhaled, his grip on his sword tightening. The abyss was no longer just a test of strength. It was a test of his soul. The air in the ruined temple was thick with the scent of old magic, and something sharper blood. Lin Yuan's boots crunched over. The backpack glowed faintly, casting jagged shadows. The bits died trapped shadows. The baked girl放松 the bass. The baked girl tightened. He come here to reclaim the pearl. She come here to go Yuan the pert. You're just another pawn in Nightshade's game. Lin Yuan's eyes flicked to the pearl. Its light pulsed almost like a heartbeat. Something about the way it flicked to the pearl, its light pulsed, almost couture. He hadn't noticed the faint, almost imperceptible chains etched into the floor until now. They stretched toward the pearl. Let's not get all asterisk dramatic asterisk here. If this place is a trap, I'm asterisk definitely asterisk, not the one who set it. Her sarcasm was sharp. His gaze was fixed on Meiji, who tilted her head as if amused by his silence. You're not even trying to deny it, are you? She said, her voice softening. I know what it asterisk could asterisk do, he said, his voice low, and I'm not letting you use it to hurt anyone else. Meiji's smile widened. Hurt? He'd heard the stories how the soul-locking pearl could trap a soul, make it a prisoner of the wielder's will, but the way Meiji said it, the way she asterisk could asterisk at him, make it a prisoner the wielder's see. 我感到非常放松。What if the pearl wasn't a weapon, but the asterisk key? Asterisk and he was the one who'd locked her away. The temple trembled as the chains pulsed, their glow intensifying. Meiji, me. But you're just a boy who doesn't understand the cost of saving someone. Lin Yan's breath hitched. The chains asterisk, they weren't just on the floor. They were attached to something else. As to each, a figure half foreman, half first. His stomach dropped. Asterisk blinker. Asterisk. Bro, Rio said, her voice barely above a whisper. As stomach dropped. Asterisk. Lin knew, and Meiji wasn't trying to destroy it. She was trying to asterisk free asterisk. It the temple groaned as the chain surged with light, and the figure on the wall began, her voice shaking. Lin Yan's mind reeled. He'd come here to save Linger. But now he wasn't sure if he was the prisoner or the key. The pearl's light flared, and for a moment he saw her face pale. Eyes wide, we saw her face pale. Trapped in the portal's glow, her soul suspended between life and death. Meiji's voice was almost a whisper. Lim Yuan's thoughts slipped from his grip bro. Loya said, her voice breaking. I think she's asterisk inside asterisk the pearl. The temple's light exploded. The champion high scam. Lin Yuan stumbled back, shielding his eyes as the force of the explosion sent shards of stone flying. Lyoya's sword clattered to the ground, her face pale. Roll, she said, her voice barely audible for fire. Meiji stood unmoved, her expression calm, almost serene. The pearl floated between her fingers, its light now You don't understand, Meiji said, her voice carrying the weight of something ancient. This isn't just a trap. It's an asterisk test. Test for what? He demanded, his voice shaking. For asterisk. Meiji tilted her head, her eyes glinting with something that wasn't quite malice. For asterisk, you asterisk, she said, because you're the only one who can break the chains. But you're not ready. Not yet. The power wasn't just holding Dingari, was asterisk holding him asterisk too. He could feel it, the way his thoughts were tangled in its light, the way his memories of her were being pulled apart and refolded into something else. I think the pearl is asterisk using asterisk you. Lin Yan's hands clenched into fists. He had to stop this. He had to save her. But how could he fight something that was asterisk? He had to stop it. The pearl isn't a weapon. It's an asterisk mirror. Asterisk. And you're the one who's been looking in the wrong direction all along. The temple trembled again, and the light from the pearl flared once more. The chamber was silent now, save for the faint hum of the pearl's light. Linger's form flickered on the wall, her hands still reaching out, her face a mask of Viking. It was a asterisk mirror. Asterisk. What did that mean? His thoughts were a jumble of memories, of the day she'd been taken, of the way the pearl had glowed in asterisk. What did that mean? Bro, Roya said, her voice soft. You're not ready, are you? Lin Yuan turned to her, his eyes wide. What do you mean? Roya shook her head. She pointed at him, her expression unreadable. In you. Lin Yan's breath caught. The pearl wasn't the key. He was. Meiji's voice was almost a whisper. The figure on the wall let out a cry, and Lin Yuan felt something inside him shift. The pearl's light flared, and for a moment he saw her not trapped, not broken, but asterisk free, and for a moment he saw her not trapped. The demon-sealing abyss loomed like a wound in the fabric of reality, its depths shrouded in a swirling mist that pulsed with the echoes of ancient magic. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, and something older, something that tasted of regret. Liuya hovered nearby, her eyes flicking between the abyss and the sword. Her usual eyes read that sized by a rare hyena. Asterisk, but what truth? The sword had always been a weapon, a relic of vengeance. Yet now it felt different, as if it were waiting for something or someone to finally undergrant it. This wasn't just a conscience, or someone to finally and the sword's secret was about to shatter everything he thought he knew. Bro, Loya said, her voice low, you sure about this? That thing's been cursed for centuries. What if it's not just sorted? Bo, the thoughts, if it's a trap, I'd rather die than live with the guilt of letting Nightshade win. Besides, the spirit called us here. That means it's not just a trap. Besides, the spirit called us here. That means it's not just a trap. It's a asta. You seek vengeance, eating tone, its voice a blend of sorrow and steel. But the sword does not sever fated asterisk breaks asterisk it. To wield it is to choose between ends. You're saying the sword can change fate, that it's not just a weapon? The spirit's gaze was unreadable. The blade is a key, not a blade, but keys can open doors. So despoiled that Wait, are you saying the sword asterisk rewrites asterisk destiny? That it's not just about killing nightshades, it's about asterisk destiny. That it's not just about killing nightshades, that's about asterisk changing asterisk what's as daily inning. That be warned. To break fate is to risk becoming the very thing you fight against. Lin Yan's mind raced. He had always seen the broken sword as a tool of vengeance, a way to avenge his sister's suffering. If the sword could rewrite fate, what would that mean for the people caught in Nightshade's web, for Lingir, for himself? The weight of the blade felt heavier than ever, as if it were testing his will for asterisk. It's about choosing who I want to be. But if I break fate, what happens to the people I care about? What if I'm not the hero? What happens to the P I care about to Ke? And the consequences of that choice were about to unfold. The ground beneath them cracked, and a low guttural roar echoed from the depths of the abyss. A massive serpentine cracked. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and its presence sent a wave of fear through the group. Bro, Loya said, her voice tight with urgency. That thing looks like it's from a horror movie. What's it doing here, Ling? Yuan's grip on the sword tightened. It's not just here, it's asterisk calling asterisk us. This isn't a random attack, it's a test. The sword's power must be tied to this abyss somehow. The creature lunge that must be tied to this bashing run. Bro, I'm not sure about this test thing. That thing looks like it wants to asterisk us. The broken sword's spirit reappeared, its form flickering in the dim light. To wield its power, you must face the darkness within. The beast is not your enemy. It is a reflection of the choices you must make. Lin Yin's is not your enemy. The creature's presence was a warning. Asterisk. He had always seen the broken sword as a weapon of vengeance, a way to destroy Nightshade and end the suffering of those he loved. But now, the spirit's words said Shade and end the sword as a weapon of Wen Qi Ni Tian. As the beast lunged again, Ling Yuan raised the broken sword, its blade glowing with a fierce, otherworldly light. The creature's roar filled the air, otherworldly light. The creature's roar filled the air, but sublimely. The creature's scales shimmered as it struck, but the blade of the broken sword met it with a force that sent shockwaves through the abyss. The impact was not just physical, it met it with a force that sent shockwaves through the ashes. Ning Yuan felt a surge of energy coursing through him, a sensation that was both exhilarating, coursing through him, a sensation that was both as she watched the creature yield. While Ning Yuan's breath came in short gasps, the sword's power was not just breaking the creature, the sword's power was not just breaking the coming short gasps. The sword's power was not just brains that the blade was cutting, but as the creature faded, a new praise. Ling Yuan, the figure said, its voice a low resonant hum, you've awakened the sword's true power, but power without purpose is a curse. But power without purpose, true power, but power we do with it. Ling Yuan's grip on the hilt tightened the broken sword's bite. The figure stepped closer, its presence pressing against Ling. Yan, the figure, Wei Peng, Tom, the figure, stepped closer, but only if you are willing to sacrifice everything you hold dear. Are you ready to pay the price? That thing just said you have to asterisk sacrifice, asterisk something. What does that even mean? Lin Yan's mind raced the figures. Something. What does that even mean? The weight of the sword in his hand felt heavier than ever, as if it were a mirror reflecting the choices he had yet to make. The figure's voice was calm, almost mawkish. He had yet to make. Yes, Sifat's voice was calm. Are you ready to become something more than a weapon of vengeance? Lin Yan's jaw hunched. He had always seen himself as a tool of retribution, a means to an end. But now the broken sword's true purpose was, and the choice he had to make was not just about Nightshade or the Seven Such Alliance. It was a thesis. The Whispering Glade was a place where time seemed to hold its breath. The air was thick with the scent of damp moss and petrichor, the kind that clung to your skin like a second layer. Chatrichor, the kind that clung to your stem. Cheats. Lin Yan and Liang moved cautiously, their boots sinking into the spongy undergrowth. The forest was alive in a way that made the hairs on the back of Lin Yan's neck prickle. He tightened his grip in a way that made the hairs on the back of Lin Yang's. The first of the masked warriors emerged from the gloom, their faces obscured by intricate masks carved with runes that pulsed like ancient Mayas, were figures far. Gloria's blade, a slender crescent of silver, caught the dim light as she unsheathed it. Why would the formation sect be here? She muttered, her voice slow but sharp. Because they're not the only ones after the soul-locking pearl, he said, his tone grim. Nightshade's reach is longer than we thought. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. The masked warriors lunged. The ground beneath Lin Yuan's, then Loya hardened into an invisible prison, a web of binding annually. It is already written in the stars. Asterisk. Loya rolled her eyes, her movements fluid as she parried another blow. Can we focus on not getting turned into a statue? She asked, her tone dripping with exasperation. His voice was steady, but his mind raced. The binding array was more than the trap, it was a test. He could feel the weight of the forest. Prep it was a test. She could feel the weight of the forest press in. 康宁骂为我虚君, the way it had needed. He had thought then that the sword was a weapon. Now he wasn't so sure. The masked warriors pressed the attack, their runes flaring with a sickly green light. This is a trap, not a fight, she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. The binding array was designed to immobilize, to drain their strength until they were nothing more, to drain their strength until they were nothing more, to drain their strength on the Nawaba. If they were to break free, they would need more than brute strength. They would need to understand the trap's design. His thoughts were interrupted by a something. These thoughts were interrupted by a sudden caution. These thoughts were activated as she did air. But the cost of the attack was immediate. Lin Yuan felt his own power waning, the toll of using the talisman gnawing at his strength. He staggered, his vision blurring for a moment. I'll be fine. Just don't let the lightning hit me again. His words were a lie, but he knew better than to let her see the truth. The forest was watching, waiting. The Whispering Glade clung to its secrets, like a lover refusing to let go. Its air, thick with the scent of moss and something older, something that had been buried for centuries. The trees here were not merely tall, they were ancient, and they beamed lights. Lin Yuan and Loya stumbled into a clearing where the mysterious elixir sect had set up a makeshift camp. Their tents woven from a shimmering fat had set up a makeshift camp. Their tents warmth itself had been displayed up. At the center of the camp, Lirang knelt beside a wounded disciple, her hands glowing with a soft, cerulean light. The disciple's skin was a soft cerulean light. The disciple's skin was Zolak. But her fingers twitched tightly. Around her, other disciples murmured in hushed tones, their eyes darting toward the newcomers. Leoya's boots scuffed the earth. Newcomers. Leoya's boots scuffed the earth as she approached. Her blade still sheathed, her half sharp with Lin Yan's got a cut on his arm that's not healing, and Li Rang's head snapped up, her gaze cutting through Lai Sa's. Her hands dropped to her sides, the cerulean light fading as she stepped forward. Nightshade's forces are moving. They've captured a group of Starfall sect disciples, and they're using the soul-locking pearl to couple. If we don't act soon, they'll be used as pawns in his grand plan. Luoya's jaw tightened. So what? We're not exactly in a position to take on an entire sect right now. You think we've got time to play hero? Her voice was laced with frustration. Her R's crossing the time to play hero. Lai Yong's eyes darkened, but she didn't flinch. You think this is a trap? She countered, her voice low. This is a war. Every moment we waste is a moment. Nightshade's forces are tightening their grip. And if we don't act, they'll be lost to the Pearl's control forever. Lin Yuan, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. His voice was steady, but there was a weight to it, like a stone. Press the plan, because we can't just stand here and wait for Nightshade to make his next move. Li Rang's lips pressed into a thin line. The Pearl's power is tied to the Dim Mine. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply, his mind already racing. He thought of the broken sword's warning, of the prophecy etched into the stars. Asterisk, the broken sword's voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. A reminder of the burden he carried. He had spent years chasing the truth, but now with the soul locking the truth. But now was the main. Yan Xin Qing Qi towards Ba. The pearl wasn't just a key, it was a mirror, reflecting the choices that had led them here. He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. If Nightshade had the pearl, he would use it to reshape the world in his image. As Li Rang and Lin Yuan spoke, the camp around them shifted. The mysterious elixir sect disciples grew restless, their whispers turning into man spoke. The camp around them shifted. The mysterious. Li Rang, we've seen things, he said, his eyes darting toward the trees. Nightshade's forces are not just hunting the Starfall disciples, they're testing the purses, are not just hunting the Starfall. The trees, they're changing. It's not just a trap, it's a test. The forest is reacting to the pearl's energy like it's trying to resist. But it's failing. Like his Caya's too. A heavy silence fell over the camp. The trees around them seemed to shudder, their shadows stretching unnaturally. Lin Yun felt the air grow colder, their shadows stretching unnaturally. If the forest is failing, it won't be long before Nightshade's forces push it. So what? We just run into the abyss and hope for the best. That's your plan? She crossed her arms, her tongue laced with sarcasm. You think we're just gonna waltz into a cursed hole and find some ancient buckle? Sounds like a terrible idea. You think I want to risk our lives, but we don't have a choice. The pearl's power is spreading, and if we don't act, it won't just be the forest that falls. It'll be everyone. Liuya's lips pressed into a thin line. That's not a plan, that's a death wish. Lin Yan stepped between them, his voice calm but firm. We're not going to fight a war we can't win. We're going to find a way to stop Nightshade before it's too late. Liuya's eyes fixed to him, her calm warm. Lin Yan met her gaze, his jaw set. Then we'll fail together. The camp was silent, the weight of their decision pressing down on them. Li Rang turned back to the wounded breath, his hands glowing once more as she worked. The forest 的美好的一天 the kids. The forest, somewhere in the distance, the wind whispered a song of secrets, of choices yet to be made. The air in the wilderness felt like a suffocating blanket, heavy with the weight of something ancient. And maleficent on Samsung, the air in the weight of something ancient and malevolent. The ground beearthed something ancient. 1, 方, 2. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint guttural growl that echoed through the trees. Then Without warning, the darkness growled. Their weapons, curved blades, and jagged spears glowed with malevolent energy, each strike radiating bay. Each strike radiating. 搏击 strike radiating, 看着的没敌。His blade, a jagged obsidian saber dripping with dark ichor, hovered ominously at his side. And they're not here for a friendly chat. They're here to turn us into statues or something even worse. She took a step forward, her stance shifting into a combat-ready position. So what's the plan? Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened, the hill's warmth seeping into his palm like a promise. Running isn't an option, he said, his voice steady despite the storm of evil. Whatever this is, it's not just a fight, it's a reckoning. His eyes flicked to the towering figure, his jaw clenching. But if we're going down, we'll take them with us. The demon leader stepped forward, his voice a low, guttural gray. You carry the broken sword, mortal, he said, his words dripping with mockery. A relic of a forgotten age, a weapon that should have been but an age, a weapon that should have fumbled with its Zu capo. Yin Yuan's eyes narrowed, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Power isn't about strength, Bloodblade. It's about purpose. And this sword doesn't just cut through flesh, it cuts through fate itself. You're here because the broken sword is a key, and I'm the one who's going to unlock the door. The demon leader's laughter was a sound the door. The demon leader's laughter was a sound the door. The trees shudder. GT, you speak of keys and doors as if they hold the answer, but you are a fool leaning, and it will consume you, just as it consumed those who came before. Lin Yan's heart pounded in his chest, the weight of the prophecy pressing down on him. The weight of the prophecy pressing down on him like a fatal asterisk. The path is not with more than 3. Asterisk. What did that mean? Was it a warning or a challenge? He had no time to dwell on the question. The demon warriors surged forward, their weapons feishan. Frau, I'm going to need you to stop thinking and start fighting, she called over the din of clashing steel, because I'm not a din of clashing steel, because I'm not a din of takan. 明年 cost 的一点, he could feel it, the weight of the prophecy pressing against his soul. Asterisk, the key must be unlocked. With more than strength, the demon leader lunged, focus, Zadian saber, Sansong, the demon. The world around them seemed to freeze for a moment, the air crackling with energy as the two forces collided. Then, with a deafening roar, the demon leader's soul seemed. The prophecy was no longer just words, it was a reality, and he was at the center of it. The demon leader's eyes widened as he feigned qi. This is the key, he said, and I'm not letting you take it. The battle had only just begun. The whispering glade was a labyrinth of shadows and secrets, its twisted trees clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and descal tingle, the cloying miasma. Liuya's blade asterisk, shining veil, asterisk, gleamed faintly in the dim light, its edge catching the flickers, Yongsan veil. Liron stood slightly behind them, her hands glowing with the soft, steady light of her healing magic. But her eyes were sharp, scanning the battlefield for an opening. The trap had been sprung with scanning the battle for an open magic, but her eyes were sharp. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened as he tightened his grip on the broken sword. Its hilt warm against his palm. 罗坎的 trap, not a fight. 罗沃阳 jot. Then we'll break it. Lin Yu break it, Lin Yuan said, his voice green. He slashed the air with the broken sword, its spirit's voice echoing in his mind. Asterisk, you think you can escape fate, mortal. It is all gold 的一天. Can we focus on not getting turned into a statue? The warrior's attack was relentless. The binding array's energy surged, wrapping a race. Lawyer's blade 行放松 Lawyer's blade flash 钉死贼长 But the broken sword had been whispering to him, its energy surging with an intensity that had never been felt before. He felt a strange pull, as if the sword was guiding him toward something, toward a path that had been hidden, he said. His voice the death that had been hidden. The battle erupted in a blur of motion. Leoya's blade flashed, slicing through the air as she dodged a wave of bast. Slicing through the air as she dodged a wave of bast. Slicing through the air as she dodged the wave gave of power. Hold on, she called, her voice steady despite the chaos. I can slow them down. Leoya smirked. So can I. She reached into her belt. Leoya smirked. So can I. The demon warriors recoiled, their forms sizzling as the electricity seared their flesh. But the cost of the attack was immediate. Then Yuan could feel his own power waning. The toll of using Xianzhou. Just don't let the lightning hit me again. Li Rong stepped beside him, her expression resolute. Then we'll have to be smarter than them. The demon warriors regrouped, their leader stepping forward, towering. For his eyes glowed with malevolent energy, and his voice was a low growl that reverberated through the trees. You think you can break the binding array. You are nothing but insects crawling at the feet of the mighty. The battle was far from over, and the cost of their actions was only beginning to show. The starful expanse stretched before them, a desert of shifting dunes that shimmered like liquid obsidian. The air was thick with an electric tension, the kind that made the hairs on the back of their necks rise. Thickened the haze. The dews and the hay, too. A low hum resonated through the grounds. A sound neither resonated, like literally the stars are doing the Macarena and the sand is judging us. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. This is the Starfall sect's territory. If they're here, it's judging us. Know something the Macarena. If they're here, it means they know something about Nightshade's plan. The stars aren't just watching austere asterisk reacting asterisk to us. Lai Rang stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The stars do not give their secrets freely, she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of the death chase. The elder of the Starfall sect emerged from the dunes, his robes flowing. Shaitana, sheltered by soul, of a brother who walked the path of darkness. Kuang, once a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, now walks alongside Nightshade. Yuan 曙光 He became a pawn in Nightshade's grand design. Ruya crossed her arms, her expression dark. So what? That doesn't change the fact that he's still our brother. Lin Yuan's jaw tightens. No, it changes age. If Xiang is still alive, he might still have a chance to redeem himself. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply. His mind a storm of constant team off. Then we find him, and we make him face what he's done. As the elder spoke, the stars above seemed to pulse in time with his words, their light intensifying as if drawing. The air around them grew heavier, charged with an energy that felt both ancient and foreboding. The constellations above shifted again, forming a pattern that Yin Yan had never seen done before. 看似雷长的林年 sounds like a terrible idea. Lin Yan's expression was grim. It's the only lead we have. Lai Rong stepped forward, her voice steady. Then we'll need to find a way to unlock its secrets, and fast. As the group stood beneath the shifting constellations, the elder's words lingered in the air, a prophecy that felt both in the air, a process that felt both in the air. And like the ground beneath them trembled, and a low resonant hum filled the air. The stars above flickered, their patterns shifting into something new, something that felt like flickered, their patterns. Xibing, what if the prophecy is bigger than we think? Asterisk. He glanced at Loya, who was already scanning the horizon, her eyes sharp with the desert. Loya. The starful expanse stretched before them, a desert of shifting sands that shimmered under the light of constellations that did not belong to this world. The sky above was a tapestry of stars that pulsed like curving. A low hum vibrated through the air, but soundless whisper that seemed to emanate from the very fabric. Gofeng. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and something metallic. As if the desert itself had been scorched by forgotten battle, the horizon blurred at the edges. And bruh, this place is giving me the creeps. The Yoya muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Like, literally, I swear the stars are asterisk glitching asterisk. Like, literally, I swear, the stars are asterisk glitching asterisk. She gestured toward the sky, where a canty, not even a little. The elder of the starfall sat tilted his head, his robes flowing like liquid night. The stars do not lie, he said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the sun. You seek the truth of Xiang, but the truth is not what you think it is. His eyes, deep as the void between galaxies, locked onto Lin Yuan. You believe betrayal is the only path forward. But what if the betrayal was never his? The elder's gaze flickered to Leah, then back to Lin Yan. The stars whisper of a shadow that warriors died nightshade. A Yuan is not the only one who has fallen. Li Yuya's eyes now. She crossed her arms, her tone sharp. You're the one who's been hanging out with the Starfall sect for years. Don't act like you're not hiding something. The elder's experience humble is dusty. The path you walk is not yours alone. Others have walked it before you, and none returned unchanged. Lin Yan's mind reeled. Asterisk Q1 wasn't the only one. Asterisk the thought nodded him, but he pushed it down. Asterisk, what if the elder is lying? Asterisk, Lin Yan's thoughts churned. Asterisk, what if he's trying to divert us? Asterisk, what if he's trying to divert us? He's a starfall Yan, starlight. Course, he'd have his own asterisk. He clenched his fists, the weight of the broken sword's hilt pressing into his palm. Asterisk, King was my brother. Even if he betrayed us, I can't just let it be. I have to find him. I have to know the truth. 我感到非常放松。A sudden gust of wind howled through the desert, carrying with it a sound that was not wood. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, where a figure stood silhouetted against the stars. A figure clad in the black and gold robes of the heavenly sword sat. The starfall expanse stretched before them, a desert of shifting sands and constellations that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The sky above was a tapestry of stars, each one burning with an tapestry at cause. Each one. 林元 boots sunk slightly into 吸着。林牛 clung. Li Rang stood beside her, her gaze steady, her hands clasped behind her back. The starfall set elders' words still echoed in their minds the prophecy, the betrayal, the abyss, the weight of their Miho. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. They had no choice but to pass on. The stars calmed down. Do you think can't you watch Yuan? The stars Xianxia knew what he was doing. 眼电牙 Smei hung. He was our brother, not some random pawn in Nightshade's game. Lai Rang's calm demeanor didn't waver, but her eyes softened. He was lured by promises of power, by the allure of forbidden knowledge. She said, echoing the elder's words, "It makes him human." Liu Ye let out a bitter laugh. Human. He betrayed us. He let Nightshade use the soul-locking pearl to control Pico. What's the difference between him and the monster? Lai Rang stepped closer, her voice quiet. And if he's still alive, we can't let him be consumed by the darkness he chose. Lin Yan, who had been listening from the shadows, exhaled sharply. His mind was a storm of the shadows. Exhaled sharply. His mind was a storm of continuity. He remembered the last time he'd seen his brother, years ago when Yuan had been nothing more than a boy with dreams of becoming a great swordsman. The memory was bittersweet. Asterisk. It is already written in the stars. Asterisk. Now as he stared at the constellations above, Lin Yan wondered if fate was something that could be rewritten. A far sun. Statues sagged, elders crept in, and the air grew colder. Shadows coalesced at the horizon, and the faint sound of footsteps echoed across the dunes. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened. You've come far, Lin Yuan, the figure said, his tone laced with amusement, but you're still too late. Liuya's eyes narrowed. And the one who will ensure you never reach the demon ceiling abyss. Lin Yuan's blood ran cold. This wasn't just another anchor, was a test the demon ceiling at the desert. With its death, with its endless, the demon ceiling abyss loomed before them. The demon ceiling abyss seemed to call them. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. Its hilt warm against his palm, as if the weapon itself were a bracing song. The abyss was alive, watching, waiting. Every step forward felt like a descent into ice. Bro, you sure we're not about to get turned into a statue again? Luoyang muttered, her voice laced with dry humor as she adjusted the thunder summoning talisman on her belt. Because I'm not ready to become a piece of art. If we don't push forward, we'll be statues of regret. Nightshade's forces are already here, and they're not going to let us walk away. Liuya rolled her eyes, but didn't argue. She knew better than to challenge Li Yuan when he was this focused. Instead, fine, but if we end up in another trap, I'm blaming you, and I'll be very asterisk specific about it. Liron stepped between them, her voice steady. Lin Yuan's mind flashed back to the moment he'd first met Kuyang, their laughter echoing through the halls of the Heavenly Sword sect. Back then, Kuyang had been a brother, someone who'd shared his dreams and his fears. Asterisk. He chose power over family, but I won't let that define me, not anymore. Asterisk, the ground trembled as bloodblades warriors, the urge, the grand. Lin Yan, he drawled, his voice like gravel scraping against stone. You've come far, but you're still just a pawn in a game you don't understand. Zioya's eyes narrowed. You think this is a game? You're about to learn the cost of defiance. Lin Yan stepped forward, the broken sword humming in his grip. Then let's see how much of a cost you're willing to pay. The air crackled as Bloodblade raised his blade. White's thunder summoning talisman flared with energy, sending a bolt of lightning. Tons. Bro, you okay? Liuya called, her voice sharp with concern. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply, his grip on the broken sword tightening. I'll be fine. Just don't let the lightning hit me again. Liron stepped beside him, her expression cold. The Nirong stepped beside him, her expression as the battle raged on the abyss seemed to shift, its shadows deepening into something darker, more primal. The ground beneath them pulsed with a racing to shift. This wasn't just a fight, was a test. And the abyss was watching, waiting,